standing on a line between giving up and seeing how much more she can take. Jubilee's father to Jubilee's mother. Z, age 9. "Give it back!" I screamed at the little girl. The little devil known as Jubilee waved the hat like it was a red flag, and like the bull that I was acting like, I started to charge. She squeaked in surprise when she realized her danger and started to run. Unfortunately, when she did, she tripped. The hat went one way and her body went the other. Later, I would be told that Jubilee was lucky that she didn't fall into the fire like my hat did. Now all I saw was my favorite ball cap burning up and a 6-year-old girl on the ground laughing to blame for it.
Jubilee, age 9. "Give me that back," I yelled, mad because, once again, Ezekiel had stolen my candy and then shoved it down his throat because he thought I wouldn't want it back. Joke was on him, though. I did. And I'd get it back no matter what I had to do. "You snooze, you lose, Wednesday," Ezekiel yelled, laughing his butt off over whatever he found so funny about this situation. I hated when he called me Wednesday. After Wednesday Addams off the Addams Family, the girl that looked like a goth when she wasn't, I wasn't a goth. I was just pale and dark-haired, so I liked black, whatever. He was wrong about something else, too. There was nothing funny about this situation. It was tragic. Who ate a person's M&Ms when they were literally in their hands? It wasn't like I had left them unattended. "Give them back, Z," Eitan ordered, looking angry on my behalf. Really, he was tired of listening to me and his brother fight, just like my own sister was, which was why Anne-Marie was in the other room, just like she always was when Eitan and Ezekiel McGrew came over. "Sorry," Z said as he poured the rest of my M&Ms down his throat. That's when I tackled him, then started punching and kicking him with my fists of fury until our parents separated us an entire minute later. "Getting slow on the uptake, kid," Gordon McGrew, Z's father, said. Z glared at his dad, then at me. "She took me by surprise," Z lied. "Gordon, Ezekiel ate my M&Ms. Can you tell him to give me his candy for repayment?" I batted my eyes at Z's dad. Gordon turned his eyes to Z. "That right, boy?" Gordon asked. Z shrugged. "She wasn't eating them." "Liar." "Then you get to either give her your candy or pay her back. Your choice." 5 minutes later, I took every second to relish the taste of the Reese's peanut butter cups that used to belong to Z, making sure to moan and groan out my pleasure with each bite. "So good," I groaned. Z threw the TV remote at my face, and I ducked it. "Still so good. Die." Age 13. "Leave her alone, bro," Eitan said. "She's gonna fucking kill you." "She's not gonna do a thing to me because she wants to be out just as much as I do," Z said. "And if she goes whining to Daddy, they're gonna know that we snuck out to go to the movies and then she'll get into trouble." I clenched my fists so tightly that the blood left them. "Come on, Wednesday," Z teased. "Take a drink. It's not going to kill you." I pushed the bottle away. Again. "I'm not drinking that," I said. "A, I don't want to drink. B, you've slobbered all over it, and I'm not touching anything that's been anywhere near your mouth. Your sister's mouth has been near mine, and I saw you hug her the other day," Z teased. I glanced up at the ceiling. "I really do hate you." Eitan pulled me into his arms, and I had to fight the urge to pull away. Despite Eitan being the sweeter of the two brothers, and also being my boyfriend, I had a hard time hanging out with him when he was near his brother, because he acted like a completely different person when he was around. "Whatever, Wednesday." Z took a swig and handed the bottle to Anne-Marie, who took a drink of her own and passed it to Eitan, who followed suit. My stomach twisted, but I didn't break. I wouldn't. Somebody needed to be sober. And I was only 13 after all, even if being around these three made me feel like I was much older. Age 15. My feet dragged as I walked down the aisle toward the coffin. My sister was there, in that wooden box with the lid closed. Dead. That had been at my father's request, the closed casket. I tried to get him to leave it open, but he hadn't allowed it. I looked down at my arm, noticing the spider web of scarring that hadn't killed me, but had killed my twin sister, Anne-Marie, and Eitan, my boyfriend. You want to know who else it hadn't killed? Eitan's twin brother, Ezekiel. The boy that didn't miss a single second, letting me know how much he disliked me. A sniffle had me turning to see my mother staring at me with tears in her eyes. My father had his arm wrapped solidly around my mother's shoulders, and he staring at the casket I was now standing in front of. I stared at the beautiful bouquet of roses that sat atop her coffin lid and felt my heart start to race. Not because of my newfound heart problem this time, but because I could feel Ezekiel walking up beside me and standing there next to me. He didn't say a word, and neither did I. We didn't really have to. Not anymore, anyway. I knew without him saying what he was thinking. He didn't like me, I didn't like him. He hated me because Anne-Marie died, and I hated him because Eitan had. Unfortunately for them and fortunately for us, we'd been standing in the exact right spot. When the lightning had struck, Ezekiel had done the unthinkable. He'd grabbed me because I was closer to him and allowed Eitan to grab Anne-Marie. That hadn't worked out nearly as well as they'd planned it. They were both dead now, weren't they? "This is your fault, you know," Z whispered, sounding broken. I turned my head toward him. "I don't know what you're talking about. In addition, I have no idea why you would think that. The only reason we were all out there was because we were following you," he growled. I gave him the side-eye. "I have no clue why you were following me. I was going home. If you want to get technical, the only reason we were all standing there in the freaking rain was because of you. It didn't have to actually be done in the rain under that big pine." He scoffed at my words, and it took everything inside of me not to rear back and punch him straight in the face. That stupid, pretty, looks nothing like Eitan face. Eitan and Ezekiel McGrew, sons of Gordon McGrew, who was also the president of the Arkansas chapter of the Dixie Wardens MC, were not replicas of him. Well, one was. Eitan. Ezekiel was not. He was fair to Gordon and Eitan's dark. Ezekiel had blonde hair and red scruff when he didn't shave, whereas Eitan and Gordon were dark-haired. Z burned the moment he was in the sunlight, whereas Eitan and Gordon would turn a pretty shade of tan. Z was the artist, and Eitan and Gordon were the brutes, which I supposed had been part of the problem. Eitan, though I loved him, was much too hard on me and everyone around him. He was firm, unforgiving, and controlling. That had been why I'd left. Why I'd decided that maybe Eitan wasn't the man that I thought he was. There was only so much, "Why can't you be like your sister," that I could take before I broke. "Go to hell, Z," I said under my breath. Leaving the flower I was holding on the coffin, I didn't look back.
Chapter 1. Everything will be okay in the end. If not, there's always beer. Z's Secret Thoughts. Z. 16 years later. Today was my 34th birthday, and there were probably about 1 million people in this world that I could see. Yet I had to see him. Baron Joy, the firefighter that had stolen my girlfriend of almost 3 years, the man that Zuri had chosen over me. See, here's the thing. In the beginning, I would have let it go. Did it suck? Yes. Did it piss me off that she'd cheated instead of just telling me she was upset with how much I worked? Yes. But I was an adult. I was able to make grown-up decisions despite being hurt. Yet neither one of them had informed me of any involvement. I'd taken Zuri to a Christmas party with me to the fire station last year. During the gift exchange, I'd planned on asking Zuri to move in with me. Except Baron Joy, also known as BJ by the fire department, had happened. I hadn't given much thought to Zuri disappearing the moment we'd arrived. She was a popular woman, and the firefighter wives had loved her to death. She'd gotten along well with all of the women, and even more, she'd fit in despite being new to a town that was so tight-knit that sometimes it was hard to tell your neighbor from your family member. It was only after an hour or so of not seeing her that I decided to go look for her. And I'd found her all right. In the part of the station that the local ambulance service used as their living quarters while they were on shift. There I'd walked in on them, not only kissing, hugging, and fucking, but I'd also walked in on a discussion between the two of them that consisted of Baron telling Zuri he loved her, and Zuri saying it back. From there, it had just been a clusterfuck, which led to now, 5 months later, and me unable to be in the same room as Baron Joy without me wanting to fillet the skin of his face off with my Bowie knife. So, of course, it was no damn surprise that he walked into the same damn bar that I went to every fucking year and drank on my birthday. Because not only was it my birthday, but it was my dead twin's birthday. Needless to say, I'd already been in a shit mood when I arrived at my favorite bar in town. It had worsened when I saw Jubilee there, doing the same goddamn thing I'd been set on doing. Sometimes I thought that she did it on purpose, let me see her, just so she could torture me. Though, when I thought about it, Jubilee wasn't that type of person. If I was an honest man, I'd realize that Jubilee was likely here for the same reason I was, to get drunk and forget about my brother and my past. Yet, when it came to Jubilee Cope, nothing ever came easy, and I never was able to have a straight head. I'd been doing my best to ignore Jubilee as she'd done me the same courtesy when they walked in. If there was one person that knew where I went on this day, it was Zuri. Zuri, who'd been a kind, decent woman while I was seeing her, had turned into a vindictive cow the moment I'd kicked her out of my life. It hadn't been my fault that my father and Silas, the owner of Life Flight in Bear Bottom, had kicked her to the curb too. What did she think? That she would keep the job that I got for her? No. I had patience, and I could work with people I didn't like, but I couldn't work with someone like Zuri. There were limits to everything, and Zuri had surpassed them. Honestly, it had been sort of a relief for me to go to Silas and tell him that I was quitting because of Zuri. What I hadn't expected was for Silas to fire Zuri just so he could keep me on part-time. I'd reluctantly accepted, and Zuri had been fired. Yet, now she went out of her way to make my life a living hell, such as coming into my bar on my day and making me see her and BJ. Consequently, I ignored them, and I ignored Jubilee, who was now watching on with amusement. I continued to get hammered. Or tried to, anyway. The bartender, a young woman of all of 25 at most, kept handing me waters with a smile, and I kept drinking them. The water came courtesy of the woman I was trying to ignore. Regardless of our mutual dislike for each other, we still went out of our way to make sure that we took care of each other. I mean, sure, we couldn't stand to be in each other's presence for longer than just a few minutes before we started fighting, but no matter what, I'd look after her just as she'd do the same for me. There was an obligation there that had been set in place since she was 6 years old and I was 9 years old and met for the first time. even though at first we hadn't been as civil. It was only after I'd followed the job to Bear Bottom, Texas from Arkansas that I realized that I hadn't been the only one Silas and my father had sent packing. Jubilee had gotten the same invitation, and she'd accepted. Though luckily we didn't accept the same job, which was funny if you thought about it. Where I was a protector of life, Jubilee was the preserver of death. I was a sheriff's deputy and also worked as a pilot of Life Flight. Jubilee was an undertaker, a mortician in layman's terms. I could see her out of the corner of my eye, and what I saw still made me roll my eyes. Jubilee, despite her jovial name, was as goth as one could get without having the white facial makeup. Though there were days that she didn't need it, since she was so fucking pale, which was why I assumed that she didn't bother with wearing it. Why bother applying the pale base when your skin was the exact shade of ghostly white that you'd set out to attain with makeup? She and Anne-Marie couldn't have been more different. Anne-Marie, my high school sweetheart, had been all brightness and sunshine. She'd had blonde hair that she styled in the cutest pixie haircut, blue eyes, and a precious smile that could knock you off your feet. She was sweet, caring, and welcoming to everyone. Jubilee was not. Jubilee had black hair, so black that it sometimes shined blue in the right light. It was curly as fuck and hung down to her ass when she wore it down. She wore black clothes, black nail polish, and black jewelry if she wore any at all. Hell, the only spot of color on her at all was the necklace that Anne-Marie used to wear. An oval opal on a delicate silver chain. Something that I had actually given to Jubilee for Christmas, but Anne-Marie had stolen it and never given it back. At the time I'd given it to Jubilee, it had been my first Christmas with Anne-Marie and Jubilee's first Christmas with Aton. We'd all exchanged gifts, and Jubilee and Anne-Marie had laughed as they'd gotten their gifts that I'd bought the two of them with my hard-earned part-time paycheck at the auto body shop that I did paint for. I'd gotten Anne-Marie a deep purple oval stone necklace because purple had been her favorite color. I'd gotten Jubilee the white opal because I had no idea what she liked and felt bad for not getting her anything. I thumbed the silver belt buckle Jubilee had gotten me and took another sip of my beer. An obnoxious laugh had me stiffening. Sometimes I wondered if Zuri laughed like that just because she knew that it grated on my nerves. It was a high-pitched, ear-piercing laugh that never failed to hit an octave that sounded like nails on a chalkboard. And just when she stopped, I let out a relieved breath only to see BJ come up to the bar 4 stools down from me and order his girl a margarita despite having a waitress that was running back and forth to them all night. I knew why he'd showed up near the bar. He wanted me to see him. Well, goddammit, I had. And now I was pissed. Would it be so fucking hard for him to stay across the goddamn bar and give me goddamn room on one single day of the year? Why, yes, it would kill him. The motherfucker. I downed my beer and was just about to turn on my bar stool, giving him the attention that he so obviously wanted, with my fist, when a feminine sigh sounded from my other side. "Listen," Jubilee said as she sidled up to the bar. "Getting drunk and then starting a fight with those two isn't going to do you any good. The town is on your side because you're the one wronged. You start stooping down to their level and you're going to regret it. You're a sheriff's deputy, act like it." Jubilee sat down on the bar stool next to me and continued drinking her beer, and I reluctantly started to cool down because goddammit she was right. I needed to cool my jets. I needed to get a handle on this anger that I felt toward them, yet it was hard seeing as every goddamn time that I did try to let it go, they brought it back up again. With a vengeance. But I didn't stop drinking. There was no way that was happening today. "Why are you talking to me?" I grumbled, gesturing to the bartender for another round with a raise of my glass. She nodded her head but didn't fill me up a glass of beer but a glass of water. I glared at the woman at my side. Why must you always make deals with the bartender before I get here? I asked with annoyance. Because if I don't, nobody else will. And your dad and I have an understanding, she muttered darkly. I didn't bother to say anything to that. Jubilee's dad, Pete, and I had an understanding too. No matter what happened or how much we disliked each other, I would always have Jubilee's back. I was sure the same went for her and the understanding she had with my father. Whatever the reason, we'd never let anything happen to the other, despite both of us hating the other. Jubilee's and my dislike for each other went way back. It didn't start the day we both were struck by lightning and Aton and Anne-Marie died. No, it started back when her father and my father first brought us around each other at the age of 6 and 9, and she stole my favorite hat and threw it into the fire. It only got worse from there, and eventually our aversion had turned into a strong dislike, closer to hate. Not that I would say I hated Jubilee now, but I definitely didn't like her. I took another swig of beer instead of saying anything to her idiotic statement. 34 years old, she murmured. How do you feel? Old? I looked over at her and glared. You're only 3 years younger than me, and I'm sure I'm in way better shape than you. Why don't you tell me how you feel? She made a disgusted face. I was just trying to make conversation. We'll make it with someone else. You annoy me, I muttered darkly. Jubilee rolled her eyes. Whatever. Another dark laugh had us both looking in the direction of Zuri, who'd come up to get the drinks this time. Still can't get along, I see, Zuri sneered. Jubilee blinked. Actually, we're fucking and having a grand old time, but we still like to talk cruelly to each other. It makes us hot. Zuri's face went slack. You're what? Jubilee grinned and leaned forward, her mouth perilously close to mine. And, blaming it on the beer, I turned my face so that our mouths connected. Then I kissed the shit out of my enemy.
Chapter 2. No, I asked for a beer. This is a Bud Light. The only thing Jubilee can remember from the night before. Jubilee. I groaned, opened one eye and rolled over, my body hitting something so solid that it had to be the wall. It wasn't the wall. In fact, the solidness at my side groaned too and sat up, his face a mask of pain as he rubbed his head. Son of a bitch, the most annoying voice in the world said. I froze at hearing that voice, so close to me. I blinked open my eyes and immediately regretted it. But the brief glance around told me what I already knew. I wasn't at home, and I had no idea how I got there. God damn, this hurts, the naked man beside me muttered under his breath. I wasn't sure if I agreed with him. He didn't look hurt. In fact, he looked so goddamn appetizing that I wasn't sure he didn't walk around looking perfect all day long. You know how on the fast food commercials that the burgers always look way better than when you get them in real life? That's what I always thought would happen when it came to seeing Ezekiel McGrew without his clothes on. I thought for sure he couldn't look as good out of them as he did in them. I was wrong. He looked better. So much better. The man was ripped, and when I say ripped, I mean he's got every possible indention and divot that denotes perfect health. He even has abs when he's bending over the bed, holding his head like he'd just taken a 2x4 to the temple. Who the hell had abs when they were bending over? Who the hell didn't have rolls? Ezekiel McGrew had abs when he was bending over. He was also covered in tattoos. Tattoos that you couldn't see unless he was completely, deliciously naked. His hair. The beautiful strawberry blonde hair was a freaking mess around his sleepy face. And his beard seemed like it grew overnight with how bushy and messy it was looking. Then understanding of what exactly was going on dawned, and I froze. Ezekiel McGrew. Naked. In the same bed that I was naked in. I opened the other eye and stared in horror at the man, gasping. He looked over his shoulder at me, starting at the tips of my black-painted toenails, pausing at the space between my thighs that was hairless but for a thin landing strip that I'd dyed purple, and ending on my face. Okay, he'd paused at my tits, but they were nothing to write home about, which likely explained why he didn't stop and stare for longer than a glance. When they landed on my face, he froze just as solid as I did and stared with just as much horror. "What the fuck?" I stood up, trying not to be embarrassed by my nudity, and walked to where I could see my clothes tossed carelessly on the floor. My jeans went on first because I couldn't immediately find my panties. My shirt was a lost cause, so I stole the t-shirt that Ezekiel had on last night and slipped it over my head, trying not to moan at the scent of him filling my nostrils. Finally, I searched for my shoes and slipped my feet into my combat boots. All the while, Z sat on the bed, looking just as naked and hot as he'd been when I'd first woken up. Only now he was watching me like a hawk, or a wolf looking to kick another wolf out of his territory. I stopped at his bedroom door and turned, giving him my eyes. "Don't think this means I like you." His eyes narrowed. "I never said it would." "Good," I muttered, turning away. "This doesn't change a thing." He laughed bitterly. "If anything changed, it would be your luck." I laughed then, and it sounded like fingernails on a chalkboard. "Lucky!" I threw my hands up in the air. "You think I'm lucky that I just slept with a man that used to date my sister, a man that is the brother to my dead boyfriend. No, I think not." He bowed up then. "You think I like this any better than you do?" he bellowed. "Because let me tell you something, I fucking don't." With that, he opened the door for me to leave, and me, not one to not take the hint, took off before he could say another word. All the while I kept turning around to glare at him over my shoulder, and, for good measure, I flipped him off before I turned the corner. Chapter 3. I never craved attention until I felt yours. Jubilee to her dog. Jubilee. "What the hell is wrong with you?" my best friend Turner asked. "You're acting like you've been dropped on your ass. You're walking around like you've broken your tailbone." I shook my head. I couldn't tell her that I'd had sex with the one man I'd never thought I'd have sex with the night before that had a dick like a donkey. Okay, maybe he didn't have a dick like a donkey, but it was big, really big, way bigger than any woman needed, just saying. I also couldn't tell her why I was sore. Nope, couldn't mention that at all. Because then she'd be all excited that I'd lost my virginity and tell me that now I was an adult. And it wasn't something that I was proud of. She liked to tease me relentlessly about it. Then I'd have to tell her who I'd had sex with, and it was all just a downward spiral. Better not to say a word. "I slipped on the top steps of my house today and hit my butt," I lied. "That sucks," Turner murmured, grunting slightly with the added weight of the dead body we were transferring from the cooler to the table. "Did anyone see you?" Anyone meaning my 18 million neighbors that lacked nothing more than to watch me day in and day out. Literally, I lived in a retirement neighborhood. At least it felt like it. Sometimes I wondered why I stayed when I got so much attention, but other times I enjoyed having a quiet, safe neighborhood to stay in. Out of the entire block, there were maybe 3 people under the age of 30. No, I lied. It was early. They weren't out speed walking yet. Lies, lies, lies. I was such a liar. "I still don't understand your reluctance to leave there," she muttered. "You're in a rental. It's not like you would have to spruce up the landscaping, find a realtor, then a buyer. No, you just have to pack up and move. Not to mention then you'd get away from them calling out to you every time you got in and out of your car, asking if you'd come help them with a simple project that ends up taking 30 minutes. That was true. And unfortunately, it happened quite a bit. Just this morning, on my way to my car as I was leaving for work, Mrs. Newton had asked if I'd been willing to help her roll her trash cans out to the curb for pickup. I had, and then she'd asked me if I could help her bring her groceries inside. 20 minutes later, I was 20 minutes late arriving at work. But it also didn't really bother me if I got to thinking about it. They were just lonely. It was hard for me to tell them no when all they wanted was just a friendly face to talk to them. That was what was so heartbreaking about it all. The majority of the neighborhood was older. They had grown kids and grandkids that came out to visit them at times, but they no longer had the hustle and bustle available to them that they once did. Turner, I sighed. What is your aversion to my place? She shook. It's haunted. I looked at her and laughed. I thought it was just me. No! She shook her head and sighed as we straightened the body bag on the table. I swear to God, every time I go in there, I feel like I need a sweatshirt and a cross. I unzipped the body bag as I thought about what she said. She was right. There were times when I was home alone that I felt like someone was watching my every move. Then again, that was something that I experienced quite a bit over my 30-plus years of life, so this really was nothing new. There wasn't a single day that went by that I didn't feel like someone was watching me. When I was at the grocery store, when I graduated from college and hadn't told anybody that I was graduating, when I was running. Last week I got home, and the drawers in my kitchen were all open, even the cabinets, I said. And sometimes I feel gusts of wind as I'm sitting in my reading nook. Let's not even get into the fact that you can't get into your attic, she said. That was true. I thought I heard a voice in there the other day. I even went as far as to get a crowbar and a sledgehammer, but whoever built that attic door put some muscle behind it. I couldn't even dent the wood of the door. She shivered. See? Creepy. That's why we do Chinese fat nights at my house. Chinese fat nights were really just us ordering Chinese food, buying bakery items from the supermarket, and binge-watching the newest show on Netflix for 6 hours straight. I pushed the edges of the bag away from the body and took my first look at my newest client. His name was Rylan, and he used to be my neighbor. Unfortunately, he was axed to death. Since when did he start looking all attractive and shit? She asked, looking at the dead man on the table. Didn't he used to look like that creepy guy next door that you didn't ever want your children talking to? Beards make everything better, I told her. Do you remember that guy from church camp in the 10th grade that was always weirding all the girls out that I told you about? And then when I went back the next year, he had a beard and all of a sudden he was attractive? Yes, she admitted. I also don't think that's fair. You should be able to know what you're getting. I mean, if he ever married and then shaved his face, his wife would go from having a 10 to having a 4. The same can be said for women that put makeup on, color their hair, and wear push-up bras, I pointed out. She sighed. That's true. But I can't help the way I am. True, I snickered. You're just going to have to sleep in your makeup so your man never knows that you have freckles. She rolled her eyes. One time just to see how well I could hide them, and you'll never let me live it down. Turner was a cosmetologist, as well as my accountant, manager, and overall go-to girl that one needed when they were running a successful business on their own. I, on the other hand, was a mortician. Though I could do the makeup and the hair, as well as all that other fun stuff and not-so-fun stuff that included me being at my desk for more than an hour, I didn't have the time. Not lately, anyway, with my business taking off. 10 years ago, I was handed Bare Bottom Funeral Home as a take care of this place, I might have a use for it kind of thing from my father. Now, I'd made this place into a successful business that people from all around came to because they lacked the aesthetics. Though my business taking off also coincided with a professional football player's son having his services at my place of business as well. Now everyone in a 50-mile radius wanted to be buried by me when the time was right. "Fuck you," Turner grumbled. "You never have to put on makeup. That's your problem. You don't realize how much it helps the people that need it." Tired of an old argument that always gets us nowhere fast, because telling Turner she was beautiful when she was dead set on thinking she wasn't was impossible, I changed the subject. "How'd your date go last night?" I wondered. Turner immediately sighed. "I got pulled over by a police officer and got a ticket before he even got there." "That sucks," I offered. "Did you at least deserve it?" She nodded. "I did, but the cop was a dick." I doubted that. Who was it? I wondered. I knew most of the cops in this county, seeing as I knew Ezekiel McGrew, and as much as I tried to avoid the man, I still ended up knowing everybody that he knew. "I didn't get his name. I was late for that date, and I just took the ticket and ran," she explained. "What did he look like?" I asked, bending over to get a better look at the wound on the man's chest that we were about to start working on. "I don't understand the purpose of embalming," Turner grumbled. "I mean, what's the point? They're going to rot anyway. They're being buried. What's the point of preserving them?" I looked over at my friend and snorted. "Embalming allows people time," I murmured, poking the wound with my gloved finger. "They can take as much time as they need to plan the funeral, select a burial site, grieve. Whatever they want, it gives them the leeway. And you're right. They do eventually rot, and some people still choose to bury without embalming because it does cost money." "I want to be cremated." She paused. "Actually, I want to be put out onto a floating pyre, pushed out in the middle of a lake, and have flaming arrows shot at me from the bank. Then I want people to watch my body burn for however many hours that it takes." I looked up at my friend. "That's why we're friends. I want that too." Turner grinned. Then that grin became calculating. "Who did you have sex with last night, Jubilee?" My mouth fell open. "How do you know that I had sex?" I blurted. Too late. I realized my mistake. I should have denied. If I'd denied, then she might have laughed it off and gone about her business. Unfortunately, my knee-jerk reaction had been to blurt out the words instead of thinking about how they would sound when they came out of my mouth. "I knew it!" she crowed. "You lost your virginity." So, as I repaired what I could to a wound that was pretty awful, for a used-to-be neighbor that was so annoying that I almost felt nothing as I worked, I told my best friend every sordid detail. Only, I left out the part about who it happened with. My worst enemy. Hell, she was still trying to get the information out of me 2 hours later at lunch. "Seriously," she pushed after we picked up our order. "Just give me a hint. Tell me what color his hair is." I downed the rest of my Coca-Cola, picked up a tater tot off the plate, then stood up and tried not to waddle away as I went for a refill. It was impossible. The longer the day went on, the sorer I got. I'd read an article during high school that when you worked out, day 3 and 4 post-workout were the worst because those were the days that your muscles started to repair themselves. Meaning that today, though I might be sore, it wouldn't be half as bad as 2 days from now. "Are you going to stand there all day contemplating what you're going to get to drink when we both know you'll decide to get a Coca-Cola, or should I just go around you?" An amused, not-so-nice voice asked from behind me. I'd been contemplating getting a Coca-Cola, but now I was thinking that I needed to get a Dr. Pepper based on the sheer gall of the man behind me. I couldn't let him know that he was right. I also hated the way the delicious shiver ran down my body at hearing his words. Clamping down on my out-of-control libido, I reached forward and started to press my cup underneath the Dr. Pepper. then decided to move it to the Coke. There was no reason in hell I should allow him to dictate what I should drink. Anyway, he was right. Fuck him. Filling my Coke up while listening to his darkly arousing chuckle behind me, I turned around and glared. "Why are you so close to me?" I hissed. "There are these things called personal boundaries. They're things that society uses so you don't come off as a creeper to ladies." Ezekiel's eyes were amused despite my words. "I'm close to you because there's a line behind me and only so much room for said line," he pointed out. There wasn't a line. There were 3 old men standing there talking because it was a convenient place to stand and not be completely in the way of everything. "Whatever," I muttered. "Move." Even all these years later, the man never missed an opportunity to give me shit. Z stepped aside, then waved his hand out in front of himself in a sweeping gesture with a flourish. "After you, ma'am." I gave him my best glare as I passed and tried not to limp or show that my vagina felt raw and split in 2. It really did hurt. Like, seriously, I had no clue that the act of sex would be so painful. Maybe that's because, of what you can remember, Z is hung like a horse, and things that size aren't meant to go inside the standard female orifices, my inner mind said. I didn't succeed. He noticed the hesitancy in my step almost immediately, and his eyes lit. He didn't say anything, though. Instead, he just watched me walk away. I felt his eyes on me the entire way to the table, and, unable to do anything else, I sat gingerly in my seat knowing damn well and good Z's eyes were settled on me. "That guy over there was the cop that pulled me over," Turner said as soon as I sat down. My eyes drifted over to the table that Turner had just gestured to with a tilt of her head, and I turned to survey the cop. The cop was Castile, and my lips twitched. "That's Castile," I said. "And don't bother fighting the ticket. He's one of those cops that's a stickler for the rules." "He looks like he would suck in bed," Turner muttered darkly. I doubted that. Castile was a nice guy, despite his need for law and order. But he also struck me as wild. I'd bet he was uninhibited in bed. "Okay, run through the night again for me," she pushed. I sighed and closed my eyes, remembering what I could of that night. "I don't remember much," I said softly. "I got to drinking at Boone's bar, and from there, I remember only bits and pieces." "You remember the good bits and pieces, though," she jeered. "You told me that his penis was large and in charge." His penis was on the bigger side of normal. In fact, I'd never met a person or a penis larger and more in charge. It was, I admitted, stacking one fist on top of the other. I could grip him with 2 of my fists, and there was still room to spare. She looked at my fists. "Your fists are small, really small. That's not that impressive." I grinned. That was true. I remember facing him, my thigh in between his thigh, chest to chest. His cock was resting against the inner length of one thigh, the base of him along with his balls resting against me more than halfway down my thigh, and the tip of his cock was nearly touching my, lady bits, I whispered, feeling my face flush at the remembrance of that moment. I was telling the truth when I told her that I couldn't remember much. I couldn't. Bits and pieces were flashing through my mind, but I remembered enough that I could tell her that his cock was large, the sex was great, and that the man was rough. Oh, and the man's identity, but I wasn't going to divulge that information. There were some things that you didn't tell your best friend, and one of those things was that you slept with the man that she was constantly telling you to fuck out of your system. Apparently, with the hate that Z and I felt for each other, we had crazy chemistry. At least, that was what Turner said. She was constantly telling me to fuck him and get it over with already. Anger and hatred equated love to her. The more Z and I fought, the more adamant that Turner became that we were likely meant for each other. Little did she know that she was right. Z and I did have some crazy chemistry. Unfortunately, she got one thing wrong. There was no way to get Ezekiel McGrew out of my system. "Okay, what else?" she pushed. By the time I was finished explaining the night, or what I could remember of it, my face was flushed, and I couldn't help turning my gaze in the direction of the man responsible for all of those dirty deeds. Wow. Turner fanned her face with the stack of napkins that she'd grabbed. The stack was 2 inches thick, and there was no way in hell that we'd ever get through them all, yet she always insisted on getting a lot, just in case. I feel like I need to put out an ad listing his many attributes just so we can find him for you again. A dick like that deserves a second go-around. I swallowed hard and glanced away just as Z turned his gaze in my direction. "Douchebag is looking at you," Turner murmured. I didn't have to ask who douchebag was. I knew who douchebag was. I also knew who pissant and dickweed as well as fluffernutter and Mr. Pooper was. Turner definitely had a way with words. She also called people names like a 10-year-old child. I just loved her so much. Turner and I had been friends since we'd arrived in town at the same time. Honestly, it was a fluke, really. At first, both of us had been looking at the same apartment about 5 minutes apart. One apartment manager had been showing me the apartment, while the apartment owner had been showing her the apartment. I'd been in the bathroom thinking that the master bath was a piece of shit when she'd come in saying the same thing about the guest bath. I'd laughed as I'd come out of the bathroom to see her sneering at the view. Then we'd hit it off. From then on, we'd been best friends. We now lived next door to each other. The back of her rental house butted up to the back of my rental house, and spent more than a few nights a week hanging out and being more like sisters than best friends. Her parents loved me just like mine loved her. We'd also spent quite a few nights and days commiserating about douchebag, so yes, I knew exactly who she was talking about when she said it. "I hope he chokes on that French fry," she muttered. I looked at her with raised brows. "Threats of violence?" She shrugged. "It's not just him. I hope that the other cop chokes on one, too." I choked on my own French fry and then gasped for breath, inhaling a portion of it. Moments after that, I was coughing up a storm and drawing the attention of not just Z, but also Castile as well. "Stop it," Turner hissed. "You're making them both look at us now." I tried. Really, I did, but it took me a few long minutes to get myself back under control. Jesus, I wiped my watering eyes. I almost died. Turner gave me a glare. "You are so full of shit." I took a drink of my Coke and set the glass back down, only to wipe my eyes again because tears were still falling. "You're an embarrassment," she said with a straight face. That was when we both started to crack up, and the tears this time weren't from nearly choking. "He's still watching you, though," she said once she got herself under control. "Are you going to finish your chicken?" I pushed the last piece over to Turner, but just before she could reach it, a big hand came out of nowhere and snatched it up. "Can I have this?" Castile asked, looking amused. Turner snatched it out of his hand and took a vicious bite. "No!" Castile's brows rose. Sorry, I sighed. "Castile, this is my best friend, Turner Hooch." I waved at Turner with one hand. "Turner, this is Castile Hendricks." Turner offered him a glare. "Officer Hendricks." "So you hold a grudge," Castile muttered. "Have a good one, ladies." Castile walked away. "Why is he talking to you anyway?" Turner muttered darkly, glaring a hole in Castile's back as he made his way to the drink fountain for a refill. "I have no idea," I admitted. He usually says hi and bye. Sometimes I get the stray, "How's it going?" but other than that, I don't usually get much out of him. I'm not sure we're at chicken stealing level in our relationship status either. "It looked like you were about to push it off the table," Turner admitted. I honestly feared for the chicken's life. Therefore, I could see why he'd reached out like that and snatched it up before it fell. But, just saying, that's only because I understand the importance of Mr. Kane's chicken fingers. I felt a smirk tilting up the corner of my mouth. "I wasn't going to push it off the table," I said. She gave me a sardonic look. "I know that now." Chapter 4. Life is like a dick. Sometimes it's up, sometimes it's down. Also, it won't be hard forever. Text from Jubilee to Turner. Jubilee. My thoughts raced. Out of everyone that I knew, there was only one person that I knew absolutely, without a doubt, knew would be awake at this hour that was less than half a mile away. There was no other recourse. If I wanted to smell good, I'd have to do it, especially seeing as I had a freaking viewing in less than 2 hours. I pulled up my phone, pressed his number into the keypad, and no, I would not admit that I knew said man's number by heart, and dialed. It rang for all of a half a second before he answered. "What?" I swallowed hard. "I'm at the track and I need you to come rescue me." There was a long silence as he processed my words. "Why do you need rescuing?" I looked at the family of skunks that had somehow surrounded me while I was stretching. At least I thought they were skunks. Really, they could be black cats with white stripes down their backs, but it was too dark to tell. I was only using deductive reasoning at this point. "I think that I'm surrounded by a family of skunks, and I don't know how to get away from them." I paused. "I also can't get sprayed. I have the governor's son's viewing today. There's no way that I can go to that smelling like a skunk." He sighed, and I could hear things rustling in the background. The jingle of keys, the shutting of a door. "I'll be there in 5, he muttered. Then he hung up, leaving me in the middle of the track, on my ass, with skunks coming closer and closer from all sides of me. How had I managed to do this? Why was it always me that found myself in these kinds of situations? The rumble of a diesel engine started in the distance, and I knew that Z would likely be here in about 2 minutes, not 5. I knew the distance it took to drive here from the fire station that he was currently stationed at. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. I timed it once. Running it took 5 minutes and 3 seconds. The sound of Z's diesel motor came closer and closer, and soon I could hear his exhaust as well as see his headlights. I idly wondered why he was in that and not on his motorcycle, but I couldn't ask him. That would give away that I paid attention to his comings and goings, and I didn't want him to think that I cared. The headlights turned, and suddenly the track where I was sitting was illuminated, and I could definitely see that the alleged skunks were indeed skunks. There were also 5 of them, not 4. I wasn't sure if they were in spraying distance. Was 6 feet within spraying distance, but they were too close for comfort. When the lights from Z's truck hit them, they scrambled backward. One even brushed against my leg in his haste to get away, and I felt more than heard the whimper leave my throat. A minute or so later, the lights to the stadium were flipped on, and not only could I see, but I could see well. Z came down the bleachers 2 at a time as he watched me. Now that the lights were on, I had the courage to turn to see where the skunks were headed. I found them at least 30 yards away, all in the middle of the field, huddled up next to the 50-yard line that had been spray-painted pink for breast cancer awareness. I scrambled up to my feet just as Z made it to the bottom of the bleachers and then hopped over the railing as if it was nothing. He landed lively on the track, and that was when I got my first look at Z in his sweatpants. Today was the first true cold day of fall. At a brisk 49 degrees, I had been excited as hell to finally run without sweating so badly that I couldn't run like I wanted. Had I thought about the other added benefits of it being this cold out? No. But now that I was seeing Z in sweatpants headed my way, I realized that not only was it hoodie season, it was also sweatpants season. Jesus Christ. I swallowed hard and tried to get control of my thoughts, even though all I wanted was to continue to stare at Z's dick that was swinging away inside his loose sweats. "Why do you have a key to the lights?" I asked curiously. Something took off out of my peripheral vision and I tensed. He shoved the keys into his pocket as he watched the 5 skunks run toward the open gate where he'd parked his truck. "Because I run here quite a bit, and I know the maintenance man." He paused. "Why are you running with it so dark?" He didn't look happy to know that I was running here at all, but especially since it was so dark. I shrugged and bent down to stretch, no longer in the mood to run, but knowing I really had no choice. "Because if I don't run now, this early, I won't have time to run later," I told him. "I have to get 2 short and 2 long runs in during the week before work, but today is my really long run. I'll be about 2 hours. If I don't get up and run at 4, I won't be done in time for the Saturday viewings." I had no idea why I was explaining this to him. Why was it his business anyhow? "How many miles are you doing today?" he asked, eyeing me skeptically. 12, I said. "Next week I'm going for the full half marathon." He grunted something out and then looked at his watch. "If you run for 2 hours, that puts you at 7:30 at this point," he mused. "Is that enough time? I know the viewing is at 8. Everybody in the freaking county was going. The governor's son may not have been well-liked. He was creepy as hell. But the governor wasn't. He was actually a really sweet guy. "Garina, my part-time employee, is there to get everyone started," I told him as I stood up straight. "Thanks for coming to the rescue, but I have to start." He gave me a chin lift, and with nothing left to do, I started to run. I didn't see him as I made my way around the track the first time, and it was on my 4th that I realized the reason I didn't see him was because he'd made his way up to the top of the bleachers and had made himself at home in the alcove of the announcer stand. He was huddled up in himself, phone light illuminating his face, just sitting there. Honestly, it would have been creepy had I arrived and that had been where he was sitting. But knowing it was him, as well as knowing he'd only stayed because of me, made me feel somewhat comforted. I say somewhat because I was still freaked out that he'd stayed. It was awkward, to say the least. The 2 of us really didn't get along, and even more, we'd shared a really awkward night 3 nights ago, and I wasn't sure where to go from there. Did I acknowledge that we'd had sex? Did I ignore it? Did we do it again? Because I really, really wanted to do it again. The more that I thought about that night together, the more I realized how right that it had felt. How not upset I was about where we'd ended up, even if I didn't exactly remember getting to that point. I may not like the man, but that didn't mean that I couldn't have sex with him. These thoughts drifted through my mind as I ran, and as the darkness slowly started to fade and the sun began to rise, I realized that maybe I should just ask him. Maybe I should straight up confront him, ask him where we went from there, and see what he had to say. Z was honest to a fault, even when he didn't like where the honesty would take him. Though just saying, he'd never had a single problem being honest with me. In fact, I knew he enjoyed telling me like it was. I stopped on mile 6 for a drink of water, and then continued before I could get too comfortable with being idle. It was at mile marker 11 that he came down the bleachers. He must have been paying more attention than I was because I couldn't keep track of my distance once I got past a certain point. Usually it was about 10 to 15 laps that I started forgetting. At some point, he must have turned the lights to the stadium off because it was on the last lap that the lights slowly started to dim out of existence, leaving me running the last 400 meters in the early dawn light. I came to a stop at the table where I kept my things, then felt that deep burn of my muscles finally realizing that I wasn't going to force them to go any farther. "You good?" I heard rumbled. Panting, I looked up and nodded. "Yes." "Good," he grunted. "Next time you run this early, let me know and I'll come turn on the lights." Then he turned on his heels and walked away. It was as he was reaching the fence that the words came out of my mouth unwillingly. "Thank you," I muttered. Thanking him was like pulling fingernails. Sure, he'd come to my rescue this morning. Sure, I'm going to be on time to work for a very important client because of him. Sure, I should have probably said more than just thank you. Yet, nothing more would come out. Mostly because I could remember all those times that he wasn't so nice to me. Like just last week when he saw me running down the side of the road, and it had just rained. I'm fairly sure he went out of his way to cross traffic, get into the closest lane, and hit that water puddle that not only drenched me from head to foot, but also made me smell like a stinky, stagnant pond. Then there was 4 weeks ago when he'd walked into Schubert's, the ice cream shop in front of me. Schubert's made bomb-ass ice cream that tasted divine, especially the cookie dough one that I'd gone in there specifically for. Except Z had gotten there before me, ordered what I knew he didn't like as well as a cone for himself, and walked out the door. When I'd gotten up to the counter and tried to order the cookie dough, it was to find out that Z had literally just ordered the biggest cone he could, just so he could get the last of it. When I turned with a glare on my face, it was to find Z grinning his ass off, waiting for me to turn around. Once I did, he deliberately threw the ice cream cone straight to a pack of crows that liked to frequent the back patio, waiting for little kids to make a mess. They descended on it in seconds and had it devoured before the thought of, "I'm still going to eat it," could cross my mind. Needless to say, uttering the words "thank you" to the man took a lot of inner strength on my part, because if there was one person in this world that was an asshole supreme, it was Ezekiel McGrew. At least when it came to me. Z turned at hearing my words and gave me a level look. "It was only self-preservation on my part," he admitted. "I know damn well and good that you'd have still gone to work, and I have to be there myself. Unfortunately." I wondered if he tacked on that "unfortunately" for my benefit or the governor's kid's benefit. Either one would have worked when it came to Ezekiel. "Whatever," I muttered, knowing he could hear me. "Thanks anyway." He shrugged. "Go get your shower. You stink." Then he was gone, going to his still-running diesel. It was only when I was halfway across the field, heading to where I parked my car on the opposite side of the track, that I heard the high-pitched squeal come from something inhuman, and a roar of outrage comes from Ezekiel. I didn't even make it back to the car before the smell hit me.
Chapter 5. Why do we get dressed up for Thanksgiving when we never go anywhere? We get dressed just to walk around our kitchen. Z's secret thoughts. Z. I can't breathe. Liner, one of the Bare Bottom Guardians MC members, whined. I looked over at Liner, who looked off somehow, though his offness didn't stem from the stench that even I could smell radiating off me. Just fucking pour the goddamn tomato juice, I grumbled. Jesus fucking Christ. Liner had been the only man on hand at the time of the skunking, though I should have fucking forced Jubilee to take care of it, and he'd gone to the bulk supply store and had bought every single fucking can they'd had. There'd been 50 on a pallet, and he'd bought the whole damn pallet, just in case. Sorry, but it's killing me, he said. I can no longer feel my face. I grunted out a reply. You should be on the receiving end of it, I muttered darkly. I've been nauseous for the last hour. Honestly, though being sprayed by a skunk sucked balls, I was glad that it hadn't happened to Jubilee. If it had happened to her, she might have started to puke. She was very sensitive to smells and always had been. Smells also sent her into a downward spiral that usually ended up with her being sick as a dog with a migraine for days on end. Here goes, Liner muttered. Then the first large can of tomato sauce was poured over my head. The sauce coated me from shoulders to chest and then started to fall down to my feet where I was standing in the middle of a kiddie pool. I started to rub the sauce into my skin, trying to be very thorough in my application. Should have got a woman over here to do this, Liner muttered. It's fucking weird as hell. A grown man rubbing another grown man's back spreading in tomato sauce. I agreed. Yet I didn't have anyone else to help me, so I was taking what I could get. Appreciate you doing this, Liner, I muttered darkly. I didn't know who else to call that wouldn't be either working or on their way to work. Liner worked for the power company as a lineman. He was also on call 24/7, 365 days a year, since he was the supervisor of supervisors. However, those days that it wasn't raining, he was at home sitting on his ass, being fat and happy. When a big storm rolled through, though, even the big boss got his hands dirty. It helped that his father owned the power company. Technically, if he didn't want to get out in it, he wouldn't have to. His father didn't any longer. But Liner never missed a day when he was needed. Kind of like right now. He may not have appreciated the smell, the hilarity of the issue he definitely didn't miss, but he was there because he knew he was needed. Don't forget to rub it in your hair, Liner noted when he reached for the next can. The next turn I had it in my hair, running down my face and curling around my ears. Your hair's gonna be red, man, Liner noted. I grimaced. Maybe nobody will notice. Your hair's a nice strawberry blonde, someone said from behind me. I turned to see Jubilee standing there looking too smug for her own good, wearing a slight grimace at the smell that still clung to parts of me. It was better than it was, but still pretty bad. They said that the more baths that you took in the tomato sauce, the better it got. Since I'd only had 2 in the shit before I'd been required to be at the funeral, I knew I fucking stunk. And it was all because of the woman standing in front of me. I narrowed my eyes at her and let her know that I wasn't happy with her. Go away, I muttered, before I force you to do something you won't like. Her brows rose. I'm fairly sure you've already forced me to do something I didn't like at some point in my life. In fact, now that I say that, I can think of 2 right off the top of my head. I crossed my arms over my chest and glared at her. Name them. She flicked up her finger and said, Number 1, the night that I was going to go eat with my prom date and you wouldn't let me leave. You forced me into your car instead and drove me home even though I didn't want to leave. That prom date was taking you to a hotel, not out to eat. And he had roofies in his pocket to ensure that he got what he wanted. Something that you'd been quite vocal about not sharing during high school. I felt it prudent to point out. She gave me a level look. What I failed to see is why you sent me home. She pouted. I was trying to have fun and you ruined it. There were 6 guys there that had already spiked the punch. You drank like 6 glasses of it in less time than it took most of them to drink 1. I continued. She shrugged. Whatever. What was the other instance? I asked almost reluctantly. Her eyes narrowed. Why are you talking to me anyway? She asked. You've talked to me more in the last week than you have in the last 16 years. That was true. I had. And I also couldn't tell you why. Something was just telling me to seek her out, and I had no other recourse but to do my brain's bidding or risk causing my brain to fuck up. It had already messed with my ability to make rational decisions, such as sitting at the track for 2 hours watching her run instead of going back to my comfortable chair and sitting in the warmth. "The other instance," I pushed. She sighed. "When you kissed me in 2nd grade," she answered. I remembered the instance perfectly. Sometimes she just made me so fucking mad, though, that it was easier to kiss her or strangle her. My 10-year-old brain had decided that kissing her was the way to go, especially since her father and mine were standing right beside us at the time. We'd been at a school awards ceremony, and Jubilee and I had been chosen for awards. Though we'd both been in different grades, it had been for the same award. Needless to say, when we got on stage, I'd been reluctantly watching everything Jubilee did. It was a habit bred into me to protect. Jubilee had been dancing back and forth, unable to stay still, and had almost walked her ass right off the front of the stage. I'd caught her just as her foot started to go over, and just like that, I'd lost my patience, and I'd kissed her. My dad liked to say that Anne-Marie hadn't been the one for me, that Jubilee had, but I'd never agreed with him. Anne-Marie was like a calm, cool wind rolling off the shore of a lake, a nice, refreshing breeze in the middle of a summer heat wave. Jubilee, though, she was like a riptide, ready to pull you under when you least expected it, or the 4 o'clock sun of the hottest Texas day. "I see that your ex is here," Jubilee continued. I didn't bother to look over at her. I clocked Zuri the moment she'd arrived with her new man. "Noted that," I muttered, arms crossed tightly over my chest. "Fucking BJ's here, too." Her head whipped around to start scanning the room. "Where?" I raised an arm and hooked my thumb over my shoulder. "That way, near the mayor." "Huh," she said, sounding amused. "Can't have that now, can we?" Then she was gone, heading purposefully in the direction of the 3 individuals. I rolled my eyes. Jubilee really did hate Zuri, and Zuri hated Jubilee in kind. I really did know how to pick them, because Zuri had hated not only my MC but my jobs. All of them. She hated that I worked for Life Flight. She hated more that I was a deputy for the county sheriff, and don't even get me started about my stupid garage tattoo studio. "Since when do you have red hair?" I turned to see Jubilee's best friend, Turner, staring at me with curiosity. "Since I saved Jubilee from a family of skunks today, only for them to make a home underneath my truck and wait for me to come back. The moment I got to my truck, they sprayed me. That shit's gonna smell for years." I shook my head. "Luckily, the bitch is old." "You or the truck?" Turner asked. I snorted. "Why are you here?" I asked. "I thought you were sick." She shrugged. "I get that way sometimes," she admitted. "I had stomach surgery when I was a teenager, and it goes through bouts of being finicky about what goes into it." I nodded once in understanding. "Not that I really needed to give you any reason as to why I was here," she countered. I rolled my eyes. Turner and Jubilee were so much like each other sometimes that it hurt. I'd unwillingly gotten another person to take care of when Turner had moved into Jubilee's life. She never missed a chance to give me a hard time either, which I kind of liked, seeing as she was protective of her friend. I was protective of her friend, too, even though we had a much different relationship than she had with her friend. "Solid burn, Branch," Castile muttered. I looked over at Cass and blinked, trying not to laugh at him quoting an animated movie or wondering why he'd even seen that particular movie. "What are you doing here?" Castile and the governor's son, Rylan Newman, hadn't gotten along in the least. Rylan was a creepy motherfucker that didn't miss a chance to share his creepiness with the town. Inappropriate to stand too close to someone in line at the grocery store? Rylan did it. Odd for Rylan to offer a kid standing by himself at a park some candy? Yep, so fucking Rylan. Inappropriate touching every time he talked to a woman? Yep, that almost got Rylan's hand ripped off. Castile's ex-wife, Cher, also happened to be his sister. Oh, and the governor happened to be her father. "I'm working the case," he muttered darkly. "I'd rather kill myself." I didn't doubt that for an instant. If there was anyone in this world that you didn't want to be around, it was Cher. Castile and Cher got along like oil and water, and if they were within spitting distance, that was literally what happened. Spit. Because Cher couldn't stop herself from spewing venom in the form of words at her ex-husband. Castile, for the most part, was fairly civil when it came to Cher. But the moment that Cher started to bring out too much bullshit and fling it at him, it was like he couldn't help himself. He had to respond. "Both Zuri and BJ are here," I muttered. "I feel your pain." Castile's eyes scanned the area much as Jubilee's had the moment before. Then his lips twitched at something he saw. "It looks like Jubilee's trying to sell Zuri a casket." Castile grinned. "And the mayor is just playing right into her hand." I snorted. "I'm fairly sure Jubilee hates Zuri just as much as Zuri hates Jubilee," I muttered. "I'm not sure why Zuri hates her," Castile observed. "It's not like you and Jubilee have anything going on." That was true. Well, just that one night. I don't have any feelings for her. I don't even like her. What we did have was a healthy understanding that despite our differences, we'd always be there for each other. I don't have to like her to watch over her, right? Zuri had hated that I looked out for Jubilee. Zuri wanted my utter and total devotion, something that she'd never get because I owed my loyalty to a lot of people, not just Jubilee. However, saying that, I paid a lot closer attention to Jubilee based solely on the fact that I wanted to. There was really no other reason than that. "What's that smell?" Castile suddenly murmured. Before I could answer, the music for the funeral changed. "Gotta go," Castile said. "I want to sit in the back and watch everyone that comes and goes. If I don't hurry, those assholes are going to claim my seat." Those assholes were actually a couple of elderly gentlemen that were already more than halfway to the seats under question. Castile easily went around them, made it to the seat, and sat in it before the other 3 men could make it. And since there were 3 of them, and there were only 2 seats available, they had no other choice but to go to the next row up. "He's just as much of an asshole as you are," Jubilee muttered as she walked up to us. Before I could respond, she was gone once again, and I was watching her go. She stopped to talk to a man that had been holding the doors open for the entering people, and then departing, not just the room, but the building itself. Curiosity getting the better of me, I glanced around and wondered if I'd be missed. Probably not. The viewing had been held the night before, which I'd gone to. I'd also made my presence known to the governor and Castile's ex-wife, sharing my condolences for a second time in as many days. What was the objective of staying at this point? Plus, I really, really hated the smell that was rolling off of me. Instead of staying like I probably should have, I walked out of the room just as the man Jubilee had spoken with started to close the doors. I nodded at him as I slipped out, and then nodded at an attendant that was directing traffic at the front. There were 4 other funerals going on at the same time. Seemed like it was a popular time to die in Bear Bottom. Once I got outside, I glanced around, finding no sign of her. Thinking that I should probably just go home instead of looking for the girl that I knew I shouldn't want but did, I halted on the top steps for a few long seconds. Long enough for me to see Jubilee bopping around on a swing across the street at the park. Before I could rethink my decision, I walked in her direction, not stopping until I arrived at her side. "Jesus," Jubilee said when she caught sight of me. "Even out here the smell is overwhelming." She looked almost nauseated at the smell, so I took pity on her and went to the merry-go-round that was about 8 feet away from her and took a seat on the rough, dirty metal. "Why are you out here?" I asked. She shrugged. "It seems rude to attend a man's funeral that I'm kind of happy about no longer being here." I couldn't blame her. When Rylan had moved in next door to her, I'd literally almost shit a brick. I'd been doing everything in my power to convince him to move, short of physically relocating him myself. I didn't like him being anywhere near anybody I knew, especially Jubilee. True, I admitted. That's what I thought too. But I was forced to go because my boss couldn't make it. He's out passing a kidney stone. It was either go or listen to him bitch when he got back. She grunted something that I couldn't hear, but I didn't bother asking her to repeat it. I didn't need to hear the words to know that she agreed with me. I think the only thing that's bothering me at this point was that he was hacked up with an axe while I was sleeping next door, she murmured. I mean, I didn't even hear him scream. That was true. Having something bad happen to someone right next door had to be scary, especially for a woman who lived on her own. What would you have done if you had? I questioned. I highly doubt you would have been able to do much more than call 911, seeing as the first hack of that axe straight up killed him. She wrinkled her nose. I know. I watched the autopsy being performed. A little over a year ago, Jubilee hadn't thought that her life was hectic enough, so she decided to build on to her mortuary, allowing a certified pathologist to be able to perform autopsies here, instead of us shipping the bodies that died of unnatural causes off to bigger cities to perform them. I supposed one of the perks of having that sort of thing going on in your own building meant that you got special considerations, such as getting to watch the autopsies performed. That's interesting, I finally said. She snickered. You couldn't sound any less enthused about my life. I shrugged. I'm more of an alive person than a dead person. I can't find anything interesting about people once they've kicked the bucket, I explained. You shouldn't want to investigate his cause of death, she said. That requires being around dead people, so to speak. I snorted. I see where you're coming from, but saying that, it doesn't actually require me to be around the dead person. Only the person's life before they were dead. We're not comparing apples to apples. Jubilee suddenly yawned, and I had the sick feeling that she could open her mouth pretty wide enough for me to shove my dick inside. She closed her mouth, and I turned away from her and went to the swing that was at her side. Sitting down, I sat in silence for a few long moments before saying, I think that what was done to that man was done because he was a sick fuck. But you should still be careful. That means no more running at 4 a.m. without someone around to watch over you. She turned her face to mine. And you're volunteering? Why? Why would you all of a sudden care? Is it because you fucked me and think that somehow entitles you to take care of me? Is that why you're being so nice? Because if I'm being honest, I'm kind of worried here. I've never seen you be nice in your life, at least not to me. And I like it that way. My lip curled at her in disgust. You think that I like taking care of you? I don't. I think you're spoiled. I wish you had never followed me here, and you're a painful reminder of what I lost. She looked away. I immediately felt like shit for the words that had come out of my mouth, but I couldn't spit out an apology to save my life. That, and I wasn't sure there was anything to apologize for. It was the truth. She was a painful reminder of what I'd lost. When Anne-Marie had died, I'd been 18 and she'd been 15. Sure, that was young in the grand scheme of things, but I missed her every single day. I also missed Eitan just as much. And if I were being honest, I did blame Jubilee for us being out there in the first place. If she hadn't gone outside all half-cocked like she always did when she got pissed, we might have been inside having the conversation when the lightning had struck. You're blaming me right now, she said softly. Her eyes were on me, or more particularly my fingers. I'd been absently running my fingers along the raised scars that ran down the length of my forearm, the same ones that matched the ones on Jubilee's opposite forearm. When we'd all been struck by that lightning, Jubilee had been struck at the back of her hand. It had traveled all the way through her body into mine, where I'd been holding on to her, and out through my opposite forearm. Where the Lichtenberg figures had started on her left hand and traveled upward, they continued all the way across her shoulder blades to mine, and then down my right arm, stopping just at the tip of one fingertip. They were scraggly, jagged scars that resembled a tiny lightning strike, or even a snowflake pattern, all the way across our bodies. Mine was a very light shade of pink, whereas Jubilee's appeared a much deeper shade of purple due to her skin color. "We shouldn't have allowed you to go outside," I said softly. "Aton should have handled that better."
Chapter 6. You're not allowed to play the lottery. You hit the jackpot when you found me. Jubilee's secret thoughts. Jubilee. Aton should have handled that better was an understatement. Aton had announced before my departure from the McGrew house that he no longer wanted to see me if I couldn't get along with his brother. Me being pissed off because his goddamn brother, Z, had been terrorizing me over my terrible grades. I hadn't been able to take it anymore. At least that day, seeing as I was on the verge of failing not just a class but the grade itself. I hadn't been very understanding. I'd been pissed and annoyed that Aton would once again side with his brother over me. And I just wanted to go home to cool off before things could go farther south. Before things were said that couldn't be taken back. I mean, once or twice, taking your brother's side in an argument, sure, that's understandable. He's your brother. But I wasn't a wimp. I could handle my own, and for me to say something at all meant that it was really bad. Which I'd tried to convey to Aton multiple times. But there was only so much terrorizing one could handle before they had enough. Consequently, that day had been the day that enough had been enough, and I'd left. Unfortunately, all of them had followed, even my perfect sister who had stayed quiet just like she always did when Aton and Ezekiel teamed up against me. I hadn't been in a very good mood, and that had shown the minute they'd all followed me outside in the pouring rain. Thinking back now, I knew that being outside in that storm hadn't been the best of ideas in the first place. The storm itself had already been producing tornadoes all over the state from the moment that it had appeared. By the time it had reached us, the storm hadn't abated in intensity, but grown. The lightning was going crazy, and the sky was so dark that it appeared to be night, even though it was 4 in the afternoon. I felt my stomach start to churn just like it always did when I thought about that night. My actions, at least peripherally, had caused 2 people to die. My sister and my boyfriend. I didn't think that there would ever come a time that I didn't, at least a little bit, blame myself. But I hadn't been the one to stop me underneath the biggest goddamn tree in the neighborhood. Z had. "You blame me just as much as I blame you," Z pointed out. "Let's just agree to disagree." I stopped swinging and allowed the heels of my black knee-high boots to drag in the soft dirt underneath the swings. I didn't reply to him, though. What would be the point? This was an old argument, one that served no purpose to bring up again. But since he was in the mood for it, I'd willingly offer him the fight he was so obviously searching for. "Fine. I do blame you," I blurted. "If you'd had just given me a fucking break, left me the hell alone and not messed with me all the goddamn time, then I wouldn't have had to tell Aton that I didn't want to see him anymore." Z narrowed his eyes. "You're blaming your breakup with my brother on me. Am I hearing that correctly?" "Yes," I said. "I'm blaming it on you. If there was ever a time that Aton had to choose, or Anne-Marie for that matter, they always chose you, always. Why is that?" He clenched his jaw tightly shut for a few long seconds before saying, "Because you are a bitter shrew." I laughed. "You're so fucking full of it." I wasn't a shrew. I was pissed that you always got them to be on your side. Do you know what that's like? Not only did Anne-Marie always pick you, but so did Aton. It was like I was a fourth wheel. He sighed. You weren't a fourth wheel. And they chose your side, too. I shook my head. No, they really didn't, I told him. If there was a side to be had, yours always was the one chosen by them. Our parents, though, they usually knew when it was me being bad or when it was you. Whatever, he snorted. You're making shit up now. I just shook my head, more than aware that the conversation would be degrading from here. Why are you talking to me anyway? I asked. I have no idea, he admitted. I stood up from my swing and started to head back to the mortuary. Well, do me a favor. The next time you think you may want to talk to me, that is, don't. With that, I walked away and managed not to look back. Chapter 7. How to Have the Perfect Body While Eating Like a Fat Piece of Shit. Books I Wish Someone Would Write. Jubilee. Turner, I whined, this better be good. Not Turner, my father grumbled. It's me. I thought we were meeting for breakfast. I cursed and threw the covers off of my body and sat up on the side of the bed to catch my equilibrium. What time is it? I asked through a yawn. It's 10 past when you said you'd meet us here, he informed me. Get a move on. Then he was gone, leaving me staring at my black bedroom wall and wondering if maybe I could skip just this one time. A text came through moments later, letting me know that if I skipped, I'd regret it. Snickering, I got up, slipped my feet into my black combat boots, thank God I got cold last night and wore clothes to bed, and headed to the bathroom. Once I'd brushed my teeth and used the facilities, I was out the door and heading to our usual early morning dining spot. Arriving in record time, a whopping 8 minutes from the time I hung up with him, I headed to our usual booth, smiling when I saw my dad's face. That smile dropped off the moment I saw the other man in the booth across from him. Nice to see you cleaned up, Z muttered, eyeing my attire. I looked down at my black leggings with skulls on them, and at the black shirt that I'd stolen from him the night that I wouldn't be talking about ever again. I immediately felt a blush rise over my face. I hadn't realized he was going to be there, or I might have changed. At least the shirt, anyway. Nice to see that you managed to peel yourself away from all your duties to have breakfast with your father, who drives 8 hours to come see you, I shot right back. Z narrowed his eyes. It's not my fault they go on runs that take them through my neck of the woods at random and expect me to show up when I'm at goddamn work. Children, Gordon groaned. Why do we always have to do this? I sneered at Z before scooting into the booth beside my dad. Dad threw his arm around me and pulled me in tight to his chest. Having always been a daddy's girl, I laid my head down on the leather of his vest and closed my eyes, at peace despite the demon of a man sitting directly across from me. How's work going, baby? Dad asked. I opened my eyes and my gaze caught on Z's. Z's father chuckled, having seen the glare. I curled my lip up at him too, but answered my father anyway. It's going well. I might have to hire more staff soon if it keeps doing as well as it has been, I told him. Turner already threatens to quit once every few days because I have her doing so much. Turner's a pain in the ass, Z said. You need to find someone that doesn't cause more trouble than she fixes. I could see why he'd think that. Turner was a pain in the ass sometimes, but that was because she was misunderstood. People hated her because she came off as a bitch. Well, she was a bitch. Hell, I was a bitch at times, too. But Turner had that RBF, rest in bitch face, mastered to a fine art. She also didn't talk to people unless she felt like it, and there were times that I definitely reconsidered having her in the front of the funeral home to work the desk and phones on those rare occasions that she was up there. Luckily, that happened seldom, and I'd never gotten too bad of a complaint about her. I like Turner, I told him, and she is good at her job. I just need to find someone with more responsibility.
I have a suggestion,
Gordon muttered.
Got a buddy that lives in Kilgore. His daughter is in Hostel, Texas right now working at the police station. However, she wants to move back up here to further her degree and get away from her ex.
Who is it? I asked, reaching for the glass of water that had been placed on the table.
That's mine,
Z said. I ignored him and took a hefty swallow, causing him to narrow his eyes. He gritted his teeth and held himself immobile, even though I knew that he'd rather reach forward and smack the glass straight out of my hand.
Her name is Katie Roberts,
Gordon continued, as if his son wasn't pissed off that I was drinking his water.
She was dating a game warden down there and things went south. She's ready to get gone and she's looking for a job. She's overqualified as fuck, though, seeing as she's almost got her doctorate degree in science or some shit.
And she's moving? I asked. Wouldn't you think she'd like to finish that shit before she moved?
The majority of it, from what I understand, is online. She's got like a single year left of clinical rotations to receive her certifications, he said. But when Luke was talking about it, he made it sound like she had a shit ton on her plate. Might be nice just to have something simple like working phones.
I thought about that and realized that he was probably right. Tell him to give her my number, I suggested. Tell her she can call me whenever, unless it's like 3 a.m. I don't do 3 a.m. well. Z scoffed. I narrowed my eyes. Okay, so I could do 3 a.m. just fine when Z was fucking me, but that was seriously the only time I could. Not that I'd ever bring that up, even though Z didn't seem to be under the same moral code as I was.
But you can do 4 o'clock in the morning just fine?
Z asked. I frowned, feeling stupid all of a sudden for thinking that his train of thought strayed toward our one night of whatever the hell it was. Shut your face, I muttered darkly.
Why are you up at 4?
My dad asked. I was thinking of a lie good enough to pass off as the truth when Z continued without a care in the world to how bad it was going to piss my dad off.
She was running at the track in the pitch-black darkness with a barely-there light that illuminated like 1/10 of the track,
Z explained. See, here's the thing about my dad. Pete Cope was a Marine for 30 years. When he got out of the Marines, he became a security officer, and not just a security officer for the mall. No, a security officer for people like senators and governors and movie stars, though my dad didn't so much like the movie stars. Apparently, they weren't as open to following orders as other people. And he didn't like when his clients didn't trust him implicitly. And what all that boiled down to was that my father was extremely security conscious. When I'm talking security conscious, I mean, if my father didn't blow a gasket right now, it'd be a goddamn miracle. His body stiffened underneath me, and I closed my eyes, counting to 10 for patience. I got to 7 before my dad exploded.
You were doing what?
Dad bellowed. I sighed and pulled away from him, then kicked Z under the table, offering him a glare.
Some fucking guy hacked your neighbor up, and you think it's a good idea to go to the track at 4 a.m. and practically offer yourself up as a virgin sacrifice?
My father asked. I hissed at him. I'm not a virgin. Anymore. Thanks to the asshole that was currently rubbing his shin and looking at me funny.
Since when?
Dad asked. I scrunched up my nose. I'm not talking about this.
It's a new development. Or I'm sure my wife would have shared with me the momentous news, he teased.
I hated him. I seriously hated him. A few years ago, my mother and I had it out because she wanted me to stop being so overly cautious and live. Me, being the product of my father's upbringing, had been quite overly cautious of who I dated.
My dad had instilled in me that not only do you need to be careful of who you date, but I was also to be careful about who I let in. Mainly because of what he did for a living, but ultimately because he cared about his daughter and didn't want his daughter ending up with some loser. And I'd taken that to heart. Though I'd dated, I hadn't found anybody that I'd be willing to share my life with that in depth, meaning I wasn't willing to just give my virginity up all willy-nilly to random strangers. As for what happened with Z, that I had no explanation for. I was blaming my inebriated state, but if I was being honest, it was likely due to the fact that I'd always had a thing for Z. Even way before I started dating Aton or Anne-Marie dated Z. Though that thing died a dramatic death the moment that Z looked at me and called me a gross girl when he was 9 and I was 6. Though, that'd be a lie. Nothing had ever ended for me. Not when I was 6, not when I was 14, and certainly not now. I had a thing for Z. There, I was admitting it. I had a huge thing for Z, and I felt guilty for having this thing. I felt guilty that I was alive to have a thing for him, and my sister, who had originally been with him, wasn't. In the beginning, it had been because Z had terrorized me to no end. Then it had been because he'd been with my sister. Now it was because my sister had died, and I shouldn't want the things I wanted with him. Should I? Was that bad? I just didn't know. Why are we talking about this? I muttered darkly. How about we talk about how you ran in the dark with no one knowing where you were, offering your body up to any man that was bad enough to take it, he suggested. I scowled and lifted my eyes to see Z's trained on me. He was watching me with a weird look on his face that I knew meant he had questions. Questions like, did I take your virginity? I looked away and up to my father. I'm an adult. I had a knife and a light. I was okay. The knife isn't going to get you anywhere, he muttered. And what's a flashlight going to do for you? I shrugged. I didn't know. But it made me feel better to know that I had them in case I needed them. Next time you want to do something stupid like that, at least inform someone that you're going out and when to expect you back so they can raise the alarm if they don't hear from you, Dad muttered darkly. I sighed. Well, if it makes you feel better. Z volunteered himself every single Saturday for the foreseeable future. Gordon glanced at his son. You did that? Z shrugged. I knew that you'd kick my ass if something happened to her. I wanted to make sure that she didn't die on my watch. I'm not on your watch. I sat back and was about to continue to lay into him, but our food arrived, as well as my drink. I handed Z's empty glass back over to him and took a healthy swallow of my sweet tea. I groaned at the taste. God, that tastes good. I'm sure water would taste good, too, Z countered, signaling to the waitress who placed an egg white omelet in front of him. I gagged. That looks like snot with chunks of boogers in it, I told him. Z took a bite of his booger omelet and ignored me. I looked down at my waffle and practically purred. Reaching for the syrup, I drenched each and every hole with the good stuff and then handed it over to my dad, who took a small portion of it compared to me. Would you like some waffle with that syrup? Z asked, looking at me with humor filling his eyes. No, I said. This is the perfect proportions. Thank you for your concern, though. Gordon nodded at the waitress. Thank you, darling. The older waitress blushed at the look on Gordon's face. I rolled my eyes. Gordon was a habitual flirt. He just couldn't control himself when it came to the ladies. I cut into my waffle and started to stuff it into my face, groaning when the sweetness hit my tongue. God, this tastes so good, I mumbled around my food. I'm not supposed to see your food, Z said. Please control yourself. I narrowed my eyes at him but didn't say another word as I continued to eat my waffle, though I did moan a lot. I didn't look up at him the rest of the meal.
Z. Thanks for calling me, Pete said. And I'll stay long enough to get her alarm seen too. Plus the cameras will be taken care of too. He paused. As long as you can supervise for me while I keep her distracted. I grinned. I think I can do that. Good, he sighed. Now I gotta go do some groveling. She's pissed at me. I looked at where Jubilee's car had just disappeared out of the lot. That virgin sacrifice thing really set her off. I felt it prudent to point out. I'm not sure how you're going to convince her that this is a good idea. This being the security systems on both her house as well as her business. Her father winced. She was a virgin. I can't say that I'm happy to hear that she's not anymore. I frowned. What are you talking about? I asked. She's over 30 years old. And how the hell did we get on this subject? My father started to chuckle. Pete had her scared to death about possible awful people only using her for her money. Kid's been holding on to it for years. You don't remember Bertha losing her shit on her daughter when her daughter said that she was going to remain a virgin forever? My father asked. I looked from my father to Pete and back. I remember the two of them having a row, but I thought it was over Jubilee not wanting to have kids. That was part of the conversation, yes. Pete sighed and wiped his hands down his face. You see any men sniffling around her lately? Other than me, no. Well, keep an eye out, he suggested. If you do, I can come out here and introduce the punk to my fist. Inwardly, I winced. Will do. What time do you need me to check in on the work? Originally, I'd been planning on doing it, but Pete had decided that he had the right qualifications for it and had taken over. I'd been happy to allow him, as long as I had access to the cameras whenever I needed and could get to her if she needed me. Since I was the one living here, I didn't think that was too much to ask. I'll give you a call this evening when she heads into work, he muttered. I'm going to go with her to make sure everything is on the up and up. He paused. Have you heard anything about the person that murdered that weirdo? That weirdo being Jubilee's neighbor as well as the governor's son. No, I answered. But I know that they have quite a few people from multiple agencies working on it. Some kid from our department is working on it too, and we're not even in the same county that it happened. He grunted a reply. If you hear anything, I'd like to know. I nodded once. I know. And I did. I wouldn't keep secrets from him. Well, I would, but the one secret I was keeping from him wasn't something that I thought needed to be shared. Ever. Good. He lifted a chin to me. Have fun, I grunted in reply. For a few hours this morning, my father and I were going on a ride around the lake, and it'd take us about 2 hours. Plenty of time to get back here, as well as plenty of time on the bike that I was needing. I hadn't been on a good long ride since well before what I was now calling the incident. The incident being the night that I must have lost my wits and done things that never should have been done. Done things that I couldn't stop thinking about. Things with a person that annoyed the living shit out of me on a regular basis. You ready to ride, boy? Dad asked. I looked over at him and nodded, my eyes flicking one last time in the direction I'd last seen Jubilee. I was born ready, I informed him.
Chapter 8. Dear sweet baby Jesus, thank you for this cold front, and let all those mosquitoes die and go straight to hell where they belong. Jubilee's secret thoughts. Jubilee. Was all of this really necessary? I looked in disgust at all the cameras that I could now see around my office. At least the camera views, anyway. I hadn't been able to see the cameras at first as my dad walked with me into the parlor of the funeral home, which I'd been told was the point. It's necessary when there's a murderer going around your town and you live next to said person that he murdered, Dad said. But this is a funeral home, I said.
This isn't anything. Who would come here? The scariest thing that had happened here was a corpse letting off gas and scaring the shit out of me about 2 weeks ago. Dad winced. That's disgusting. You know how I don't like hearing that stuff. And he didn't. Really, he didn't. I didn't know what it was about preserving the dead that he didn't like, but Dad still refused to go into my mother's mortuary. Sure, he'd walk in the door and hang out in the lobby, but he didn't do corpses of any kind, which meant he didn't go to viewings. He didn't come down to help with the bodies, even though there were times that my mother had needed his help moving them. God forbid a problem arose in the basement where my mother did all of her work. My mother could be getting murdered by a zombie corpse, and my father would toss a gun down to her and tell her to handle it herself. I stretched my arms. How do you think you're going to be inspecting the cameras in the basement if you don't come look at them yourself? I teased. I really had no clue if that was why he was there, but I couldn't help but tease him about his fears. I got Gordon and Z for that, he answered. They're pulling up right now, as a matter of fact. They're going to do the ones down there, and I'm going to do the ones that don't have any dead people in the room. And then we're going to go eat dinner at Maynard's. I groaned. Maynard's? I whined. Really? Dad grinned his ass off. Yep. Sighing long and loud, I tilted my head in the direction of my office and said, I'll be downstairs. Text me when you're ready to go. Dad muttered something about fucking zombies and went to meet Z and Gordon outside. I chose to ignore him, and the man that made my heart skip a beat at the best of times, but made it stall in my chest when he was in leather and practically ran downstairs. I arrived to find Turner on the phone, looking haggard. Yes, sir. Turner tapped her forehead lightly on the edge of the desk. Yes, sir, that's the mahogany. Yes, sir, it is $8,000. Yes, no, I'm sorry, but I have no control over the price. If you feel that it's unfair, then you can take it up with the owner. I'm just the help. I snorted, causing Turner to look up so fast that her head lackly spun. Oh, you're in luck. The manager is right here. She paused and held out the phone for me to take. I did, placing it to my ear. Hello? I answered, grabbing onto Turner's shirt before she could make a mad dash toward the door. Is this the manager of Bare Bottom Funeral Home? The man asked. He sounded all hoity-toity, and I could imagine that was the first thing to set Turner's teeth on edge. Turner had something against men acting like they were superior, always had. Yes, sir, I answered, pinching the bridge of my nose. Is there anything more top-of-the-line than the mahogany casket pictured on your website? The man asked. I rolled my eyes. Yes, sir. We don't usually place those on the website, though. If you're interested in seeing different brands and pricing options, I can fax you over a comprehensive list of everything that we carry. However, the ones that are super top-of-the-line take 2 to 3 weeks to arrive, which most people didn't want to wait for, seeing as they were trying to get the funeral over with. It wasn't good to make dead people wait to be put to rest. At least not in my opinion. Wonderful, he sniffed. My fax number is... 5 minutes later, fax is sent. I turned to stare at Turner. You did remarkably well, I teased. She shrugged and leaned back in her chair, her hand hitting the computer monitor to reveal our newest client. It was a woman that had been in a car wreck. Her face was awful, and there was no doubt in my mind that she'd be a tough case. This the one where the fiancé wants to have an open casket and the parents don't? I questioned. One and the same, she confirmed. This is also the one in the news yesterday because her fiancé's brother was the one who caused the accident. The parents have custody of the girl's kid, and the fiancé is trying to get visitation rights, even though it's not his kid. I groaned. That sounds like a mess, and I'm sure it's going to get ugly here. That's always fun. It wasn't. Not at all. Drama followed death everywhere. In the time that I'd owned the funeral home, I'd had more than my fair share of problems arising from the fact that families couldn't agree even to disagree. I wanted drama like I wanted a hole in my head, but unfortunately, I didn't have much say in the matter. It wasn't my job to deal with their crap, but it was my job to fix the girl up, and I would. I'd make her pretty again, no matter what I had to do. Your aunt called as well. Turner pushed a Post-it note toward me. She said that she was hoping she could borrow you for a couple of days for a funeral for her family. She tried your mother, and she was too busy with a family of her own. She asked you to please call her back as soon as possible. I took the note from Turner's fingers and glanced at the name and number. Brittany, 404-4088. I sighed and picked the phone back up, dialing the number by heart. Hello? My Aunt Brittany answered, sounding out of breath. Hey. I paused. Why do you sound like you've been running? My aunt didn't run. She also didn't work out, had a gorgeous body, and her husband loved the shit out of her. I wanted her life, and her boobs. Because I had to heft 250 pounds of dead man from the gurney to the table. She paused. Please tell me you can come down for a day or two. I looked at the woman on the computer screen. I have one I have to do before I go. I paused and glanced at my watch. I can get my dad to ride with me halfway. He'll think it's fun. Oh, thank God, she breathed. I was really worrying here. The father wants to have the viewings next week while their family is in town, so they don't all have to go home, then turn around and come back. I have 3 kids, parents, and a grandmother. All that needs to be done by Monday morning. I mentally calculated how long it'd take me to do the one in my cooler, and then said, I can be there tomorrow morning as long as I have someone that'll ride with me. Can Uncle Cabe take me back? He should be able to, she answered. If not, I'll hire a cab. Thank you. After hanging up, I dialed my dad's phone and said, Hey, change of plans. I have to work today. Aunt Brittany needs my help with a few of her clients, and I have to get one done before I go in the morning. My dad made a few grumbles but didn't argue because my aunt had done that for my mother quite a few times. You could say being a mortician was the family business. My mom ran her own funeral home in Arkansas where she lived with my dad. My aunt also ran one in Bendon, Louisiana. My grandmother and grandfather had also run their business in Tuscaloosa for 50 years. I can't drive you, though. He paused. We need to see if we can find you someone else. I groaned. Why can't you? I drove, but I didn't drive long distances. I had a problem staying awake when I was in the car for any longer than 15 minutes since I'd been struck by lightning. Long car rides were practically torture for me. I took daily naps for 1 to 2 hours to try to circumvent my need to fall asleep in random places, and sometimes I even needed 2. Oh, and let's not forget still going to bed at or before 10 in the evening. Because they ran into a snag here for the system, he answered. I'm going to hang here for another day or 2. If you still need me, I can ride there when I'm done. I frowned. What kind of snag? The kind of snag that pisses me off, and now I feel like I need to make sure I stay and take care of it, he answered, without really answering my question. I groaned. Fine, I'll see if Turner can take me. She was already shaking her head. No can do. You need me here. I can't be driving you there and be here at the same time. She had a point. Well, I paused. Brittany did say that she could call me a cab. Don't worry about it, Dad mumbled. I'll figure something out. And he did. It just wasn't something that I liked.
Chapter 9. Italians don't measure seasonings. We just sprinkle and shake until the spirits of our ancestors say, Enough, child. Truth of life. Z. I couldn't believe I'd agreed to this. I don't see why I have to do this, I muttered darkly, staring at my father and Pete like they'd grown a second head. You saw the state of her porch, Pete said. It's a death trap. If we don't fix it, it's going to fall straight off the back of the house. I had seen it, in fact, and I agreed. Even her landlord agreed after a little persuasion. What I didn't agree to, however, was needing to take her all the way to Benton, Louisiana. Honestly, if it were my decision, she wouldn't be going at all. But it wasn't my decision, and despite the fact that I was a grown-ass man, I still did what my father wanted me to do, and this time it was taking the little she-devil all the way to Benton, 3 hours away, on the back of my bike. I'd have taken her in my truck, making sure that she didn't have to be plastered up against me, but apparently my father and Pete needed my truck to haul the wood needed for Jubilee's back porch, meaning I had no other choice. Just the thought of her having pressed up against me for hours on end was enough to send not only my dick into hyperdrive, but also my mind. I wasn't sure that I could handle having to deal with her ass for that long. Nor was I sure that I could stand to have her hands on me without making a move that I shouldn't be making. I did, I admitted. Are you scrapping the entire thing? Pete nodded once. Yep, there's no way to salvage it, it's fucked. I agreed to that, too. I'd been the one to nearly fall straight through it when I stepped out onto the piece of crap to see where it would be best to place a camera. When the entire thing had shifted underneath me, I'd immediately stepped back into the house and had called my father and Pete to come around to see the damage from underneath. Needless to say, I hadn't been surprised to hear that the porch was only being held on by just a few boards. Shit, I sighed. What do you think that'll take? 3, 4 days? 3, Pete rubbed his face. If you bring her home Sunday, that'll give us enough time to get started on it, and by the time she gets back, it'll be most of the way completed, and she won't have any other recourse but to allow us to finish. I had a feeling that it wouldn't be that easy, but chose to keep my truths to myself. If Pete thought he could get Jubilee to get over it, then I was going to hope for the best. I was going to plan for the worst, though, just in case. Gotta call into the station and tell them I'll probably need Monday off, I muttered. You do realize that this is my only weekend off for the entire month of October, correct? Dad grinned. You do realize, correct, that I don't give a flying fuck? I grunted out a go fuck yourself and walked away from both of the grinning idiots. The next 5 minutes I spent rescheduling appointments for tattoos, most of them for my club brothers, and calling into the sheriff's department and explaining that I wouldn't be there on Monday. No matter what they said, I had no doubt in my mind that I'd be there at least an extra day. 1, because I knew how Jubilee worked, and 2, because I knew how I worked. Jubilee and I separately, we were fairly normal, well-adjusted human beings. Together, we turned into teenagers again that hated each other and couldn't miss a chance to make the other one's life a living hell. Do your best to get along, too, Dad suddenly ordered. As long as you're the one to tell her that she's riding with me, I suggested. That way she can get all her bitching out before I get there. Rolling my eyes, I turned back around and hit end on my phone before shoving it into my pocket. Turns out her bitching wasn't over by the time I got there, or by the time she got where I was at, the diner. We'd decided to meet there for one last meal before we headed out. At least Pete and Gordon did anyway. There I was, already sitting in a booth, a glass of chocolate milk in front of me as well as a sketch pad when I heard Jubilee's arguing. I don't want to ride with him, Jubilee growled. I'd rather drive myself. I snorted, causing her attention to come to me. Her eyes went to my face first and then to the sketchbook that was in front of me before a sneer settled onto her face. How about you just go back to your drawings, Picasso? The adults are busy, she snapped. I grinned and went back to my sketch, not because she told me to, but because I was almost finished with it and I wanted to show it to Rome before we left so he could keep it and think about whether he wanted to have it permanently etched onto his skin or not. Rome's son Matthias had died of leukemia. The sketch I was working on was a memorial piece for his son, and also resembled the coffin that I'd also painted. One scene flowed into the other, and by the time I was finished, it would be taking up Rome's entire arm and snaking onto his back. I studiously ignored Jubilee's definite annoyance at the situation and finished up a few last-minute changes before Rome was set to arrive. At least, that was what I'd intended. Rome was never one to follow directions, though, and ended up arriving about 5 seconds after that thought had entered my mind. The door to the diner dinged, and as usual, I looked up just to make sure that nobody nefarious was entering without my awareness. Rome stood tall and proud in the doorway, his eyes on the crowd at the diner, taking everyone in at once. I lifted my hand at him to show him where I was, and he nodded his head in acknowledgement. Grinning like a fool, he headed our way and didn't stop or nod at anyone on his trek over. "Still got that pretty boy smile, I see," I joked as he strolled up. He offered me his hand, and I took it, giving him a good backslap before letting him go. "Still drawing like a little kid, I see," Rome teased right back. "Did you break one of your crayons?" He gestured toward the piece of charcoal I'd been using to sketch with. "I can go ask the hostess for another pack." Jubilee burst out laughing. I flipped her off. My father sighed. Rome grinned. "I just don't understand," Pete grumbled. "What's it going to take for y'all to get past this?" What it would take for us to get past this was a whole lot of time and likely death for both of us. There was no getting past this. It was just who we were at this point. I wasn't sure that it would be possible not to at least say that we hated each other. At this point, it was habit, without a lot of force behind it, and it was getting harder to say the expected dialogue. "You're asking a question that has no answer," Rome offered his 2 cents. "It's easier to just ignore." "Yeah," Pete grumbled. "Like that's been something we've been able to do over the last 20-plus years." I shrugged and gestured toward the table that was directly beside our booth. "Have a seat, I'm not quite done yet." I paused. "Have you eaten yet?" He nodded and pulled up the chair to the right of me, but paused before he sat. "You gonna sit, darling?" Rome asked cheerfully. It was weird seeing Rome happy. After his son died, or hell, even for the year that I'd known him while his son had lived, he hadn't been a happy person. Not that I blamed him for being unhappy. It wasn't every day that you had to live with the knowledge that your child would die and there wasn't a thing you could do to save him. Jubilee sighed and walked up to my side, gesturing for me to move over. "Move." I shook my head. "No. Crawl over." She glared. "Well, get out then." I already shook my head before she could even finish the sentence. "No." She growled in frustration and crossed her arms over her chest as if to say, "I'll stand here all damn day if I have to." And I would have let her. "Listen, emo queen," I told her tiredly. "My leg hurts and I don't want to get up. I hit my shin on something today as I was walking out of the house and it sends a shooting pain up to my balls when I walk on it. Just crawl the fuck over." She narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth, then shoved her hand into my face and pushed backward as she used it for leverage to crawl over me. I allowed it to happen. 1, because she smelled good. 2, because I knew if I allowed myself to think too hard, I might very well pull her down into my lap and kiss the living shit out of her instead of letting her move to the other side of me. 3, because I'd get her back later, where there were no witnesses to play referee. By the time she made her way to her seat at my side, Rome was laughing. Our fathers were not. I reached forward to snag my chocolate milk, only to find it gone. Turning my head accusingly in Jubilee's direction, I was unsurprised to find her sucking my drink down with little to no care in the world. "What the absolute fuck, Jubilee?" I growled. "Boundaries." She finished the delicacy off with a loud, mostly empty air burp, and then placed the glass back onto the tabletop in front of me. "Shit happens," she told me. Shit did indeed happen. More so for me when it came to her. "Show me what you have," Rome ordered. "I have to be at work in an hour, and I have to go by the laundromat and pick up my uniforms before I go." That explained the lack of uniform when I knew he needed to go to work. "Where do you work?" my father asked. "Rome works at the prison like a real man," Jubilee said, her nose stuck in the menu. "He doesn't play at being 8 different things." I rolled my eyes, then playfully reached up and flicked her nose. She swatted my hand away, but didn't stop reading her menu to retaliate. I turned back to my drawing, grinning like a loon at the smudge of dark that I left on the tip of her nose. She looked cute. "I work at the prison," Rome confirmed, grinning at Jubilee. She didn't pay him any attention as she carefully made her selection, studiously ignoring everyone else at the table as she did. She wasn't a happy camper, that I could tell right off the bat. But she wouldn't argue with Rome here, which was a relief. My head had been pounding since the skunk debacle, and for some reason Jubilee's particular octave that she hit when she argued made it throb. "Nice," my father said. "I'm Gordon. That one's father." He pointed to me. "And this is Pete. He's responsible for that one." He pointed at Jubilee, who flipped my father off without looking away from her menu. Rome's smile widened even further. I loathed showing him what I was working on and see that smile wiped off his face, but I didn't have a choice. It needed to be done, and I, unfortunately, had to drive Wednesday Addams hours away on the back of my bike shortly. "All right." I set the charcoal down and pushed the paper in Rome's direction. "What do you think?" I felt Jubilee's breasts press up against my arm as she leaned over and studied my work. But the words that I thought might leave her mouth didn't. I was glad. This wasn't a joking moment, and she seemed to sense that. Rome's smile did indeed wipe off his face as he stared at what I had for him. "This'll take up my whole arm?" he asked. "Yes," I confirmed. "And some of your back. It would normally take 7 or 8 hour-long sessions since I would split it up for the client's comfort. I can do the black outlining in about 2 to 3 sessions, then the color, followed up by the shading." I paused. "We can do it all in one day. It's just gonna hurt like a bitch, and it'll take 8 to 12 hours. He studied the picture silently. "I like what you did there with the baby dragon," Jubilee said softly from beside me. "Is that Astrid?" Astrid was Rome's new daughter. Her pitch-black hair and muddy brown gold eyes would be the same shade on Rome's back as they were in real life. I nodded once and saw Rome swallow hard out of the corner of my eye. I decided to look in Jubilee's direction to give the man a few moments to compose himself. "I stole a scene from the movie, kind of, where they're all riding back from the dragon killer," I said. "The lightning in that particular scene was intense, and I thought it'd look great on his back. I added the white dragon and the baby dragon, though, despite them not being in that particular movie." "He would have adored that third movie," Rome croaked. "I love it, man." "When do we start?" I sat back in my chair and pulled the drawing back toward me. "I have to take Wednesday Addams to Benton, Louisiana for a few days. When I get back, I'll have a day or two before I have to be back at work. Or, if you're up for a road trip, you can follow me down there. I have a guy down there that lets me use his shop when I come that way for business with the big boss. I'd be more than happy to do it there." Rome nodded. "I'll see what Izzy has planned. And if there's nothing going on, I'll come over for the day." He pulled out his phone. "I know you don't usually like sharing your work, but do you mind if I send a picture to Izzy? She's going to fucking love it." He wiggled his phone in my direction. I pushed the paper toward him. "Sure." Even though it wigged me out to have it happen, I let him do it. I always let them do it. It still made me curious as hell to see that people actually liked my work enough to allow me to permanently tattoo it to their bodies. "You know," Jubilee said offhandedly, "I asked him to tattoo me once and he told me I could go fuck a goat." There was a long pause at the table for a few seconds before Dad burst out laughing. Pete grinned at his daughter, and Rome chuckled softly, obviously relieved to have something else to think about. I knew why she'd done it. To help. That was part of her nature, to know when someone was hurting and try to help. That was why she was so good at her job, selling death. I turned to her and glared. If you hadn't been making fun of me at the time, I might have actually believed you. She frowned, looking offended. I was being truthful, she countered. My brows rose. You know, Jubilee said softly so that only I could hear, that coffin was the most beautiful I've ever seen. You'll never hear me admit it again, but I just wanted to tell you at once, just in case you doubted yourself. She paused, more loudly this time so that the others could hear. I love your work in general. You're the master at what you do. I blinked at her in surprise. What? She asked. Sometimes I have nice things to say. Not often, I countered, and never when it came to me or my work. And I really did want a tattoo, she said. I'll never go to anyone else. That surprised me too. I thought you were joking, I told her. She shook her head. I wasn't. I really liked the drawing of their names that you'd done. I wanted them tattooed on my forearm exactly like that. Well, now I felt like shit. I'd thought she was joking. Now I could see that she wasn't. If we have time while we're there, I'll do it too, I mumbled, not liking the thought of hurting her feelings for some reason. Which was funny because I teased and goaded her all day, every time we saw each other. Why would I care if I hurt her feelings? But I did. Mostly because I knew that this one time I'd actually accomplished it. I won't have time, she said. I'll be spending most of my time working, but I'll take you up on that when we get back. Silence. I turned to see both of our fathers staring at us with various shades of disbelief on their faces. What? I asked the two of them. I'm honestly just shocked that actual nice words can come out of y'all's mouths regarding each other, Dad said. Rome chuckled and stood up, his hand on the back of his neck. Y'all should really just get with each other, he said, sounding happy again. It's only a matter of time. With that parting bomb of a comment, he walked away and didn't look back, leaving the rest of the table sitting there in shock. Silence commenced as everyone waited for someone to speak. My father and Jubilee's just stared at us while we tried to figure out what in the hell to say to Rome's parting comment. I was fairly sure that Jubilee had the same thoughts that I did. Been there, done that. Want to do it again. No, Pete said, suddenly sitting up straight. No. My father looked at him, his face a mask of confusion. Pete's eyes were all for us, though. No what? Jubilee tried to play it off. What's your deal? The only problem with her trying to play it cool was her unusually pale skin was a lovely shade of pink, and there was no way in hell her father wouldn't realize that she was lying. Hell, just staring at her I could tell she was. Even if you didn't take into account her rosy cheeks, there were her eyes that were darting this way and that. Then there were her hands that were wringing away at the paper napkin that was tearing with her efforts to appear calm. I pressed my closed fist to my forehead and counted to 10, knowing it wouldn't take my father long to figure out what his best friend already had. It didn't take long. What? You've got to be kidding me. Pete was stuttering. 1 second all was calm, and the next my father exploded with laughter, big brain guffaws of it. I moved my fist from my head, dropped my head to the table, and banged it against the cool tile a few times before I straightened. My dad was still laughing. Jubilee's face now resembled a cherry from the roots of her black hair to the base of her neck, where her T-shirt broke up the smooth line of her skin. Then there was Pete, who was watching us with a look that I couldn't quite distinguish. I sighed. Pete's eyes came to me, and he blinked once, finally revealing what he was thinking. He was happy. There was no disgust there that I'd start something with his other daughter after previously having a relationship with one of his other children. There wasn't condemnation that I'd done something I shouldn't have done. What was there was excitement, happiness, relief. "We should probably get breakfast ordered so y'all can get on the road," Pete said. I flagged down the waitress, letting her know with a flick of my fingers that we were ready to order, and she shimmied over. My eyes went down to the menu that was sitting in front of me. "Everyone want their usual?" the waitress asked. I had no clue what her name was, which was likely pretty shitty seeing as she knew everybody's regular order. But oh well. "Yeah, Carm." My father sat back and clapped his hands together. "I'm having my usual." "Me too," Pete said. "I want a large water to go, 2 over easy eggs, and a stack of bacon," I said when she looked at me. I usually ordered them scrambled, but I was feeling off balance today, so why not shake up my usual order? "I'd like the waffles with berries," Jubilee said softly. "And if you have it, I'd like some turkey sausage, but I didn't get a chance to look at the menu." "We don't do turkey sausage," Carm said. "We do have—" I tuned her out as I got a message on my phone. Pulling it out of my pocket, I glanced at the screen and winced. I hit ignore on the phone and tossed it a little hard to the table. Jubilee's eyes snuck up and met mine. "What?" she asked. She was still flushed red, so I didn't bother to tease her, seeing as she was still flustered. Jubilee wasn't normally a blusher. It took a lot to get her embarrassed, so the fact that she was still showing the signs meant that she was really embarrassed. The only question was she embarrassed by what we'd done, or me? Or was she embarrassed because her father realized she'd lost her virginity to me? Something that I hadn't quite come to terms with myself. On one hand, I was glad that I didn't remember that part of our night together, because if I'd been aware, I might have told her no. And at this point in time, I kind of liked the memory, or what I could remember, of us being together. On the other hand, I was pissed off that she would allow that to happen with me, with someone that treated her like shit around every turn. Granted, she did much the same thing to me and missed no chance to bust my balls if the opportunity arose, but still. Needless to say, since I was so unsure about how to feel about the matter that I'd learned the day before, I decided to just ignore the problem. At least, that was yesterday. Now I wanted to talk to her. To know what was going through her head. To know if I'd hurt her. But not right now, with both of our fathers sitting across from us watching our every move. "My ex-wife, Rain," I muttered darkly. "What does she want?" Jubilee frowned. "She wants to know if she can have the dog this weekend," I answered. My ex-wife and I had been married for a little over a year. I'd gone into the military to help pay for our lives together. Only in doing that, I'd left her behind, or so she said. Really, it was to help pay for the baby, seeing as I had 0 job prospects at the time. It had been a way that I was going to provide for my faster-than-I-wanted-it-to-grow family. Rain and I hadn't set out to get pregnant. Married, yes. Kids, no. We were supposed to wait at least 4 years until we could afford to live past one meal to the next. I'd been in college, walking on at Northwestern. She'd had a college scholarship to the community college right outside of town. We were both going to graduate, her with her nursing degree and me with my Bachelor of Science, so I could be a coach at the school. But none of that had happened. Her getting a positive pregnancy test had happened 2 days shy of her turning 20, and a week shy of me turning 21. From then on, life had turned rough. In an act of desperation, I'd gone into a recruiter's office in hopes that I could get insurance for her and the baby. Sure, my dad would have helped, and so would her parents, but I'd been stubborn at 21. From the moment that Anne-Marie had died, I'd felt like I lived in a fishbowl. There was constant hovering, never-ending "are you okays," and then there was Jubilee, always reminding me of what I'd lost. Not intentionally, no, but each time I saw her, I saw Anne-Marie. Unlike Anne-Marie, I hadn't been all in. I'd been kind of, sort of in. I loved Anne-Marie, but what I felt for her, I'd never been sure if it was due to me being with her since we were so young or because I actually loved her. When Anne-Marie and Eitan had died, I'd been prepared to tell Anne-Marie that I wanted a break, that I wanted to see what college was all about. I wanted to experience life, and I wanted her to experience it too. Not spend all of her years on me without once seeing what was out there. Then she'd died, and not only had my life changed irrevocably, but my outlook on life changed. I'd had my choices ripped from me the moment that she was pronounced dead by the paramedics. And when I'd met Rain, I'd finally seen a light at the end of the tunnel. Rain hadn't looked at me like I was broken. She hadn't thought that maybe I was just a little bit too caught up in my dead girlfriend. She saw me for me. At least, I thought she had. When we'd gotten married, it had been almost a spur-of-the-moment thing. She'd been almost hit by a car as we were out on a date about a year into us dating, and I'd seen my life flash before my eyes. I'd seen myself forever alone because I was too scared to take that next step in case my significant other up and died on me for a second time. So I'd asked her to marry me right there in the middle of the crosswalk in the forecourt of her college campus. She'd said yes, and about 2 days later we'd gotten married at the courthouse without either her parents or mine knowing. We found out she was pregnant a few days after that, which was when I'd gone to the recruiter and signed myself up for the military. "I thought that you got the dog in the divorce," Jubilee asked. "What the hell does she want with the dog? She hated that thing," Pete mumbled. "Wasn't she the one that dropped him off at your pop's place because you deployed and she didn't want to take him for walks?" I nodded once. "One and the same. And Bronco hates her. I'm not sure why she wants him." I'd gotten Bronco, my now 13-year-old golden retriever, from the Humane Society about a week before the nearly getting ran over incident and subsequent proposal. Bronco had been mine ever since, and despite Rain putting up a little bit of a fight due to her pettiness and dislike of me at the year mark of our marriage, he'd remained mine. "Ask her," my father suggested. "I saw her and the new guy a few days back." Her and the new guy, who was her new husband, moved back to our hometown after my divorce. She'd waited a solid 2 weeks before she'd started seeing someone else. All the while, I had to sign divorce papers while I was deployed and deal with all the guys in my unit tossing me sad faces when they saw. "Here she's pregnant," Pete said. "Think she'll be able to carry this one?" Rain had miscarried our baby at a little over 12 weeks gestation, which I knew was a very solid reason into what started her downward spiral of hate toward me. She wanted our life back. She wanted me back at Northwestern playing football and coming home at night. What she did not want was for me gone for months on end, and her having to pay bills and live in a place she didn't want to live while she waited for me to come home. I'd gotten the message that she'd lost the baby while in the end stages of boot camp, and our reunion after I graduated wasn't the happy one that I'd expected. It was stilted and awkward. The awkwardness continued after I found out I was being deployed to Afghanistan. By the end, I was counting down the days until I could get on the plane and leave her weirdness behind. At first, I decided that her newfound attitude was due to her miscarriage, but the more time I spent with her, the more I realized she was relieved that she was no longer pregnant with my baby. Needless to say, when I stepped on that plane, I was a different person. One that had regrets when it came to marrying a woman that looked at me like she hated me. "You say that like it's happened more than once," I said, sounding surprised. Dad winced. "She has. 4 times. I wrinkled my nose. "Really? How do you know this?" "Because she announced it far and wide," he said. "The moment that she learns that she is, it's like she's trying to shout it from the rooftops knowing that you're going to hear. But we don't pass the message along, and her sales deflate fairly fast. By the way, my ex hated me. When she moved back to our hometown, she'd turned into the town pariah. It wasn't long in coming, hearing the words "I told you so" coming from every mouth that had the chance to say it. By the time that I realized it was happening to her, she'd turned her dislike for me into hate, and never missed the opportunity to tell me how much she despised me. Needless to say, everyone and their brother knew that she hated me, knew that it was my fault she'd lost our baby, and still sided with me because of how much of a bitch the woman was. "Jesus, you sure know how to pick them," Jubilee said. "First Rain and then Zuri? You're boned all the way around when it comes to crazy exes." I shot her a look that said she wasn't funny. She returned one that clearly said, "I think I am." I sighed and leaned my head back against the booth, closing my eyes and trying to decide whether taking this trip with Jubilee was a good idea. It wasn't. I knew it wasn't. Yet I couldn't tell them no. Couldn't say no to her when I knew she needed the help. When she and I had been in the hospital, in rooms that had a curtain between them, she'd been the one in worse shape than me. She'd almost died 3 times in the bed right next to me. She'd literally been forced to endure so much more pain than I had to also. I could still remember the feelings of watching her code, just like it was yesterday. Chapter 10. If my blinkers are on, I'm not asking to merge. I'm telling you, move, bitch. Get out the way. Z's Secret Thoughts. Z. Everything hurt. My teeth, my lips, the tip of my nose, hell, I was fairly sure even my fingernails did too. I had no clue what was wrong with me, but I knew that there was definitely something very bad happening. You didn't experience this kind of pain and not have something seriously wrong with you. "Blood pressure is better," I heard someone say. "He's doing remarkably well considering the circumstances." What circumstances? "She's not, though," I heard someone else say. "Her BP is so low even after we've maxed out all the meds she can safely have. Hell, the doctor even had to pull out the big guns with that last order. I haven't seen any improvement, though." Oh, shit. My eyes opened even though they wanted to stay closed, possibly forever, and I looked around the room. There was a lot going on. There were at least 3 nurses in the cubicle next to me, all of them in an ugly brown olive-type colored scrub shirt and pants, and each of them were crowded around another bed that was quite close to mine. Not too close, not close enough for me to touch it, but I could definitely toss a pillow over toward the other bed and hit it. "Her blood pressure is dropping fast, too fast," the first woman who'd spoken said. "And her pulse is gone." Things happened fast after that. A flurry of activity exploded in the room. A cord was pulled at the top of the bedside that the nurses had been surrounding, and suddenly the crowd in the room doubled, going from 4 to 8 in such a short time that I hadn't even had time to blink. People were yelling, a cart was rolled in, and there was beeping. God, all the beeping. The room was bright, and there'd been so many voices that I was honestly curious if they just knew who the other was talking to, because they all responded as if they knew what they were doing. Then suddenly I could see who was in the other bed. Anne-Marie. No, check that. It was Jubilee. Jubilee was the one with the black nail polish, not Anne-Marie. My heart rate started to race, and not only could I feel it inside my chest, but I could hear it on the monitor. A cool hand touched mine, and I looked over to find Anne-Marie touching my hand, with Aton standing a few inches to her right. "It's going to be okay," she lied. I shook my head, my mind racing. She had to be okay. She had to. "Yo," Jubilee poked me in the side. "Are you going to eat your food or can I have a bite of that oatmeal? It looks really good." I looked over at her half-gone waffle and said, "How about you just keep your hands to yourself? And if you want more food, order it." She scrunched up her nose at me, sticking out her tongue for good measure. I took a healthy bite of the oatmeal, and even though it was bland as fuck, I moaned like it was good anyway. My father chuckled at my antics. Pete ignored me and Jubilee. Jubilee viciously tore into a sausage link. I grinned. Inwardly, that was. We were 20 minutes into our 3-hour ride when I had to stop to get gas. When I pulled over at the gas pump, I stepped off and looked backward at my occupant. "You about to fall asleep?" I asked curiously. She opened her eyes and shook her head. "No, but I swear this bike is magic. Well, all bikes are, but this one in particular is stupendous. When I lean back right here, my lower back vibrates. I haven't been able to work this particular kink out for 3 damn days, and your bike did it in 20 without me even trying." I grunted and held out my hand for her to take. She declined and dismounted on her own, turning her back on me as she did. Sighing at her attitude, knowing that I probably deserved whatever she could dish out, I started to fill up the tank. 4 minutes later, gas having been filled for 2 of those minutes, I leaned against my bike and waited for her to come out. She didn't. What was she doing? I didn't see anything, not even the bounce of her head through the aisles. Curious now as to what she was up to, I pocketed my keys and walked into the store, glancing through every aisle before I came up empty. I passed a curious-looking older gentleman that was staring at either the condoms or the bottles of motor oil. I was betting motor oil, but who knew? He may be getting lucky and headed to the bathrooms. Coming to the single occupant's bathrooms, I knocked on the one indicated for ladies and said, "Yo, Jubilee, you okay in there?" There was a long pause, then a high-pitched, "Yes." I frowned. "Jubilee?" I called. Yeah, she called out, sounding out of breath. That was when a memory of her on top of me riding my cock came to mind. Her voice had been all husky and turned on then, too, kind of like it was right now. I knocked on the door one more time and said, "Jubilee, let me in." There was a slight hesitation, and suddenly the door was yanked open and I was being jerked in by my t-shirt. I had about half a second to take in the new room I was in before the door was closed behind me, locked tight, and Jubilee was climbing me like a tree. 1 second I was looking at the damn toilet and sink that were so close there was no way shit didn't get into the sink knobs when you flushed it. And the next I was standing with Jubilee's ass in my hands and her mouth on my neck. It took my brain about half a second to comprehend what was going on, and then I moved with her back pressed up against the tiled wall that went from floor to ceiling. "What the fuck?" I groaned when her mouth traveled up my throat. "Riding on the back of your bike is slowly killing me," she whispered. "Why?" I asked. "Because being this close to you, touching you all the time, it's slowly wearing down my resistance. There's no more fight in me. I'm all yours." I grinned at her. "I need you to fuck me really quick. I haven't been able to come on my own since I left you." The desperation in her words had me moving better than the actual words coming out of her mouth. I wrapped my hand around her jaw and lifted her chin, putting her in the perfect position for my mouth when I slammed it down onto hers. She moaned into me, her sweet breath mingling with mine as our tongues dueled. "Who were we kidding?" I said in between breaths. "We were never going to be able to fight this now that we know what we're missing." She laughed, and I bit down lightly on her lip to tell her what I thought about her pulling away. She shivered and moved back in, this time being the aggressor. "And you never told me that you were a virgin," I accused. She pulled back, her breath hot and heavy, and bared her teeth. "When would you have liked me to do that? I'm not sure that I was capable after everything that we did that night. And if I was feeling then anything like I'm feeling now, which, if my dreams are correct, I was, then I had zero control over anything, my body included. Telling you that I was a virgin would have been the very last thing on my mind, seeing as everything that you're doing to me right now is making me so hot that there's only one thing that is in my head right now: having you inside of me. I felt the exact same way. "Take off your jeans," I ordered, "and hurry." The women's restrooms were popular places. I bet we had 2 minutes tops before someone was knocking to be let in. She did as she was asked, shucking her jeans so fast that she'd already had to be thinking of the fastest way to get them off. Hell, even her freaking shoes were off and laying precariously on top of each other in her haste to get them removed. She threw herself back at me, and without a second thought I had her back in my arms and her back resting up against the tile once again, my body pinning hers into place. "Condom?" she breathed. I reached back into my wallet and extracted one, ripping it open with my teeth as I fumbled with my fly. Moments after it was unzipped, I was rolling the condom down my length while also holding her up. I could tell that I hadn't done as good of a job as I should have, but before I could put her down and fix it, she was reaching for my cock and fitting it to her entrance. Seconds later, she was sliding down my cock, and I was cursing up a storm because I wasn't even sure I'd need 2 minutes. 30 seconds, max. She cried out, and I leaned forward and captured her mouth with mine once more, trying to keep her exclamations to a minimum. There would be no doubt what we were doing in here if she was screaming loud enough for everyone to hear. "Gotta be quiet," I murmured against her lips. "And I hope you're ready because you have about 30 seconds before I come." She returned to my kiss and then screamed a little when I pulled all the way out of her and slammed back inside. Her nails dug into my back, and her surprisingly strong thighs tightened around my waist. "4 more of those," she breathed harshly, "and I will." She was wrong. It only took her 3. On the 3rd stroke, the minute I hit the end of her, she threw her head back and screamed. It was only my hand over her mouth that caused the McDonald's next door not to hear her. I followed shortly after, thankful that I'd taken her there, because I really hadn't come that hard or fast since I was a teenager. "Fuck," I growled, low and guttural. "God, you feel so good." There was a reason she felt so good, too. That was revealed the moment I pulled out and saw that my dick was no longer sheathed in a condom. I cursed and reached for the paper towel dispenser, waving my hand around in front of it. It was one of those motion detection ones that spit out like a quarter of the amount of paper towel that you'd actually need. "Fuck," I growled in frustration. "I hate these stupid fucking things." She giggled and took the measly amount that I'd been able to get from the machine and covered herself. "I wonder if our first time was like that," she said curiously. "Fast and furious?" I wondered. She nodded. "That, and so explosive. I don't remember much, only bits and pieces." She paused, her face flushing, and I looked on as she reached down and produced the condom from inside of herself. "I'm clean," I snorted. "I know that you're clean," I countered. "And I am too." She rolled her eyes. "You telling me that is about the same as me telling you," she pointed out. I supposed that it was. "I'm more worried about producing a kid," I pointed out. She flushed again. Then her eyes took on a faraway look. "That's probably not possible anyway," she said softly. "The lightning? It did a lot of damage. I haven't had a consistent period since it happened. The doctor thinks that it's likely I'll never carry, or be able to carry any baby to term if I did happen to get pregnant." She looked at her scarred hand. "So yeah, the scarring here is definitely not the worst part." I hadn't thought about that. "I wonder if my sperm count is lower," I asked. "You know, they asked me when I was younger if I wanted to have that tested, but I hadn't cared much at the time." I reached down and zipped myself up, making sure to be careful with my cock that was still half hard. She reached down for her pants as I started to walk to the sink to wash my hands. "I guess the only way you're going to know the answer to that is to get tested," she said. "But I guess it's not like knowing is going to change anything. You either can or you can't. At least, that's what I try to tell myself." I thought about that for a long second. She was right and had a good point. "If you were affected, I don't see why I wouldn't be affected," I told her as I reached once again for the paper towels. This time it gave me a little smidge of a towel that would be good enough to wipe one finger off and one finger only. "I don't understand why you get normal amounts of useful paper towel and I get nothing." She shrugged her shoulders and went to the toilet and threw what looked like half a roll of paper towels in. "You're not supposed to throw paper towels in the toilet," I pointed out. "That's how you clog it up." "It's not my toilet," she said. "It's someone else's toilet." "And that's all that matters?" I asked, getting frustrated now with the goddamn paper towels. When it gave me another small piece, I yanked it hard and ended up unrolling more than my fair share. "This was a fuck of a lot easier when they let me get my own goddamn paper towels," I grumbled. Her brows rose. "I'm fairly sure that if you acquired a semblance of patience, you might find that it gives you plenty." "Whatever," I muttered. "And let's go back to the paper towels in the toilet. Do you want other people to have that same attitude when you bring them over to your house?" "I don't have paper towels in my bathroom," she pointed out. "I have hand towels." I sighed, not amused by her newfound attitude. Nor was I amused by the fact that I found the attitude cute. Cute. If that had been anyone else doing that, it'd have pissed me off. Yet it was her, and I was finding it goddamn cute. What the fuck was wrong with me? More so, what the fuck was I thinking about when I came in here and did what I did? I seriously needed to learn fucking control, that was for sure. Then I shook my head and thought about the fact that I'd been wanting her for a while now if I was admitting it. She pissed me off, but I still found her attractive as fuck. I didn't think that I'd ever get over the fact that I hated to love her, that I still wanted to fill her sweet, smart mouth with my cock just so she wouldn't have the time or ability to run said smart mouth. "What's with that look on your face?" she asked curiously. I turned to watch her finish getting dressed and wash her hands. "I was thinking about the fact that you were masturbating in a public bathroom while I was waiting for you to come back outside," I lied. "Is that normal for you?" She flipped me off and waved her hand in front of the paper towel dispenser, getting more than enough to dry her hands. The goddamn piece of shit. "What's normal for me is riding in a car. What's not normal is being pressed up to your hard, hot body and feeling the vibration of your motorcycle between my legs," she explained. I grinned unrepentantly. "You liked it though, didn't you?" She smiled back at me. "What I liked and didn't like isn't something that you need to know." I reached for the door handle, but her hand slapped mine away from it. When I looked at her in surprise, she held up the paper towel. "You should really open the door with your paper towel. You never know who walked out of this bathroom after taking a shit and didn't wash their hands." That made a sick sort of sense. "Shit," I shook my head. "That's fucking gross." Her smile was on the verge of being creepy. "Then you should also not think about the fact that menus, door handles into the restaurants themselves, or even a grocery cart are covered in bacteria." She yanked open the door seconds later, revealing not one, not two, but 3 women waiting. She instantly flushed from hair to toes, and I grinned. "Just an FYI, you should probably never flush paper towels down the toilet, or you'll be required to call a plumber in to clean up after you," I told them all, letting them think what they would. "Also, probably shouldn't do sanitary pads or tampons either." A few of the women nodded in understanding. The last one, an older lady that was clearly past the point of needing sanitary products, stared at us suspiciously. "I'm kind of disappointed y'all don't have a better story," she said as she pushed past both of us into the bathroom and then slammed the door solidly closed. I grabbed hold of Jubilee's wrist, then tucked her hand into mine, pulling her along in my wake. Did you want something to eat or drink? She asked, hopefully. Eating and drinking isn't really conducive with riding a bike, I pointed out. If you want something, it needs to be eaten now and not on the bike. You need to be able to hold on in case of an emergency, and having a Snickers bar in your hand won't allow you to do that. She tossed me a glare over her shoulder, then went straight to where the Snickers were and picked up 3. I grabbed a water and a protein bar and met her up at the counter. Is that all? The bored-looking attendant asked. I looked down at Jubilee, who was busy worrying her lip as she stared at the lottery tickets. I want one of those bingo ones, she pointed at the ticket, and one of those mermaid ones. So that was what we did for 10 minutes while we waited for her to eat not 1, not 2, but all 3 of her Snickers bars. Did you or did you not just finish breakfast? I asked. Yes, she said. But I also didn't eat as much as I would have normally eaten. She paused. I need a lot of calories, okay? It's how I'm able to run as much as I do. I didn't bother to argue with her that she could have probably gotten her calories from a lot healthier source. Honestly, talking to Jubilee about anything was like talking to a brick wall at times. Sometimes it was just easier to let her be disillusioned. Oh, I won $20, she cried out suddenly. Woohoo! The men at the pumps putting gas in their vehicles looked our way, and one of them smiled. I narrowed my eyes at the man. He'd been here since we'd pulled in almost an hour ago. What was he playing at? There was no way in fucking hell he was still getting fuel. His car was a little Altima with a tank that held about 15 gallons at most. And I swear to God he'd been putting gas in it when I had too. He was also smiling at Jubilee like he knew her. With us being 20 minutes away from town, I wasn't sure how he would. This place was well off the beaten path. Who is that? Who? She looked up from her card. The man pretending to pump gas. I jerked my chin in the man's direction. I don't know, she answered, going back to her game. Hey, do you think this is $22 or $24? She handed the card over and I glanced down, tallying it all up with a quick glance. It's $122, I told her. Here and here means you have 50 and 50, not 2. Her eyes rounded to the size of saucers. Score! 15 minutes later, we were on the way once again, and Jubilee was still explaining why she shouldn't have to pay me back in my ear. Her voice was even cuter in the microphone than it was in real life. She was also wiggling, causing me to want to wrap my hand around her back and pull her so tightly into me that she immediately got the message. Instead, I settled for putting my hand on her thigh and giving it a good squeeze. She immediately stilled and said, What? You're squirming and making me want to pull over and find a rest stop, and we haven't even been driving 2 whole minutes yet, I explained. Can you please, for the love of God, sit the fuck still? She started to laugh. You're not fun. Sadly, she never managed to sit still, and by the time we arrived at our destination, I was once again a pent-up bottle of need. Where are you taking me? She asked, looking around like she'd never seen this particular part of the area before. I'm taking you to a buddy's cottage, I said. Which buddy? She questioned, never one to let it lie. Bayou's grandfather, I answered. He's letting me use this cabin while I'm here. But my aunt is expecting me, she said, sounding not annoyed precisely, but something close. Sure, I said, and I'll take you there after. After what? She questioned. After I take care of something, I said as I shut the bike off in front of the cottage. She got off moments after me and followed me inside. We didn't make it halfway into the small one-room cottage before I had her around the waist and she was following me down onto the bed. She squeaked, immediately dropping everything that was in her hand and threw her arms around my shoulders as her mouth met mine. Our tongues dueled as our clothes were torn off, one article at a time, until the only thing separating us was air. Then there wasn't even that anymore as my body came down on top of hers. Her breath left her in a whoosh, not because of my weight hitting her. I gave her just enough of it to hold her in place, but not enough to leave her unable to breathe, but because of my warm skin meeting hers. Her body was so small under mine. I'd never given it much thought before how small she was compared to me, but having her underneath me, my body practically covering every inch of her with room to spare, I could really tell just how small and delicate she was in comparison. My hand found her stomach, and I studied how my hand took up almost her entire abdomen. I could touch each of her hip bones with my thumb and pinky finger, and my hard, scarred hand contrasted almost obscenely with her smooth, milky skin. "Z?" I looked up into her eyes, studying the pleasure written all over her face. "Yeah," I rasped, unable to help myself from answering. I knew I shouldn't. I knew what she was going to ask. "Are you okay?" she whispered. I licked my lips. "I'm going to break you." I broke everything I held eventually. I had multiple failed relationships, one girlfriend had passed away. I really didn't have a positive track record, so to speak. I didn't want the same for her. "I won't let you," she promised. I shook my head. "It's not like you can stop me, Jubilee. I already hurt you. I took your virginity and can't remember. And there's the fact that we can't go more than an hour without somehow fighting over something. Do you not see that this is going to end badly?" "I won't let you. And not only that, but you won't let yourself." She paused. "And as for the virginity thing, Z, that was on both of us. Plus, from what I remember, that was never a problem on my end. It was only a very, very good thing." Then she tugged me down with one hand around my neck, and I let her. I let her take my mouth. I let her open her legs and guide my cock to her entrance. I let her take me inside of her body. I fucked her slow and steady, keeping my rhythm almost inhumanly sweet. I didn't want this to be a rough fuck. I wanted this to be soft, sweet, loving. I wanted her to experience a different side of me, one that showed her that I wasn't always the slam-bam thank-you type that I'd been showing her the last 2 times that I'd had her. And show her I did. Thrust after thrust, I built her up. I felt her build it from the ground up. Each thrust of my cock, I could feel the walls of her sex tightening, strengthening in their intensity, until finally she tipped over the edge. It was only after I felt the added wetness, a little too much, that I pulled out abruptly and started jacking myself off against her belly. She was panting slightly. Her eyes were full of heat, and she watched me do it with barely concealed glee. I grunted at the sight of her enraptured eyes watching me with such interest, my balls drawing up as I did. It was as the orgasm tore through my body that I lost my mind. I don't know why I did it. I'm not even sure what came over me. But as I was spurting out my release on her stomach, I, for some reason, fed my cock back inside of her body. She moaned and opened her legs wider, her breathing harsh and interested all over again. I slammed myself home, unable to keep the same slow pace, and didn't stop until I was completely and utterly spent. It was with our breath mixing, my forehead pressed to hers, that I fully comprehended what I'd just done. And I couldn't find it in me to care. She couldn't have children. Hell, there was no telling if I could. I mean, sure, I'd gotten Rain pregnant, but what if that was just a fluke? What if that was a 1 in a million chance? And I was pissed off. I had this weird need inside of me that felt incomplete now after learning about her fate, her future. "I like feeling you come inside of me," she breathed, her eyes not on me, but on the spurt of release I'd left on her belly. Her finger drug through the pearly rope of liquid, gathering a portion onto her fingertip before bringing it up to her mouth for a taste. I growled and felt my dick twitch. "Hope you're not expected to come as soon as you get here," I said to her, "because now I want to keep you in this bed for just a few more hours." She licked her lips in anticipation. "You have one more round. Then I really need to go." I shook my head. Then we went to.
Chapter 11. If by clubbing you mean eating club sandwiches, then yes, I'm down with clubbing. Jubilee to Turner. Jubilee. I pushed through the doors to Benton, Louisiana's one and only funeral home, and took a look around. When I was building my business, it was with both my mom's and my aunt's businesses in mind. I took a little bit of both and morphed it into what I wanted, the best of both, and made them my own. "Hello," the woman at the front smiled. "Can I help you?" I smiled at the woman. She was young, maybe early 20s, and had a shock of red curly hair that went a little wild around her face. "I'm here to see my aunt," I said. "Brittany?" Understanding lit her face. "I should have known. You look a lot like her." I've been told that before, but it was understandable seeing as my mom and Brittany were twins. "I know." I smiled. "Is she downstairs?" The woman nodded. "She's expecting you. Do you know how to get there?" I nodded. She swept her hand in a low arc. "Then please show yourself down. I'd help make sure you got there all right, but I did this last night and I don't really want to walk if I don't have to." She held out her foot, and it was then that I saw the large walking cast that went from foot to just below her knee. "Oh, ouch!" I winced. "Broken?" "Very," she confirmed. "But such is my life. I'm so clumsy." I shook my head. "I feel ya. I am too." The woman smiled. "My name is Nancy. It's nice to meet you." She left the statement hanging, and I grinned and filled in the blank for her. "Jubilee," I said, holding out my hand. She shook it. "Excellent. I love that name." I blushed lightly. "Thank you." 5 minutes later, I was pushing through the door that led to the downstairs level where all the magic happened. I found my aunt bent over a woman, mid-50s with a caved-in skull. She looked up as I entered, and a look of relief crossed her face. "You made it!" she cried. "Thank God!" Snorting, I tossed my bag in the corner and tried to control the blush that rose over my face. "Yeah," I said to the wall. "Sorry I'm late." "Not late," she said. "Right on time. I just finished with that one on table 4. If you want to start the process on cooler 3, that'd be super. Channing's expected in about an hour. She just had to go to a recital for her youngest first, then she'll be here." Channing was Brittany's Turner. Where Turner did the makeup on my clients, Channing worked miracles with Brittany's. I hadn't seen her in quite a long time, at least a couple of years. "Okay, great." I turned to cooler number 3 and started doing my thing, pulling out the body and getting it situated on the table where I would start the process of embalming. "What happened to the family?" "Bad car wreck," she muttered darkly. "Couple of kids were out drinking and joyriding when they hit this family's car. The car was totaled. Honestly, they should have done a closed casket. You haven't even seen the dad yet. But it's bad. I'm going to have to get creative with him." I winced. "What about the kids? Did they survive?" "Yes," she said, "but they'll both be in jail for a long time. That, and I'm fairly sure that both of them will never walk again. One had almost a complete spinal severance, while the other only had a partial. Needless to say, they weren't one of the lucky ones." The next couple of hours went fast. Channin at some point had joined us and got to work right alongside us. At some point, my Uncle Cabe had called and gathered our orders for lunch. And it was late afternoon when we all stopped and took a break to eat. I threw myself into my uncle's arms the moment he set the food and drinks down on the table, and his arms were free. He hugged me to him and squeezed me tightly. "God, you've gotten more beautiful," he teased. I rolled my eyes. "I look a hot mess," I countered. "I rode all the way here on the back of a motorcycle, and I haven't had a chance to get my hair tamed and under control." He messed up my hair, causing some of the tendrils of hair to fall loose out of my ponytail. "I always loved your aunt's wild hair," he said. "I'm jealous our girl didn't get her hair. Your hair." I smiled warmly at my uncle. He never missed a chance to tell my aunt how much her hair was loved. Hell, he even extended that to my mother and me when he saw us. My mother, my aunt, and I were all very much the same, at least looks-wise. "And how is my cousin?" I asked, taking the French fries that my aunt handed me, as well as the burger that Channin held out. Brittany and Cabe had adopted a troubled teen about 6 years ago, and it was amazing to see how far she'd come. "A pain in my ass," Uncle Cabe replied. "Her and her friend, the girl you saw out in the front?" "Nancy." "Yeah," I said, popping a few fries in my mouth. "They went out last night and got themselves in a spot of trouble. Nancy got a broken foot for her trouble, and my girl found out the hard way that you can't outrun a pissed-off drunk. Got herself slapped." "Oh, shit," I muttered. Bet her clients loved that. "Yeah," Brittany said, annoyance tinging her voice. "I lost my shit when I saw her face last night. It looks even worse this morning." I could imagine. "Wasn't she out with her boyfriend?" I asked. "He just let that happen?" "No more boyfriend," Cabe grumbled. "She got a shot of that loser and decided that life was better without having a douchebag to date. He probably wouldn't have done anything anyway. He's a pussy." Laughing, I took a big bite of my hamburger and then moaned. I hadn't realized just how hungry I was. Pairing the last few hours with the hour before that I spent underneath Z, yeah, I was completely and utterly ravenous. "You running still?" Cabe asked. I nodded, swallowing my large bite of hamburger before I said, "Sure am. I'm up to 12 miles this week. I'm running that tomorrow, by the way. You up for a couple of miles?" Cabe pursed his lips. "My long run day is Saturday. If I run with you tomorrow, I'll be tired Saturday. Sorry, but no." "It's his recovery day," Aunt Brittany said. "He ran and lifted weights today, and if he runs with you, he'll blow out his legs and then whine because he did too much." I snickered. "Uncle Cabe whine? No!" Channin started to laugh at that, causing me to look at her. "You look good, Chan," I said to her. "How's your husband doing?" Channing practically beamed. "Loki's doing great. He solved a murder case that's a couple years old just a few days ago, and we celebrated last night. I swear to God, I'm tired as hell. I can't remember drinking all night being this hard on me a few years ago." Brittany snickered. "Just wait. One day you'll go from being able to drink a glass of wine with dinner and following up with one for dessert, and the next you'll be going to bed before dessert even arrives." I smiled and was just about to say something in reply to that when the door to my aunt's office opened and Z poked his head in. I hated the way that my heart did an erratic titter the moment he came into my sight. I hesitated. "Hey, Z, what's up?" He looked around, stared at the spread of food in front of me, and then nodded once. "Just making sure that you ate. The girl at the front said to come down here. She said you ate, but I just wanted to make sure." His thoughtfulness washed over me, and I had the urge to walk over there and peck him on the lips. "Who are you?" Cabe asked. There was no annoyance that a random man had shown up in his wife's place of business, only curiosity. "Ezekiel." He held out his hand. "I'm the guy that gave this one a ride." He came farther into the room, and it was then that I saw the bag he had behind his back. A food bag.
You bought me food? Z's eyes came to me. Actually, I bought myself food to eat tonight. I was on the way to the cottage, and then I thought maybe I should ask before I went all the way home. He looked over at Cabe. You're going to take her home with you? Cabe nodded. Yes, or Brittany will. Either way, she'll get there. Z nodded once, and I felt a chord of discontent flow through me at not being able to stay with him tonight. Actually, I blurted out before I could stop myself, if you'll wait, I'll just come with you. No offense or anything, Uncle Cabe, Aunt Brittany, but I'd like to sleep on a bed, and that cottage has extras. Lies. All lies. I love your couch, but my back's stiff from riding the bike all the way here today. More lies. Shit, I was so going to hell for that one. Cabe nodded in understanding. When their last child moved out of the house, Cabe and Brittany moved to the lake and into a tiny house. It was great for them. Anybody else that wanted to stay over, they had to take the couch, and although it was nice and comfortable, it was a good reason to use not to stay over with them. Though, granted, technically if Brittany decided to drop me off or pick me up, she'd likely see that the cottage was roughly the same size. But I was counting on Z to pick up my drift, which he did without missing a beat a few moments later. I can wait, he said, sounding bored. I patted the seat that was next to me. Sit then, loser. Cabe choked on his drink. Z narrowed his eyes at me. I don't understand why you open your mouth, he said, eyes pointing in my direction. You're acting like a child. I'm not a child. I licked mayo off one finger. Eat your food. He narrowed his eyes even more, this time focused solely on my tongue. Z as in Ezekiel McGrew, Gordon McGrew's son, and the boy Anne-Marie was dating? Cabe asked suddenly. My eyes were practically ripped away from Z as my uncle said those words. I instantly felt cold as I lost his heated gaze. I knew the moment he looked away. Yes. Z didn't lie. He was never good at it either. I am. I heard you were in the same town as this one. He gestured to me, but his eyes were all on Z. I didn't realize y'all were on speaking terms, however. Gordon always makes it sound like y'all hate each other. He paused. I guess I can see that now. I snorted. We don't hate each other, per se. Shannon muttered something to Brittany, who then laughed, and my eyes went from my uncle to my aunt. What? Brittany widened her eyes. Oh, nothing. Her gaze went from me to Z. What did you bring to eat? No, I snapped. What did you say? I said that you didn't seem like y'all hated each other all that much, and that from what I could tell, there was a lot more fucking than hating going on. Channing blushed. Looks to me like y'all are in a relationship just like the rest of us. That would be because we are in a relationship, just like everyone else. We're together. We still fight. We enjoy making up. Z's eyes went to her. Brought a burger and fries. He looked at what we were eating. Though I didn't get gourmet or anything, I didn't know they had a Whataburger here. When did that happen? I looked down at my Whataburger that Z had just referred to as gourmet and grinned. Then I took another bite. Eat, eat, Brittany ordered. That place is good, too. Ethel's has great burgers and shitty fries. They get shittier the longer you leave them to sit. Z grunted. That's why I got 2 hamburgers and a salad. Salad? Gross. Not that I had any room to talk. I ate salads, too. I just had to force them down instead of eating them willingly like I was sure Z was doing. Then again, you had to have some balance, I suppose, when you were eating poorly. No protein shake and grilled chicken with a side of broccoli? I teased. I bet you got the good-for-you burger, didn't you? He pulled out his salad, followed shortly by a not hamburger. That's a lettuce wrap, not a hamburger. I felt it prudent to point out. He also pulled out one lonely hamburger that I knew without a shadow of a doubt wasn't for him. He'd gotten it specifically for me. It also had everything on it that I would get. "You know," Z said, ignoring the other people in the room, "your runs would probably go a whole lot better if you ate better and fueled your body with good fats and carbs instead of that shit that you stuff into it." Cabe made an agreeing sound. "I found that out the hard way, too. This shit is going to go right through me." He said this just before he took a massive bite of his burger. The hamburger was so big that I wondered if he was going to be able to finish it, honestly. I looked away and eyed the hamburger that Z had gotten me, pointing to it. "Can I eat that?" He looked at the food that I had left in front of me. "You already have food," he said, but handed it over anyway. I shrugged. "I'll eat this too. I'm starving." I wasn't starving. I was just happy that he'd thought of me as he was getting his own food. I also liked how he knew that I wasn't a big fan of cold fries. They had to be piping hot or I wouldn't eat them. What was the point? Most fries turned to shit the moment that they started to lose their original warmth. That is, fries that were fresh out of the oil, and not fries that were fresh out from under the heat lamp. I just wondered how exactly Z knew that I hated it. Or how he knew how I took my burgers. Though I guess saying that, I had to think about the fact that I also knew that Z didn't do useless carbs, such as buns on his burgers. "How do you get any enjoyment out of that at all?" I asked as he picked up his pointless burger. He took a bite. "Learn to like it. Eating like shit makes me feel like shit, though saying that, I'd rather drink my calories in beer than eat bread." Now that I could understand. I read an article today on an American military news website about U.S. Marines and Navy sailors being at some NATO exercise and drinking every single ounce of beer that the Icelandic town had to offer. I supplied helpfully. Though they say it was over a 4-day period. Z snorted. "Took Marines and sailors 4 days what would have taken the Army 1. Cabe scoffed. Haven't been one of these Marines and sailors. Cabe had been in the Navy for 10 years before he'd retired and come to work in Benton. Needless to say, he was proud. "Only because y'all aren't better at anything else but drinking and fucking," Cabe drawled. "Sometimes it's nice to actually be able to do something more complicated than screwing a bolt or pull a trigger." Z grinned. "Yeah?" he asked. "I was planning to be an engineer, though. Saying that, I now fly a helicopter and pull a trigger for the sheriff's department part-time. He also draws exceptionally well." I took a bite of the burger Z got me and felt it melt in my mouth. It was blasphemy to say, but it was way better than the Whataburger that I'd been eating moments before. "He also tattoos." "You do?" Cabe asked, eyeing Z's ink-free arms. "I always wanted to get more ink, but the ones that I trusted to permanently mark my skin are too far away for me to go any longer." Z shrugged. "It's just a side hobby. I only ever tattoo club brothers and their wives." Really? I'd heard he was picky about who he inked, but I hadn't realized how picky. "You don't even ink any of the officers that you work with?" I asked curiously. He shook his head. "Once in a blue moon, maybe. But most of them don't know that I can tattoo." That made more sense. "He's really good," I informed my uncle before taking another bite of my burger. Z shook his head. "I'm not that good. Average, I would say. I'm just better at drawing, which I think separates me from other artists who can only follow lines. Artists that draw their own shit are rare to find." That was true, or so I'd heard. The last tattoo I'd seen someone get, the woman had printed the picture out from the internet and then had copied it onto paper that transferred the temporary to the skin for them to follow the lines with their tattoo gun. Was that normal? For some reason, I highly doubted that Z had ever had to do that when it came to his artistry. Z popped one last bite of his lettuce wrap thing into his mouth and then popped open his salad. It had vinaigrette dressing instead of ranch. The good shit that actually made salads worth eating. Gross. "If you'd ever like to venture out and do someone else's tattoos, I'd like to get one done." I still have one more kid and a grandkid on the way that I need to get put into my family tree.
Cabe pulled his shirt up and showed off the tree. Z's eyes went to it in a calculating way.
That's a nice job. Who did you have that done by?
Z and Cabe continued to talk about tattoo artists, and I finished off the burger before sitting back, sighing contentedly in my chair. I looked up long moments later, after staring at Z entirely way too long, to find both Brittany and Channing staring at me knowingly. "What?" I mouthed at them. Brittany's smile grew, and she looked from me to Z and back. I won't blush. I won't blush. At least, that was what I kept telling myself. Unfortunately, due to my milky white skin, it was very easy to see the rush of hotness that rose to the surface at the reference of me and Z being a thing. Or at least that was what I got from Brittany's look. Meaning, seconds later when I felt my face get hot, I knew that I'd failed. I'd also given myself away. Brittany's smile grew wide as she said, "So what happened to the other man? Your mom told me that you'd been seeing some man from the limo company that you used during services." I felt my face go white.
Redmond?
Z asked. Alex Redmond, to be more specific, was the man I'd gone out on a date with once. One single time. That was it. And it was all it took to get his attention focused solely on me. Honestly, the man was freaking creepy. And the one and only time I'd gone out on a date with him was our last. I'd also had to find a different limo company, which was hard, seeing as there were only 2 in the area, and one wasn't always willing to come all the way to Bare Bottom some days. I rubbed my face. "Did you know that he offered to buy the house next to me? We saw that guy that got killed outside when he was dropping me off from our date. Redmond laughingly told him he'd buy the house from the guy, and the weirdo was his usual self and told him to go fuck a duck or maybe a pig, I don't know. Pissed Redmond off fast."
"You sure do know how to attract them,"
Z muttered. I looked over at him. "You're really not one to talk." His lips twitched. Then he shoved the rest of his salad into his mouth and chewed. Anyway, long story short, after that first and only date of ours, I never went out with him again. I grimaced. I did have to change limo companies.
"What did he do that was so wrong?"
Cabe asked. "Other than offering to buy my neighbor's house, which he was serious about," I confirmed with Cabe. He nodded once. "Little things, just creepy things that I didn't like," I admitted. We watched a movie and his fingers kept dragging along my skin. I had my arms crossed over my chest, held tightly to me. He rubbed the exact same spot so long that it started to hurt. I shook my head. He took me out to eat afterward, and when I went to sit on one side of the booth, he followed me to the same side and pretty much blocked me in. When I came back from the bathroom, I waved him off from standing and sat across from him, and I could tell that I'd pissed him off.
"Not really punishable offenses,"
Cabe observed. I shrugged. I don't know, it was just a feeling that I had. There's no rhyme or reason to it, really. I just didn't like him. The house buying thing was the last straw. I told him to have a nice night and went inside, and I swear to God, he stayed out there for another 20 minutes just staring at my house. I was scared to leave the living room, where I was watching him, to go take a shower.
"Redmond is a creep."
Z sat back in his chair and rubbed his taut stomach with both hands.
"Saw him a few weeks ago when I was riding my bike. Did you know he drives his hearses around like they're personal vehicles?"
That was directed at me.
"No," I admitted. "I guess I should count myself lucky that he picked me up for our date in a regular car."
Well, as regular as they could get when you were richer than God. Alex Redmond was a self-made millionaire. He owned a chain of limousine rentals in and around our area, and even extended all the way out into the Dallas-Fort Worth area, where he now nearly dominated the travel in style thing he'd started over here. Now, if you need a ride from the airport, you would most likely call Alex's company because it was so well known.
I don't know. Z shrugged. It might have been fun to be picked up for a date in a hearse. Memorable, at least.
I felt my lips twitch. He was right, of course. It would have definitely been memorable, though there was a distinct difference. If Z had shown up in a hearse, it would have been a joke and we would have still had a great night. If Alex Redmond had, I would have turned right around and gone back inside my house, not looking back. I visibly shivered and set what was left of my burger down on the stack of napkins I was using for a makeshift plate. Let's not talk about him anymore. He gives me the creeps. You and me both, Channing said. I've always had this feeling when it comes to people, whether they're good or bad. I don't know why or how, but I can tell with just one look whether I like them or not, and this Redmond guy, I don't even have to see him in person to know that I wouldn't like him. I felt my lips twitch. Don't worry, I think he got the message. He hasn't said a word to me since I told him over the phone that I didn't want to go on any more dates with him.
You actually said that?
Z asked, looking relaxed and confident. But I could tell something was bothering him. Something that I knew I wouldn't get out of him with all of these people around, watching him and me together. No, yes, I'm not really sure. He called, I answered, and then when he'd asked if I'd like to go out on a second date, I told him no, politely. Then I told him to have a good night. I paused. He called back thinking I only meant no for that night, which I learned through the voicemail. I ignored it, and him ever since. Cabe sighed.
You did the right thing. If you weren't feeling it, then that's how it should be. He'll get the picture eventually.
In the meantime, Z said,
if he calls or harasses you anymore, feel free to let me know.
I felt my lips turn up at the corner. I'll do that.
Chapter 12. Beards make me hungry and horny. Text from Jubilee to Z. Z. She came home with me. She was also sleeping on the bed right next to me. I'd never slept with a woman that wasn't my ex before, and it was good. I liked it. I hadn't really liked sleeping with my ex-wife because she forced us to have 8 million pillows on the bed, as well as use an uncomfortable down comforter that weighed too much and made me feel suffocated. Not to mention the fact that sleeping with her was akin to sleeping next to a tree, all stiff and unyielding. She had her side and I had mine, and that was just the way it was to be. I hadn't known what to expect when I'd told Jubilee to crawl into the bed. It was a king size and more than capable of housing the two of us. What I hadn't expected was to fall asleep within minutes of my head hitting the pillow. Nor had I expected to like it when she started to slowly inch herself in my direction, waking me up with her heat pressed up against my body. Currently, I had my arm lifted up over my head, curled around the back of my pillow, and my back resting against the bed. Jubilee was snuggled up to my side, her nose and lips pressed up against the skin right underneath my armpit. Her legs were curled up high, knees pressing up against my lower belly. She had one arm between her legs while the other was draped as far over my belly as she could get without it feeling awkward on her end. Her hair was also draped across my chest, and I could feel pieces of it sliding down between our bodies. I was also hard as a steel pipe and counting to 100 backward in my head, telling myself that I did not under any circumstance need to fuck her. This was getting bad. In the beginning, I only wanted her. Now, I fucking craved her. Craved her touch, her laugh, her smile, her insults. Hell, everything I wanted felt like something I shouldn't have, and I didn't know what to do about it. Though I suppose if I was an honest man, this wasn't completely surprising. Jubilee was a great woman. I'd always liked her, even though I never missed a chance to give her shit. I'd also always known that she was a pain in the ass, and would swallow me alive if I let her. Jubilee was the type of girl that always made me feel, made me want things like marriage and babies and things that a man like me shouldn't want. The thing Jubilee and I had always felt more real than any of my past relationships, even the one with her sister. I should feel wrong about having her in this capacity. But I didn't. It felt right. "What are you thinking about?" Jubilee murmured against my skin. "You're making my head hurt." I felt a grin play at the corners of my lips. "What makes you think I'm thinking about anything at all? What if I was sleeping?" She scoffed and pushed her knees down, then pressed herself more fully against me. "You're huffing and puffing," she muttered, settling her head against my chest. "And you're moving and twitching, shaking the bed. Let's not forget." She moved until her left thigh was firmly planted over my still shaking leg. "I know you really well, just like you know me." That was true. Though we may not have been together ever, we still knew each other. Had grown up next to each other since we were kids. "Whatever," I muttered. "What are you thinking about?" she asked, sounding tired and grouchy. I wanted to kiss her lips and taste the sleep on her mouth. My hands clenched into fists. "I'm thinking about the fact that I probably shouldn't have let you sleep in the same bed with me," I told her honestly. Her hand curled around the fist that was resting on my belly. "Why?" she asked. "Have I kept you up?" I felt my dick twitch, but had a feeling that wasn't what she was asking. "No, not really," I told her. "But I woke up when you started to press kisses to my skin and couldn't go back to sleep." "Shit," she laughed quietly, her small body shaking against mine. "I'm sorry." I resisted the urge to drop my arm from behind my head and pull her in close. "I'm not," I admitted. Silence followed my announcement, and I thought for a few long seconds that she'd fallen back asleep. But then she suddenly moved until she was straddling me, and I suddenly had my hands on her hips, pulling her closer. I could feel her breath on my face as she leaned forward and hovered over me. Her unbound breasts, that were covered by nothing but my t-shirt, were resting against my chest, and I could tell that her mouth was only inches from mine. "What we have?" she whispered. I swallowed hard. "Yeah, I like it." Her words made something in my body freeze for all of 2 seconds. "We'll kill each other if we continue to do this," I told her. "We're bad together. We fight. We can't stand to be in the same room as each other for more than 10 minutes, and when we are, it's inevitable that we'll fight." I paused. "And I fucking like it. I don't ever want it to end." She laughed, in my face, then leaned forward and kissed me. "Nobody said that we had to stop fighting," she said. "I'm just suggesting that we stop fooling ourselves and do something about it. We've already taken that step, and there's no getting your horses back into your barn." I shook my head at her analogy. "Are you trying to say some innuendo about my swimmers finding their way inside of you?" I asked. "Because that was only the second time." I swallowed. "And we need to talk about that. We need to figure out a game plan. I might have gotten you pregnant." There was a long pause. "It's highly likely that you didn't," she admitted. "But saying that, you should probably make sure that you always have condoms on hand, because I did survive a lightning strike. I have crazy luck. If anyone could get pregnant, I'd be that one person in a billion. But saying that, you got your ex-wife pregnant, remember? So just in case..." "Yeah, I'm babbling. Just make sure you're gloved." I shook my head. Surprisingly, I understood every bit of that. And she was right. I had gotten my ex-wife pregnant, so obviously I wasn't sterile. A sense of relief flitted through me at the understanding. I hadn't realized that I'd been bothered by the possibility that I might not be able to have kids. Smoothing my hands up the outside of Jubilee's thighs, I allowed myself to think about her being pregnant with my kids, and found myself irrationally intrigued by the idea. She was already sexy as hell, my little goth queen, but imagining her with my baby in her belly did things to my dick that I wasn't willing to admit right then. "Now that we have that settled," I said, hands stopping their trek at the top of her thighs where they met her hips. "Reach over into that drawer right there and pull out a condom. She went completely still for a few long seconds before doing as I said. Her body shifted on top of mine, and I steadied her as she reached for the drawer for the box of condoms I'd stopped to get before I'd stopped for our burgers earlier in the day. I heard the drawer open. Then she laughed and said, "I only feel a gun in here, Z, no box." "Top drawer," I huffed out a laugh. "You're in the second one." "Condoms first, guns second," she teased. I squeezed her hips and waited patiently for her to get the condoms before answering. When she was once again settled onto my lap, I said, "More like the gun is in the drawer that's easier for me to reach into without getting out of bed." She placed the box of condoms on my chest, along with another item. "So what's in this bottle?" she wondered, pressing down on it slightly. "Gun oil or lube?" I found myself grinning as I said, "Lube." "Why?" she asked. I smoothed my hand back down her thigh before returning back up, only this time following the inside line before coming to a stop with my thumbs on the hem of her panties. I burrowed my thumbs just a scant millimeter underneath the edges of the elastic that rounded her thighs before answering. "Lube is a general, all-around good thing to have on hand," I said. "You never know what you'll need it for." Her breathing hitched as I pushed just a little bit farther inside, feeling the hair on her pussy. "Like my pussy?" she asked. "Because I'm fairly sure that you won't have any problem getting in there." I couldn't help myself from pushing the rest of the way inside, searching for the seam of her sex with both thumbs. I found it in seconds, and all I had to do was sweep my thumbs over the crevice to feel just how right she was. "No," I agreed. "It doesn't feel like you would need it." "There." Her breathing hitched. "I've never done that," she whispered. I grinned and pulled one of my hands away, bringing it to my lips where I brought the digit to my mouth. "No?" I asked, opening my mouth and allowing my tongue free to lick her off. Her flavor burst on my tongue, and suddenly all I could think about was having her pussy hovering over my face as I ate her. "Take your panties off," I urged gruffly. She didn't hesitate to fall to the side and yank her panties free. The blue light from the alarm clock, paired with the night light that I could see plugged in across the room, cast an eerie glow and allowed me to see her fairly clearly, which was why I saw her struggle getting her panties off. Grinning, I set the box of condoms and lube aside and reached for her legs. "Patience, baby," I said. "I'm not going anywhere." She scoffed. "A man like you tells a girl like me to take her panties off, and she's going to rush," she said. "What if you change your mind?" I chuckled deep in my throat and reached for her just as she finally kicked her panties free. The moment she was unbound, her legs spread wide. In one swift movement, I picked her up and laid back on the bed, this time with her body straddling my chest. She said, sounding hesitant now. "I don't know." Then I once again urged her forward, and she got my drift. "I've never done this either," she said as I slid down the bed and she scooted up it. I couldn't stop myself from tasting her if I tried. The moment that she was in place above me, I cupped her ass cheeks in my hands and urged her lower. The first thing that hit me was her smell, sweet and tart, just like a woman should smell. "Did you just smell me?" she asked, sounding horrified. "Yeah," I agreed, not sounding horrified. "You smell delicious." "I don't know." I leaned forward and captured one of her lips lightly between two teeth and tugged. "Stop thinking so hard. You smell good." Her hand went to my hair and fisted it, not pulling hard, but enough that I could feel the slight sting of possibility. "I'll try to behave," she said. "I'm just saying, I don't know about this. I've never done it, and I feel like I'm about to smother you with my vagina. I licked her. One solid lick from her entrance to her clit. "Jesus," she shivered. "Why did that feel so good?" Instead of answering, I did it again, loving the way I could feel goosebumps breaking out over her thighs. Her moan of excitement paired with the taste of her on my tongue made my balls draw up in pleasure. "I'm not really sure that this should be legal," she whispered. "Jesus Christ. Something that feels so good and bad at the same time shouldn't be." I chuckled against her, causing her to jolt. "Oh," she whispered, "that felt good too. And your beard. It feels so good on the inside of my thighs and rasping against the inner lips of my pussy." I'd never been more aware of my beard in my life than at that moment in time. About how, when I leaned slightly forward to press my tongue into her pussy, it pressed against the seam of her sex. My chin pressing against that band of flesh between her asshole and pussy. My fingers on her ass cheeks tightened as I pulled her down, wanting to get deeper penetration with my tongue. "Oh, fuck," she growled, her hands tightening slightly in my hair. My hands convulsed on her ass cheeks and spread them apart, making her gasp as the cool air met the overheated skin of her sex. I pulled away from her channel with one last lick before bringing my mouth up to her clit and sucking lightly. She nearly jolted off of me at the contact, and my hands on her ass holding her down, anticipating the move, was the only thing that kept her from outright leaving me altogether. "Jesus Christ," she hissed. "Oh, God, that feels good." I knew it did, mostly because she was holding on tight to my hair and urging me closer to her. I circled her clit with the tip of my tongue, flicking the tiny bundle of nerves with a quick lick before pulling it back into my mouth. She gasped all over again, and this time I followed that lick up with a finger to her pussy. "Oh, sweet Mary," she moaned. "Oh, God." I couldn't help it. I laughed. She shivered and loosened the grip she had on my hair. "I want to do the same to you." I was already shaking my head as I blindly reached out for the box of condoms. Pulling away from her clit with reluctance, I continued to finger her as I said, "Open a condom and smooth it on me. I want to fuck you. You can suck me later." She growled at me. "What if I want to do it now?" she countered. I curled the finger that was inside of her and rubbed the spot inside of her that I knew would elicit a reaction as I said, "This is my show right now. You get what I want to give you." I could tell she wasn't sure what to think about that and was fighting a battle inside of her on whether to be turned on by my words or offended. "That's not how this works," she said. "This is a partnership." I smiled. Even in most partnerships, there's give and take. Today, I'm the one that gives. Next time, we can switch, and you get to be in charge. She reached for the box of condoms and ripped them open, scattering the contents all over my chest and the bed. "I can't decide whether to be mad or not," she informed me. "So I'm going to go with, not, because, Jesus, stop doing that with your finger, I can't think. I'm going with not because I'm getting..." I moved until there were 2 fingers inside of her. "Flick your tongue against my clit one more time, and I'm going to come." I curled my fingers inside of her and decided that maybe she needed to. Then she'd relax some and let me do what I wanted. Right? Yeah, I didn't believe that either. Jubilee wasn't the type of person to just sit back and relax. She always had to be going. But I'd make her come anyway just because I could. Oh, and I liked the way she was rippling and tightening around my fingers. And don't even get me started on the way she tasted. So I did what she asked, curled my fingers just right to touch that spot deep inside of her, and flicked my tongue one more time. She came so hard that her thighs tightened around my head. Her hands and my hair went taut, and suddenly I had more problems than just a hard dick, such as whether or not I'd have any hair left once she was done coming. "Fuck me!" she cried out, loudly. I pulled back until only my fingers remained inside of her, albeit still. "God damn," she breathed. "Holy shit on a kickstand." I chuckled darkly and used my shoulders to kick her thighs apart. She got the hint and went up off my face, giving me my first breath of air since she'd started to come. Sorry, she apologized as she moved. I grinned and popped my fingers into my mouth as I also started to shove my underwear down my hips. Her eyes were locked on mine, fascinated and entranced, and I had the sudden urge to reach over and turn on the light so I could see the expression on her face. But before I could so much as move toward the bed, she once again had the condoms in her hand, and she was moving toward me. Lay down, she urged. I want to ride you. I did, lying on my back, and gestured to her with both hands to come closer. She followed me down and straddled my lower legs, her hand reaching for my dick at the same time she ripped the package with her teeth. I blindly reached for my phone and hit the flashlight icon, thankful when I could finally see more of her than just shadows. And what I saw took my breath away. Her face was soft and relaxed, and her eyes were intent on what she was doing. Despite having light suddenly appear, she didn't look up from what she was doing, which was covering my dick with a condom. I've never done this before, she said softly. Tell me if I'm doing it wrong.
Jubilee. Tell me if I'm doing it wrong, I ordered authoritatively. Z's lips quirked. Honey, I'm not sure you can fuck this up. I paused and stared at him. You do realize, correct, that the last time we did it, I had to fish it out of my vagina, right? I asked, because that was wrong. He opened his mouth and then closed it. Well, that's true. I snickered and went about rolling the condom on his cock. He was right, it was easy. At least it would have been had the condom rolled all the way down his cock. I said, is it bad that there's still that much of it not covered? Seconds later, I found myself hauled up like I was lighter than a feather, right where he wanted me, which was directly over his huge cock with the tip of it resting against my entrance. No. He paused. Why? I thought about that. I don't know, I just thought maybe your entire cock should be covered. If you say it shouldn't, then I guess I'm not worried. You guess? He asked, his voice sounding strained. I murmured, starting to take him inside my body. I wasn't sure that was what he was wanting me to do, but I really had no choice at this point. It was either let my thighs start to burn due to the position he had me in, or sit on his cock. Let me just say there wasn't really a problem on my end. I took one for the team, so to speak. The team being my muscles, that was. I groaned as he started to fill me up, loving the hot stretch of my body taking his. His cock wasn't easy to take by any means, but after what he just put my body through, yeah, there was really no way that I could keep him out. Especially with how slick I was. Are you worried about something? He asked, sounding actually cognizant enough to be holding a full, rational, well-understood conversation. I licked my lips twice, both upper and lower, before I replied. I don't know what you're talking about anymore, I managed to say. I can't even remember what it was we were talking about before you... Oh, God, that's good. His hands went to my waist as he said, We were talking about you being worried about the fact that my full cock wasn't covered. Was I? I don't remember that actually leaving my lips. Then again, I was finding it incredibly hard to think about anything at that moment in time due to the way he was filling me up, one delicious inch at a time. Baby, he growled. That was the moment that he finally hit the end of me. I moaned and ground my hips down onto him. My back was arched, and the only thing that I could think about was how deep Z was able to get inside of me. I could practically feel him in my throat. He was that deep. Pay attention, he growled, tweaking my nipple. It didn't have the desired reaction that he was searching for, however. What he wanted was for me to pay attention. What he got was me moaning out in euphoria as I inadvertently arched my back forward, thrusting my breasts out toward him. He laughed, loving the reaction he got.
"So that's what you need?" he asked. "A little pain?" Was that what I needed? I wasn't sure. But when he pinched the other nipple, this time a little bit harder than the first time, I nearly catapulted myself right off his cock in my haste to follow him as he pulled away. Before I could so much as complain that he'd stopped, I found myself with not only his fingers, but his cock as well. One second, I was on him, writhing and trying to find a good rhythm, and the next I was on my knees, face in the bed and ass in the air. One of his hands was pushing me into the mattress, while the other was hacking my hips up high. "Jesus Christ," he said. "Just look at you." I didn't have that option, but it wouldn't have mattered. I'd never found myself sexy. But him? It was more than obvious that he felt things about me that I didn't think about myself. He made me feel sexy. With the looks he tossed in my direction, his words, both in and out of the bedroom, hell, even his insults did it for me at this point. Once he was sure that I was going to stay where I was put, my hand left my head. Moments later, I felt his cock at my entrance and slowly pushing inside. "I like the way you felt without the condom," I told him. There was a long, lengthy pause. Then he pulled out of me so abruptly, I squeaked. I heard the snap of plastic. Seconds later, he was poised at my entrance. But he didn't push inside. It was as if he was asking for permission before we crossed this particular line. In answer, I pushed back against him. He took that as answer enough and surged inside so hard and fast that I was pushed upward on the bed a good 2 inches. My knees even went off the bed for a few short seconds. I moaned my reaction and clenched my fists into the bedspread, loving each and every second of his entrance into my body. "God, yes," I pleaded. "More." He gave me more. Then he spanked my ass. The stinging slap against my flesh sent a surge of wetness coursing over his invading cock. "Feels so good," I told him. "God, why is it so hot?" And it was. He was hot, silky, smooth, and thick. It was amazing. I shouldn't be able to feel that much of a difference between a condom-covered cock and a bare one, should I? But holy shit, every single aspect of his invasion was different. Better. Hotter. God, I was already close to coming again, and he'd literally just made me come not even 5 minutes prior. He didn't say a word as he took me. Just pumped that fat cock in and out of my depths, hard and fast. The sound of his hips meeting my ass filled the room, along with our paired labored breathing. Not to mention his grunts and my moans. If we'd had neighbors, they would have definitely heard us. We were loud. We were also unapologetic. Something this good wasn't something you apologized for. It was too right to be wrong. "Gonna come," he said, sounding strained. "Please tell me you're close." Before I could open my mouth, his hand met my ass again, causing a loud smack to fill the room once again. And that "I'm about to come" turned into "I'm fucking coming right the fuck now." I clamped down so hard around him that I tore a curse straight out of his mouth. Seconds later, his cock started to jerk inside of me, and the added wetness only made his thrusting inside of me better. He came quietly while I practically wailed mine. And when it was all said and done, when the truth of our actions finally started to settle, I didn't feel the panic that I might have at one point in time. Z dropped down onto the bed beside me, pulling me with him to my side. Before his cock could fall free of me, he repositioned himself so that he was snugly ensconced inside of me. His body wrapped around mine until there wasn't a single inch of his body from chest to mid-knee that wasn't pressed up against me. I tell myself that I should control myself. He rumbled into the back of my neck. That wasn't smart, but I don't care, I really just don't care.
I knew what he meant. I didn't care either. I wanted him. I wanted everything he had to give. And that included that little bit of himself that I otherwise wouldn't have gotten if he'd been wearing the condom when he came. The possibilities of anything happening are nil. I told him honestly. The doctor was adamant that it wouldn't happen. I paused. The finality in the doctor's words. I know I'll never have kids. He seemed to let those words sink in for a few short seconds before saying, "Do you want kids?" "Not..." I didn't finish. "Not until me." "Right," I whispered. "I'm not sure I should feel this way," I told him bluntly. "Me and you? We have a lot of history. So much history that it's likely a shit idea that we're even entertaining the possibility of anything more than just one more time." He snorted. "Can you imagine if we go home and everyone sees us together?" I couldn't. Eitan and me, Anne-Marie and Ezekiel, shit, we were the town's sweethearts. When you thought of one of us, you wouldn't be able to stop yourself from thinking of the other. Shit, but the one time that I'd had Z pick me up off the side of the road where my car had broken down and taken me to get my school schedule, everyone in our classes had lost their shit. Rumors had spread that we'd cheated all over a stupid ride. I couldn't imagine what would happen now if we were to go home and actually announce ourselves as a couple. "They'd lose their shit," I said. "But saying that, our fathers took it well. I don't ever plan on going home, so..." He grunted out a reply. "I don't either. I like it here. Well, there. What we're supposed to be. There's nothing in Arkansas for me anymore but ugly memories and what could have been. I won't be going back except to visit." My sentiments exactly. Feeling his breath on my shoulder and his hand pressing back against my belly, ensuring that his still hard, how the hell was it still hard, cock stayed firmly put inside of me. I couldn't find it in me to want to be anywhere else but where I was. He softly bucked his hips, and I felt things inside of me start to stir again. Things that were thoroughly sated, yet incredibly greedy at the same time. How that was possible, one only knew. "Why is it that I always have to tell you to pay attention?" he growled, his mouth now at the back of my neck. His beard was tickling my shoulder, and I reached backward blindly so that I could bury my fingers in it. He'd grown it longer in recent months, and I found myself really digging the caveman look he had going on. He'd kept the sides just as trim, but the lowest part of his beard was now upward of about 4 inches in length. Business at the top and party on the bottom. I also loved the way it was so thick and rough, like a man should be. There was nothing soft about Ezekiel McGrew. Nothing. "What's that look for?" he asked. I hadn't even been aware that he was looking at me, but when he moved his body so that he could get a better look at my face, which also inadvertently pushing up inside of me just a wee bit deeper, he sure had my attention. "I was thinking about your beard," I told him honestly, giving it a tiny squeeze. He grunted and bucked his hips once more. "What about it?" he asked. I licked my lips once more, tasting the saltiness that was coating them. I was thinking that it probably smelled like me, I answered truthfully. "And I was wondering if that bothered you." He dropped a kiss to my shoulder. "I'm not sure why you would think smelling your pussy on my beard would ever bother me. In fact, maybe they should make a beard oil that smells like it. Then again, maybe not. I'd probably stay hard until it wore off or I washed it off." I could do nothing but shake my head. My eyes grew heavy, and I yawned, long and loud. By the time I was done, he was laughing. "What?" I asked, eyes watering due to my lack of sleep. I'd normally have had a nap by then. Maybe sometimes even two. But today had been long and eventful, and one nap hadn't happened, let alone two. "You," he said quietly into the room. My eyes closed, and this time I couldn't open them again. "What's so funny about me?" I wondered, voice trailing off into a whisper. "Nothing, baby," he growled. "Go to sleep." I couldn't help but comply. We fell asleep like that, him inside of me, still hard. And when I woke up, an hour earlier than I would have wanted to the next morning, to him moving inside of me, well, let's just say it was the best wake-up call ever.
Chapter 13. One day, you're going to see your girl eating a foot-long coney and think, that's her. She's the one. Z explaining why he loves Jubilee. Z. "Hello?" I answered tersely, tattoo gun in my hand and Rome's massive bicep in the other. "Boy," my father said into the phone, "we got a problem." I sighed and leaned back, wiping a few drops of blood and ink off of Rome's arm before saying, "And what's that?" He growled something incoherent. "I need you to keep Jubilee there." The words didn't quite register, and my eyes locked with Rome's. "You want me to what?" I asked in surprise. "I want you to keep her there for another few days," my father repeated. "We found evidence that someone's been living in her attic." What?" I shook my head. "Like, someone that's not her?" Had I heard him correctly? "Yeah, someone that's not her," Dad confirmed. "We're not even sure that she knew that she had an attic. Pete asked her yesterday when he called to see if she wanted something done that was an easy fix, and he found out that the attic was locked when she moved in, and she hasn't been able to open it." I shuddered as horror washed over me. "She's been living in a house where someone else has been living?" I asked, almost out of disbelief, then for the affirmation. "And she didn't even know or suspect anything?" "Yes," he repeated. "Ask her yourself. See if you can find anything out without alerting her." I just shook my head. "Is that all you found?" "What did you find?" I asked. There was a long pause, then my father said, "I would have told you in a heartbeat before I found out you were with her. Now I'm not quite so sure that you should know all the details." That hung in the air for a few long seconds as we digested that little bit of knowledge. Then I said, "Well, Dad, how do you expect me to protect her if I don't know what's going on?" Silence. "Signs that he's been living there for a while. Found a city newspaper up there from a few months ago, a stockpile of food, trash, clothes. Not many, but enough that he can change his clothes. Size large shirts and 32, 34 pants. So we're looking for someone quite skinny and about 6 foot. I swallowed hard as my father continued to speak, not realizing the turmoil that was rolling through me. "He has a bank full of cameras set up in there," he finally said, "but none of them are pointing at her house but 2. One at the front entrance and one at the back. I guess to make sure he knew when she was and wasn't home." He paused. "But saying that, there are holes drilled into the floor, so if he wanted, he could look through those to watch whatever she was doing in there. But for some reason I doubt that he does that, seeing as he could have just as easily set up a camera to make it where he didn't have to lie on the floor to look." Like that made it any better. My hand clenched and I stared unseeing in front of me, thinking about what I knew about Jubilee's house. I'd been over there a handful of times, most of those times over the last week as I was helping install the security system and the cameras. "There's a ladder underneath the back deck that I believe he uses. It's one of those collapsible ones like they use in case of emergencies. One that you can fold out and fold back in at the drop of a hat," he said. Comes in and out easy as pie. I heard Turner mention to Jubilee once that Jubilee's place was haunted, I said softly. She said something about how her cell phone never worked when she went into the house. Maybe you should ask Turner. Dad made an approving sound in the back of his throat. I like that, he muttered. Plus, we can use Turner to help us keep her there while we do a little digging. We won't be able to keep her there forever, but it could buy us just a few more days while we investigate further. I agreed with him on that. But Jubilee wouldn't stay away from her house or work for long. I'd give it another day and a half max, especially since she'd finished off the last dead person for her aunt about 20 minutes ago. She was literally being brought over by her uncle as we spoke. I'll figure something out, I said, looking at Rome's tattoo that I'd nearly completed over the last 6 hours. Normally, I would have broken this session up in sessions, but since we were leaving and I knew Rome wouldn't want to wait another 6 weeks for his arm to heal enough for me to finish it, I kept going, even though my hand was numb from holding the tattoo gun for so long. Good, Dad said. I'll let you know what Turner has to say. Then he was gone, and I was left staring at Rome's arm as a drop of blood started to roll down his bicep. Well, shit, Rome finally said, hanging up the phone for me. I wiped up the drop of blood with the towel I had in my hand and nodded. My stomach was in knots, and I wasn't sure what to do about the feeling. I wasn't used to caring at all. A text message came in before I could reply to him, and Rome held it out to me to see. The screen unlocked when my eyes made contact with it, and the text message popped up, causing me to curse. However, I knew that it could work. What does it say? Rome asked, not caring whether it was private or not. We were brothers, though not by blood. But blood didn't make you family. How you treated each other did. And Rome was my family, just like I was his. It says that I should take her home to Arkansas, I said softly. That her mother and mine will concoct a reason to go. Liner, who'd come with Rome for moral support, said, Thought you hated it there. I did. I do, I repeated my thoughts. My ex-wife is there, not to mention every single bad memory I ever had. Not to mention his ex-wife is a huge, gigantic bitch. He really doesn't need to go up there and have to deal with her bullshit, I heard from the doorway. Plus, let's not forget that's where my sister and his brother died. It holds a lot of memories that are just better left repressed. That was the truth. Hey, baby, I said as she walked into the room. Rome shifted so that my phone wasn't visible to Jubilee, who'd walked up behind me and threw her arms around my neck, pressing her body up against my back. I felt things below my belt start to stir. Hey, she said softly, pressing a kiss to my neck before she leaned over even farther to get a look at Rome's arm. Wow, that looks amazing. I still have some shading to do, I told her and Rome, who'd lifted his arm and rolled slightly so that Jubilee could see the entire arm extending over to his back. And then I can take you out to eat. It looks amazing, like it's real, she whispered, her voice soft. It's so beautiful. I felt something in my heart stretch awake at her praise. Thanks, baby. I gestured toward a chair across the room next to Liner. Go have a seat. I'll probably be another hour. She walked over to the chair next to where Liner had been propped up and sat down. Hello, Liner, Jubilee said. How are you tonight? Okay, Liner answered, sounding almost distracted. His face was in his phone as it had been for the last hour and a half, and he was texting someone furiously back and forth. His face would take on a thunderous expression every few seconds before it would soften back to neutral. How about you? It was an absent question, I was sure. He hadn't been expecting the full-on explanation of her bad day because he stopped what he was doing and just looked at her as she unloaded on him, causing me to want to laugh. Well, I got all my dead people fixed up, she started. All put back together, all nice and pretty. Then I got a call from my electric company. I called them about a week ago questioning my high bills. They got back to me and told me that I needed to check my house for answers. They told me that they saw a rise in meter activity about 3 months ago. She sighed. Then I got a call about my water bill. that's up too, and they're threatening to shut it off because I didn't pay enough this month to cover it. Usually I only send them $35, whether it's the right amount or not, because that's usually enough to cover it. Only the last 3 months it hasn't been." My eyes met Rome's. He was thinking the exact same thing that I was. That whoever was making his home in her attic had appeared about 3 months ago based on her bills going up around that time. Since I had free time, I also tackled my internet people too. My internet at home has been shit lately, and I wanted to call them and find out why, but apparently you have to be at home to do that for troubleshooting purposes. And then I came in here, and you were all talking about that woman, and it was just the cherry on top. Liner blinked. "That's unfortunate." Jubilee giggled, then turned her eyes to me. "Why are you talking about that horrid woman in Arkansas?" I made a split-second decision. "My mom asked me to come home for a few days, and your mom agreed with her. They think since we're already off of work and halfway there, that we should just come stay for the weekend." Jubilee opened her mouth and then shut it. "I don't want to go home," she blurted. I felt my lips twitch. "You're really going to tell our moms no?" She bared her teeth. "Yes." She looked away from me and focused on Liner, who was looking at her with amusement on his face. "No," she scowled at him. "Shit." I snapped off one of my gloves and held out my hand for my phone. I texted my father back one-handed, telling him to tell our moms what had just gone down, and closed it before shoving it back into my pocket. "I have off until Monday," I said to her before reaching for another glove. "Fine," she said stiffly. "But we have to stop somewhere on the way first." "Where?" 4 hours and 19 minutes later, in the last hour of our ride, she pointed to something. It was a sign. "You want to go to a haunted house?" I asked. She looked at the billboard for the haunted house that we were passing and then shrugged. "Sure. I don't get scared easily, though. Just for your information, in case you were going to try to scare the shit out of me." "Why is that?" I asked, tossing a look over at her before returning my eyes to the road. I mean, if I thought I was living in a haunted house like I'd heard her and Turner say before, then I sure as fuck would have been at least wary. I hated wearing my helmet, but it was nice to be able to communicate with Jubilee without having to wait for stoplights. "You won't believe me," she said. I grinned. "Try me." She squeezed my waist just a little bit tighter and then said, "I feel like I've been followed around my entire adult life." I frowned, heart rate starting to pick up. "What do you mean?" "Well," she hesitated. "It started when I was about 16. My brows rose. "What started?" "The feeling that I wasn't alone," she said. "Right after Anne-Marie's death. It almost felt like she hadn't left the earth and instead stayed with me to watch over me. Except for her watching over me creeps me the fuck out. Luckily, it wasn't all the time, only sporadically, or at least it was in the beginning. Now it feels like I'm being watched constantly." I felt my stomach knot and my hand burned to call my dad and tell him what I'd just learned. "Tell me more of this feeling," I ordered as I gestured to Liner, who'd decided to go with us, that I was turning. He nodded and dropped back, following me when I turned down the road that supposedly led to the best haunted house in the South. "What do you want to know?" she asked, her hands tightening as we made an almost 90-degree turn. "What makes you think someone's watching you?" I asked, "other than having someone actually living in your attic." "Well, when I moved into my house, for instance, it was a nice, comfortable place that I loved." She paused. "Then I was living there for like a month, and all of a sudden I felt like it was too small." She shrugged. "I always feel like someone's there when I'm walking outside, or when I'm running. That's why I started running at the track. It's so lit up and open most of the time. I can see someone for at least 100 yards in every direction." That was understandable. But knowing that, I knew that she'd never run again without me there to make sure she was safe, even if I had to ride my goddamn bike beside her to make sure of it. I pulled up to the haunted house and winced at the large line that was wrapped halfway around the parking lot. "This is going to take hours to get through," I grumbled, looking over at Liner, who'd pulled up beside me. Liner looked in disgust at the line as well. "It'll be okay," she assured. "I swear to God, it'll be fun." It was not fun. Not even a little bit. After spending 2 hours in line, not one, like she'd assured us it would be, Liner and I finally got up to the front with Jubilee sandwiched between us. At first, we'd all been together, but the closer we got to the front of the line, the more assholes turned into assholes and started to push and shove. It didn't help that the haunted house served alcohol to the line, getting them nice and drunk by the time they arrived at the front, meaning people didn't have any sort of boundaries any longer to keep them in line. When the pushing started, Liner would glare at them at our backs, and I'd glare at them at our fronts. Needless to say, by the time we got to the entrance, neither Liner nor I were in the mood. Jubilee, though, was happy as a clam. She had a beer in her hand and was laughing her ass off at the sign. "If you are not this drunk, you might want to turn around and wait in line for another hour." "Oh, that's a good one," she giggled. "I think I'm good." She was, most assuredly. "All right, then, we can go." I tugged on her hand and led her through the entrance. It wasn't scary. It was funny, however. Being sober as hell and having Jubilee slightly tipsy, everything scared her. Her bravado from earlier took a flying leap the first moment someone jumped out at us with a hatchet. The only thing I could say was that they were lucky that it was plastic, because had that been real, I'd have laid the motherfucker out. Liner grumbled under his breath. "Fake shit," he muttered. "I can't believe I agreed to come in here." "I can't believe you didn't just scream like a girl." Jubilee slapped her hand on her chest. "Jesus Christ, I swear to God I felt my soul leave my body." I looked down at my woman, and she was that. Mine. Everything about her was something that had always been just a little bit mine, even when she wasn't technically mine. I'd just been too stubborn to see it. Plus, honestly, it had been harder every passing year to continue with our animosity. It didn't matter that she'd asked me to go to this stupid place and participate in something that was seconds away from being the worst part of my week. All that mattered was that she loved it, and had enjoyed herself. "Which hall do we go down?" she asked once we got to a fork in the hallways. "That one says exit, and that one says bad things lie this way." "I vote the goddamn exit," Liner muttered. Jubilee rolled her eyes and walked down the one that was labeled bad things lie this way. Of course. I had to hand it to the creators of this haunted house. It was fairly creepy with the way that it was decorated, but I just couldn't get into it today, not with knowing what I knew about Jubilee's actual haunted house that wasn't haunted as much as infested with a parasite. "I can hear screaming from behind us." Jubilee laughed. I could as well. In fact, I could hear pounding feet as well, which was why both Liner and I were both looking back instead of forward. The pounding feet ran toward the exit, and when we turned back around to look in front of us, there was a man standing there, bloody knife in hand. Right the fuck there. That was when Liner screamed like a girl. High-pitched, long, and goddamn loud. It was long seconds later, once he'd finally run out of breath, that everyone just stared at him like he'd just pulled his dick out and waggled it at everybody. "Oh my God, did you see that knife? Why were there holes in the blade? I hate holes like that," he gasped, breathing like a racehorse that had just run the Kentucky Derby. "Goddamn trypophobia is no fucking joke." I'd heard of that as well. "That's creepy as fuck," I finally said to the silence. The man chuckled and backed away into his hidey hole, waving us on. "We're just going to forget that ever happened," Liner said to the two of us. "What happened?" Jubilee was shaking with laughter. "I know where you live," he grumbled, "and I'll make sure to never let you take a nap." Her mouth dropped open in affront. "You wouldn't dare. Try me and find out."
Chapter 14. If I say goodnight and an hour later you see me online, that doesn't mean that I lied, it means that I'm a failure. Jubilee explaining her night habits. Jubilee. I didn't want to be back in my hometown. Honestly, I wasn't quite sure how it had happened. One second I'd been at Brittany's, ready to go back home, and the next I was on the back of Z's bike, heading back to where I never wanted to go again. Sure, I'd been back before, but never on the back of Z's bike where everyone and their brother could see us riding in on his Harley. "What's with that look on your face?" Z asked from my side. "She's scared of her mommy," Liner teased. I flipped Liner off, causing him to laugh. Speaking of mommy, I could see my mother in the booth of the diner sitting next to Z's mom, Carrie. Carrie was looking out the window and slapped my mother across the chest when she saw us pull up to the diner. "Shit," I muttered again. Liner started to laugh. Z sighed, resigned to his fate. "Are you sure you want to do this?" I repeated for what had to be the 13th time. "Yes," he answered. "If we didn't go see them, they'd just come see us. Then we'd have no control over them leaving." I sighed and dismounted the bike, my legs shaky from being on the back of it so long. Z, who'd followed right behind me, caught me around the waist almost instinctively when I started to wobble and pulled me into his body. "I agree," I muttered, "but it still doesn't make this feel any better. I feel like I'm walking into my doom. Even now they're getting all giddy." And they were. My mother was practically bouncing in her seat as she stared, open-mouthed at us. Her eyes were on Z's hand on my waist, and she was practically salivating. "She's going to ask for kids the moment you walk in the door," Liner guessed. I felt my heart sink. "She knows that I can't have them," I murmured softly. She'd never bring it up just because she knows how bad it hurt me to hear those words when I was struck by lightning. Liner grunted. "I can't have kids either, thanks to my dad." I looked over at him in surprise. "What happened?" "Beat my ass so bad that I got an infection that racked my body for days. I laid on the floor of my bedroom for 4 days with such a high fever that I nearly died. When I came to on day 6, fever-free, it was to find out that I was in the hospital after my mother finally thought I might die and not make it. Killed all my swimmers," he answered. "Mostly. There are a few in there from what I'm told, but not many, like 1 in 100,000 chance of having kids." I felt my stomach full. "I was told that the lightning zapped all my eggs. Hell, I don't even have periods like normal people," I told him. Z squeezed my waist as Liner shrugged. "You with the wrong man, then. We'd have been perfect together." Z bared his teeth at Liner. "Who have you been texting all day, every day?" Liner's eyes went distant. "A man that's good at finding people." My eyes narrowed. "Who are you wanting to find?" I had a feeling I knew who, and I wasn't sure that it was a good idea. "I'll let you know when I find her," he said. I hoped that he didn't. If it was the woman I was thinking about, she only brought pain and heartache with her. I'd heard stories of her through Z. And Liner, though he may seem like a hard-ass on the outside, definitely had a soft middle. Which was why he was with Rome in the first place, because he knew that Rome might need support when it came to getting a tattoo that memorialized his dead son. And for why he was with us and not riding back with Rome, I had no clue. But I planned to ask Z the first chance I got. "They're taking pictures," Liner said suddenly. I looked up to see my mother taking pictures, stretched clear across the diner table with her phone pressed up against the glass. "I don't even know what to say to that," I admitted. "I think we should turn around and head home, though. That seems the best course of action." As if my mother sensed my thoughts, though, she pointed at me with one beautifully manicured finger and mouthed, "Get in here." Z chuckled and pushed me forward by bumping my hips with his.
Go before she comes out here and really makes a scene.
I did, dragging my feet the whole way. The last time we were here together was with Eitan and Anne-Marie, I told him as we finally got to the entrance. They're sitting at the booth that has our pictures on it.
Maybe they remodeled since we were here last,
Z said, sounding hopeful. They hadn't. I could tell that the moment we walked into Lucian's diner. It was the same wood-paneled wall, the same black and white checkered tile floor, the same weird wooden booths that were made more for 1.5 people rather than 2. Oh, and the walls were still decorated exactly how we'd left them. Lucian was one of the Dixie Warden's Arkansas chapter. He'd allowed the club kids to decorate, and Anne-Marie and I had decorated the booth that my mother and Carrie were sitting in. Anne-Marie and I had been 14 at the time, and you could tell based on how we'd decorated. But admittedly, it was one of the better ones and could be worse. My mother squealed and peeled herself out of the booth, barely waiting for Carrie to get out before she followed suit. The moment I got close enough, Z let my hip go and skirted around my mother for his. My mom hit me like a freight train, her arms going around me and squeezing me so hard that all the breath left my lungs. Over my mother's shoulder, I watched as Z pulled his own mother in and wrapped her up in his muscular arms.
Your dad called and told me about you and Z, but I wouldn't believe him until I saw him start to steady you before you fell on your cute little butt, she whispered frantically. When did this happen?
I thought about lying, but decided better of it. What would be the point? My mother had always known when I was lying, and the outcome of my choices always ended up biting me in the ass. A few weeks, I shrugged. Since the night. Understanding dawned on her face. Oh, she knew the night I was talking about. She also smirked her ass off.
So, how drunk were y'all?
I opened my mouth to tell her I wasn't so drunk that I wasn't able to remember some stuff, but Z heard the question and said, Drunk enough for us to do shit that we never would have done sober. That was the truth. Hell, he was so right. I never would have gone near him that first time had I been in my right mind. Carrie let her son go and walked toward me, wrapping me up in her arms just as my mom had done only moments before.
It's good to see you, baby,
she whispered. My mother and Carrie had been best friends since before time. They'd actually been the ones to introduce Gordon and my father. Now they were all best friends, married and had kids that had been together too. But I was sure that they hadn't seen Z and me coming. Hell, I hadn't either.
Let's sit.
Carrie squeezed my hand.
I'm starving.
When I called earlier, you'd just eaten, Z said, gesturing for his mother to sit down in her previous spot. Carrie did, as did my mother, leaving Z and I on the half booth across from them. There was such little room that the two of us had to touch from knee to shoulder, as well as him have half his thigh hang off the outside. Liner, who'd been silent up until this point, pulled up a chair and sat, not caring that he'd forced Z to get even closer to me to permit him room. Not that I minded. Having Z pressed up against me, his arm wrapped around my shoulder, pulling me in close, was my version of heaven. My hand went to his thigh, and my head went to his shoulder as I stared at my mother staring back at us. Her eyes went to the scars that lined my left arm to disappear under my shirt, only to move over to Z's right arm. I couldn't read her face, so it took me a moment to realize that her thoughts weren't bad like mine always were when I thought about my scars.
What can I get you three to drink?
I looked up and smiled at Lucian. Lucian didn't smile back. He never did. In fact, it was so rare that I'd only ever seen him do it once. The moment that I'd walked out of the hospital, my head held high. Hi, Lucian, I said happily.
I'll have a Dr. Pepper.
Z snorted.
You kid?
Lucian turned his gaze toward Z.
Water, please, Lucian, he said. It's nice to see you. Lucian's eyes turned toward Liner. You? You serve beer yet? Lucian shrugged. Sure, why not? Liner grinned. Then I'll have a beer, whatever dark you have. I only have light beer because it's cheaper, Lucian said. Sorry. Liner grinned. Then bring me whatever you have. Lucian walked away without another word.
Beer this early? My mother asked. Really, Josiah?
Liner shrugged. Where he would have gotten mad at anybody else for calling him Josiah, his given name, he didn't get mad at her. I'm thirsty and your daughter made me go to a haunted house. He defended his actions. My mother turned her eyes toward me.
You stopped at that place that's about an hour and a half from here?
I nodded. Liner screamed like a little girl when he saw somebody. Something, Liner corrected. The guy had this knife that looked like Swiss cheese. He shivered. So many fucking holes.
I see that your phobia is still going strong, Carrie drawled.
Liner shrugged. It's not like I can control it. That was the entire point of a phobia, after all. Irrational and unable to control. Before I could reply to Liner's comment, Lucian started to plop down our drinks, going as far as to bring Liner 2 bottles of beer and Z 2 glasses of water. He looked at me. You don't need any more Dr. Pepper than that. You finish? I'll bring you a water. I rolled my eyes, not bothering to argue with him. Now what do you want to eat? I looked at my menuless state and said, I'll have a hamburger with cheese and ketchup, extra pickles. I'll also have a short stack of pancakes. Nobody at the table commented on my order, knowing that I was an odd duck. You? He asked Z. Z placed an order for a wheat wrap with turkey and a side of baked chips. Liner, a man really after my own heart, ordered a short stack of pancakes and a waffle. Z rolled his eyes as Lucian walked away to put our orders in. A short stack of pancakes and a waffle, I grinned. Why have I never thought to order that? Because they're practically the same thing, Z muttered, and you're already weird enough. Liner snorted and took a swallow of his beer. You're just jealous that I found his order intriguing enough to try it sometime, I teased, tickling Z's ribs. Z caught my hand and pressed it flat against his hard thigh, making me grin. Z always liked to act like he wasn't ticklish, but I knew better. He was so ticklish that he'd throw out wild punches in an attempt to keep me away.
I'm excited that you decided to come, my mother said, stealing my attention away from the contemplation of Z's thigh.
I was sure you'd say no.
I would have said no, I admitted, but Turner and Z convinced me that it was okay to come. Apparently, they've had 2 deaths since I've been gone, but both of them wanted to be cremated, so I'm not needed as of yet. Z grunted. Also, there's the fact that I made her, Z cut in. Mom, are you going to eat that bacon? Carrie pushed her plate toward Z, and he snatched up the bacon and inhaled it in less than 30 seconds. I really need to get a workout or 2 in today, he muttered, rubbing his belly. I eyed his perfectly honed 6-pack abs and rolled my eyes. You're annoying, I paused. But I agree with you. I need to go run. I was planning to do my long run on Saturday, but now that we're here for the weekend, I can do that today if you have time. He shook his head. It's almost dark. I'd rather go with you tomorrow if you don't mind. Why did all of y'all order breakfast food? Liner asked suddenly. I felt peer pressure, so I ordered pancakes and waffles. Because Lucian's Diner is famous for breakfast food, I answered absently, then turned back to Z. I'll run in the morning if we can go early. He shrugged. I don't have anything to do tomorrow. Or today, for that matter. We're going to buy a Christmas tree tomorrow, Carrie suddenly said, her eyes on Z. You can help me get into Daddy's truck. Z looked at his mother. Dad's gonna kill you if he comes home and finds Christmas shit up in his house before Thanksgiving, he told her. Today was Halloween night, and tomorrow was normally the first day that his mom started to hound Z's father about putting up Christmas decorations.
It had been the same for forever and was something that I found highly amusing. My mom, on the other hand, didn't decorate until the week before Christmas and had it all taken down the day after Christmas. I wasn't sure why, really, though I found it comical that two such close friends were polar opposites.
I'm not gonna put it up just yet.
She rolled her eyes.
Give me a little bit of credit.
I giggled. You mean you're not going to put it up while Z's around to stop you? She shrugged.
I was planning on doing it after y'all left.
What's so wrong with putting up Christmas shit? Liner asked. My parents put it up in October, right around the time that it starts coming out in the stores. There was silence at the table, and we all turned to survey the man. Mom, Z said. Liner's dad does a drive-through park starting in November. There's like 10 acres of Christmas decorations to drive through.
Carrie's eyes lit up wide. That's marvelous.
A plate plopped down in front of me, and I smiled at Lucian. Thank you. He winked. The rest of the plate soon followed, and the next 5 minutes were filled with moaning and groaning as Liner, Z, and I ate our breakfast foods. Well, them. I had a hamburger, too.
I didn't miss this,
Z muttered almost to himself.
So fucking good.
I rolled my eyes. Imagine if you'd gotten something actually good instead of that mess. He shrugged. I don't have a runner's metabolism to burn all that shit. He waved toward my half-demolished plate. Off. Plus, I like my abs. And before I could stop myself, I agreed. Yeah, I kind of like them too, I admitted. My mother snickered, and I couldn't stop myself from turning my gaze toward her. What? I asked, only then realizing what I'd said. It's just nice to see you both happy with each other, she admitted. I've always wondered if there was something there, even before Eitan and Anne-Marie. There was silence at the table as we tried to navigate around the large elephant, now sitting in the middle of all of us. Nobody quite knew what to say, so my overly large mouth said, I love him. I swallowed hard, eyes wide and panicked. Before I could so much as hide my face behind my hands, Z's large, rough palm smoothed over mine. We're not sure the protocol here, he admitted, but we're going to give this a try. Carrie's eyes filled with tears. They wouldn't have wanted you to live the way y'all have been living. I hadn't been aware that I was living poorly, at least not until I'd finally taken that last step with Z. Now I realized that I was living half a life, trying not to feel guilty for killing two people that should have been living right alongside us. I felt moroseness start to leach into my bones, my earlier happy mood dissipating just as fast as it had arrived. I don't know what they would have wanted, I admitted, but I highly doubt they would have been happy that we were with each other and not them. At least Anne-Marie would have been pissed. Even if they'd broken up, which they hadn't, that was still a line I would have never crossed. Z hauled me close, his mouth going to my ear. I don't like the direction of your thoughts, he said gruffly. I don't particularly like them either, I admitted just as softly. He squeezed my neck lightly. Don't think about what they would have done. They're not here. He paused. And I'm happy. Baby, I'm fucking happy. I felt something inside my chest start to swell at his words. He was right. They weren't here. My parents weren't upset, his parents weren't upset, and he was happy. I was fucking happy, too. Well, Liner said, interrupting our moment. I'm fucking full. My beer's empty and I could use a nap or something. Where am I staying? I guess that would be with me, Carrie said, then turned to us. Are you staying at our house, y'all, or are you staying with her? Carrie pointed at my mom with her thumb and wiggled her hand. We're not staying with either of you, Z said before I could answer. We're staying at the hunting lodge. Dad said it was ready for use, and I was thinking about taking Jubilee hunting in the morning before her run. If I can talk her into it.
My brows lifted. You want to take me... what?
Chapter 15. Sex in a deer stand isn't advisable. Things Z never thought he'd have to say. Z. I poked Jubilee in the side again, knowing that I'd get the attitude when she finally woke up, but doing it anyway. She blinked open her eyes and glared at the lights that were spilling out of the bathroom and into the main room of the one-room cabin we were staying in for the next few days. "What?" she muttered. "Did someone die?" I grinned. "No. We're going hunting, remember?" She frowned. "No." Little liar. "We're going hunting. Then, once we're done with that, we'll go run your little heart out," I told her. "Come on, let's go." "Why are we going hunting?" she asked. "Seriously, I've never wanted to go hunting." "Because I want you to be able to survive if the apocalypse ever comes," I told her, knowing that she'd get up just for that. She had this weird sense of doom about her always. I imagine that she got it due to working in her mother's funeral parlor. I mean, what 5-year-old was running around a deceased motorcycle victim while they pumped his body full of chemicals to preserve him, and then went out of their way to fix him up at least semi-good so they could do a viewing? There was no way not to get jaded and a little bit twisted. To have a morbid sense of humor and ultimately be an odd duck. She frowned at my words, thinking about them. "If it's an apocalypse, I'm probably going to need to learn to shoot them with a spear or a bow," she pointed out. I grinned. "Maybe," I admitted. "But this first time, let's learn how to do it with a rifle." She sighed and closed her eyes again. A text message came through my phone, and I picked it up and glanced at it, immediately feeling my stomach tighten. Rain. Heard you were in town. Also heard that you're fucking your brother's girl. Congratulations for stooping to a new low. I threw the phone down on the bed in disgust, not realizing until too late that I threw it in such a way that all Jubilee had to do was glance up and look at it to read what it said. She sat up so abruptly that I blinked in surprise. "What?" I asked, my anger receding at the look of pure venom on Jubilee's face. "I hate that woman," she snarled, ripping the covers off of her body, the same ones that I'd been trying to tug off earlier with no luck. "And why the fuck is she texting you so goddamn early in the morning?" "Because she knows that I'm up," I muttered, hating that the woman knew me even a little bit. How had I made such a mistake? Not fucking once, but twice. First there was Rain, then there was Zuri. "Well, I don't fucking care if she thinks you're up or not. You could have been still asleep. Would have if you hadn't had this ridiculous idea to take me hunting instead of staying in bed with me. She doesn't know you anymore." She paused. "You should block her ass." "She'd just change her number and keep calling and texting," I admitted. "She's petty." She scowled. "I've literally always hated her." My lips twitched. "I know." She'd made it no secret that she disliked her, not then and certainly not now. I remember the first time that Rain and Jubilee met like it was yesterday. "Hello." Rain held out her hand to Jubilee. Jubilee looked at it like it was a snake, and I tensed, waiting for the inevitable words to fall out of Jubilee's mouth. It didn't take long. "Hi," Jubilee said, not reaching out to take Rain's hand. "I'm sorry, but I don't touch people. I'm a germaphobe." Little liar. I shot Jubilee a look that she ignored. "Oh," Rain frowned. "I didn't realize." Jubilee shrugged like it was a normal, everyday thing for her when it wasn't. "It's okay," Jubilee shrugged. "How could you know? Z never talks about me because he sees my dead sister when he talks to me. I also never talk to him because he reminds me of his dead brother. We used to date before they died." Silence. "I've heard about your sister and his brother." Rain tried to steer her way around the minefield that Jubilee had just set. "I'm sorry." "Me too," Jubilee said, then turned her glare on me. I heard that you decided that you were too good for our Christmas celebration. I closed my eyes and counted to 10. It hadn't been my idea that we not go to Christmas, it had been Rain's. She'd wanted to attend her family's Christmas and have our own at home before we went. I'd said yes because this was our first Christmas together, but I was bummed not to spend it with my family. We're spending it at Rain's parents', I said through gritted teeth. Yeah, she said, then turned to Rain. Did you know that every year we have a huge to-do with the entire club? It's a big deal that he's not going to be there. And since it's done later on Christmas, most everyone can always make it. Rain paled. We're spending it at my parents' place. What time are you getting there? Jubilee pushed. Around 2, she answered. So technically, if you stayed there until 5, you could get to the clubhouse at 6, Jubilee said. That way you get to go to both places and wouldn't have to disappoint your new family. Rain paled even further. Plus, with y'all going away soon, it'd be a good way to say goodbye all at once, Jubilee continued. Rain looked away. I guess you're right. Jubilee snorted. Oh, I know I'm right. It's just that you're being a selfish bitch and everyone knows it. The only way Z would miss it would be if he was dead or halfway around the world and unable to hop a plane to make it home. The memory swirled in my mind, and I found myself smiling. I hate her. I really do, Jubilee muttered as she walked to the bathroom. My eyes lit on her bare ass that was covered by my t-shirt alone, and I had the urge to pull her back around to the bed and bend her over it. I didn't, though. Couldn't, really. If I wanted to get to the deer stand in time, we'd have to leave in like 10 minutes max, and I still had to get her dressed. Dick hard in my hunting pants, I walked over to the closet and pulled down a t-shirt and sweats that belonged to my mother. They'd be large on Jubilee, but they'd work for now. Are we sitting in a deer blind? Jubilee asked from directly behind me. I turned around with the clothes in my fist and offered them to her. When she fumbled them with sleepy fingers, I grinned and bent down, one knee going to the rustic hardwood floor beneath us. Here, I held them out for her to step into, which she did. Not able to help it, I bent forward and bit her on the thigh. She yelped, Hey! What was that for? When she stuck her other foot in, I didn't stop myself from groping her ass as I pulled them up over her hips. I wanted to fuck you, but I can't because I really want you to go hunting, I told her honestly. Shuck that shirt and let's get this one on. She did, and I realized my mistake. She wasn't wearing a bra. Well, fuck it, I muttered. Then I hauled her up to me and pulled her nipple into my mouth. I thought you said we had to go, she whispered, her voice husky and very willing. We do, I admitted. We're going to make this quick. How? She stuttered. By doing you hard and fast, I growled. Then I turned her around and practically threw her over the side of the bed. She didn't protest, only went to her elbows and looked over her shoulder at me as I yanked her sweatpants down around her ankles. My fingers found her slit, and I grinned when I found her soaking wet. Good, I growled, unzipping my jeans and pulling my cock out of my pants. Her eyes went to my dick, and they widened. How did you not just break that as you pulled it out of that tiny hole? She asked curiously. I shrugged. Practice and precision. She opened her mouth to say something else but moaned instead when I let the tip of my cock drag against her sex, coating the head in her juices. She bit her lip and dropped down farther to the bed so that only her ass was in the air. Her face landed on my phone and I saw it light up out of the corner of my eye as I notched my cock at her entrance. She bit her lip and pushed back slightly. Her eyes fluttering opened and closed as she waited for me to push inside. Gonna be fast and hard, baby, I told her, voice full of gravel. Start playing with that pretty clit. She snuck one hand down between her legs and did exactly as I instructed. I pushed inside in one solid stroke, coming to a halt only when my dickhead met her end. "Fuck!" she cried out. I could feel her knuckles bumping my cock as she stroked her clit, and I felt my balls start to draw up at the sensation. "Hurry," I ordered, clenching her ass. She did, speeding up her rotations as I started to steadily fuck her. In and out. Not fast, but certainly not slow. Hard and deep. She felt like silk, hot, wet, tight silk wrapped so tightly around my cock, fisting it so well that I nearly lost it after 3 thrusts inside of her. I wasn't sure how or why she felt so good. Was it because it was Jubilee? Was it because she was tighter than any woman had a right to be? Was it because the only person that had been inside her was me? Whatever the reason, it had always been like this with her. Right. Perfect. "You better be close," I rasped. "I'm seconds away from coming." She dropped slightly to one side and looked at me over her shoulder. Her mouth was tilted up at one side, smirking at me as if she was amused by my lack of control. Hell, knowing her, she was. I pulled out and rammed back inside, making sure to keep my eyes solely on hers as I did. Her mouth lost the grin immediately, parting as a moan slipped free of her lips. Her hand started working double time between her thighs, the tiny baby muscles in her biceps bunching with each twist of her fingers. I felt her start to tighten as I pulled back and thrust inside her. My grin grew into a smile, and still, her eyes were on mine. "Come," I ordered. She bit her lip, the action so erotic that my balls drew up for real this time. With no hope for stemming my orgasm off, I gave up and started to fuck her hard and fast. My eyes closed and I groaned long and loud as my orgasm barreled through me at the speed of light. My spine stiffened and I threw my head back, unable to stop the shout from coming out. Then I felt those pussy muscles I was beginning to love so much start to tighten in rhythmic ripples all around me, making my orgasm that much better. When I finally opened my eyes long seconds later, it was to see her eyes still on mine. "When you come, you get this really constipated look on your face," she told me. I smacked her ass. "It was probably the piece of toilet paper that's right here," I teased, plucking a fake piece of paper off her skin and miming tossing it to the floor. She flipped me off and snapped at me. "Get me a towel so we can go, you dick." Grinning, I pulled out, my eyes going to her entrance as I watched my release leak out of her. And suddenly I really, really wished that things were different, that she could get pregnant, that my seed was potent enough to produce miracles. "Did you just produce a Jersey accent so you could call me a dick?" I asked curiously, trying to hide my suddenly morose thoughts. She winked at me. "Of course."
Chapter 16. Literally every person is messed up. You just have to choose which level of crazy you are comfortable living with. Life lesson. Jubilee. "Do you think the deer smell the sex on us?" I questioned. "Undoubtedly," he answered, straight-faced. "Even when you sprayed all that scent stuff?" I pushed. He shrugged. "Honestly, I don't know. We're about 15 minutes late getting out here, and you're talking so loud that if they were close, they'd hear you," he whispered almost silently. I felt my lips twitch. I lifted my feet up onto the railing of the deer stand we were currently in. It was 13 feet up in the air, and I had to climb a rickety-ass ladder to get up into it. The seat was at least comfortable. That, and being pressed close to Z's body, with his heat practically seeping out of him and into me, was making me sleepy. I was talking to keep myself awake. People weren't meant to be up this early. The only reason I got up this early was due to getting a run in before my day started. And the only reason I stayed awake after getting up that early was due to the fact that my body stayed in constant motion for the 2+ hours that it took me to get my run in and the sun to come up. Overall, I was a very sleepy person. I took a nap every day, no matter if I had to take it in my office chair at work, and still slept wonderfully at night. When I didn't get my nap, it made me a grumpy Jubilee. Today, I had a feeling was going to be downright awful. A, because I was fucking tired already and the day had barely started. B, because we were in our hometown, and I was going out to some Thanksgiving bazaar bullshit with my mother and Carrie. And it was almost a certainty I'd run into at least 10 people that I knew. Z had also been roped in, and there was no way in hell I'd keep my hands off of him now that I had him. C, because I didn't like fucking shopping. "Can you see the deer feeder?" he asked suddenly, his voice a rough caress against my skin. "No," I admitted sleepily. "It's too dark." At this point, I was practically curled into him, soaking in his body heat and on the verge of a nap. "I think there's something there, but I'm not 100% sure," he admitted. I didn't bother opening my eyes. What would be the point? I had the eyesight of a possum. I mean, I could see, I just couldn't see well. I needed glasses, but I hadn't got them yet because I was too stubborn to admit defeat. Consequently, I squinted at everything and hoped that it wasn't as bad as I thought it might be. "Look at this meme," he said, juggling me with his shoulder. I opened my eyes to see his bright-as-hell phone in front of me, holding it out so I could see it. I blinked a few times, clearing my sleepy vision, and read it. I started to laugh almost immediately, which began to shake the deer stand. In turn, I started to laugh harder, which only made the deer stand start to rock so hard that I feared it might tip over with my exuberance. "That's so true," I whispered loudly in between laughs. "I need to go to Target. I'm not sure for what, but I'll find out when I get there." "You scare that buck away from the deer feeder with your laughing. I'll find a way to make sure I bring you on every hunt I ever go on from now on," he growled. I laughed for a few more long seconds before I finally managed to get myself under control. "I don't mind going deer hunting with you," I admitted, my eyes closing once again and my knees pulling up off the bar to curl over Z's closest one. "That's because you're using me as a space heater and going back to sleep," he drawled. But his actions didn't match his perturbed words as he wrapped his arm around me and pulled me in close. "You have roughly 15 minutes until shooting time," he said into my ear. "When you wake up, I'm going to shoot this buck. Then we'll have to clean it and take it to the butcher." "I thought you used to make your own sausage and stuff like that," I said sleepily. I wasn't intending to go to sleep. I enjoyed talking to him, even if it was in whispers that I could barely hear. "I do." He paused. "When I'm home in Bear Bottom. That's where all my stuff is that I'd use to do it. Since I'm here, I don't have any, and I don't really want to buy any. Dad stopped processing his own deer about 10 years ago. He found a butcher that he really likes and intends to use him until he dies." I snickered. "You mean he's gotten lazy in his old age?" I guessed. "That, too." Our silence waned for the next 10 minutes or so. I dozed in and out of sleep, and he stayed quiet, I assumed, because it was getting lighter and he really wanted to get whatever deer he could see at the deer feeder that I couldn't. Hell, at this point, I was fairly sure it was only a figment of his imagination. "Wake up!" He jostled me. I blinked open my eyes, surprised to see that it was quite bright, well, brighter than it had been when I'd closed my eyes 15 minutes before. And there was, in fact, a deer at the deer feeder, eating the hell out of the corn that was pelting him in the back as it was released from the feeder. I sat up abruptly, causing the entire stand to shift with me. Z's arm tightened around me in warning, and I froze, staring at the deer who'd lifted his giant head to stare in our direction. We sat like that for what felt like 10 minutes until he finally dropped his head back down. When he did, Z reached for his rifle. My heart started to pound in anticipation. Then the man had to go and hand the gun over to me. "What are you doing?" I asked, pushing it away. "Shoot it,"
he mouthed. I shook my head. I didn't want to shoot it. That buck was a goddamn 11-pointer and the biggest deer I'd seen in real life and not on a game camera. If I missed, I'd cry. At least if Z missed, I could say I hadn't been the one to shoot at it. He held the gun up to me again, and I realized that he wouldn't budge. He wanted me to shoot it. I bit my lip and took the rifle, dread filling me. I didn't want to miss it, because holy shit, that was a big goddamn deer. He waited for me to get the rifle up to my shoulder, and my eye lined up with the scope before he silently clicked the safety off. I lined my eyes up with the sight, took a deep breath, and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened except for a sharp click as the hammer fell, but no bullet came through. Z cursed silently, then reached around me to rack a bullet into the chamber, slowly and not quietly. The deer looked up again, and we both froze. That was when Z's phone hit the metal deer stand with a thud, causing the deer to tense. I closed my eyes and tried to fight the smile that was tilting up the corner of my lips, but failed. We sat still, barely breathing, as we waited for the deer to figure out what he wanted to do. Run, or stay and eat. He chose to stay and eat, only after he watched us and blew out angry breaths for a good 5 minutes. I bit my lip and lined my eye back up with the rifle, then took the shot. We can't eat this deer, I told Z. We're going to have to stuff it. He tossed me a grin and said, "You know it, baby." I felt all warm and tingly inside as he stood over the deer and looked at it in awe. 13 points, he rumbled. I frowned. I thought there was 11. He bent over, giving me a nice view of his ass. "There are 2 drop tines here," he said, "and here." I tore my eyes away from his ass to see him grinning at me over his shoulder. "Leave me alone," I muttered darkly. He shook his head and said, "I have to send my pop a picture of this. He's been seeing this one on the game camera for weeks." I pursed my lips. Did I shoot his prized deer? He shrugged. "Maybe, but he won't care." Z was right. He didn't care. He was beyond excited. He was even more excited that I was the one to shoot it. "You and your crack shot self," I heard Gordon say over the line, "always were good." He was right. My father had taught me how to shoot with Anne-Marie, and of the 2 of us, I'd always been the better one. Even now, after I hadn't shot a gun in over a year, I was still good, which was surprising seeing as I could barely see the target due to my eyesight. That reminded me, if he was going to make me keep doing it, I was going to have to bite the bullet and actually go see the eye doctor. Gordon's voice suddenly sharpened. "Son of a bitch!" I frowned. "What?" "What?" Z repeated a millisecond later. "Ugh," Gordon said. "Nothing, just hit my thumb with the hammer," he said quickly. "Aren't you glad that I convinced your mothers that you needed a lifelong hunting license?" I rolled my eyes at his change of topic. He hadn't hit his thumb with the hammer, but he hadn't wanted to tell us what was wrong. I just hoped it wasn't my house that had just broken and he wasn't telling me. "Baby, would you mind going back to the deer stand and getting my phone off the floor?" Z asked. "I want to take a picture with my better phone." That was true. The camera that was on my phone was weak sauce compared to his, so I didn't think anything of going to get it. When I got back a few minutes later, it was to find Z looking pissed. "What's wrong?" I asked, concerned now. "Nothing," he grumbled. "I need to walk back to the cabin and go get the side-by-side so we can load this bitch onto it." I frowned. You might need to get the tractor. I was right. We needed the tractor. Chapter 17. I hate how you're just born out of nowhere, forced to go to school and get a job. What if I wanted to be a cat? Jubilee's Secret Thoughts. Jubilee. I was also right about going to the Thanksgiving bazaar with my mother sucking, because it did suck, mightily.
My mom was also horrified that I'd actually shot a deer. She was morally against hunting. My father wasn't, which only made it funnier, seeing as when the deer steaks came out to cook, my mother almost always found herself going out to eat and not coming home for hours. "I can't believe that you did that." My mother was still harping on the same tired subject. "And you smiled in that picture." I looked at her like she was crazy. "Listen, I need a goddamn cookie before we talk about this anymore." Z looked up at my outburst, and I narrowed my eyes. "And why the hell is he over there on the phone?" I asked. "It's like he's hiding." My mother looked over to where my man was standing, huddled in the dark recesses of a building shadow, and shook her head. "Let's go get your cookie," she suggested. I narrowed my eyes at my mother, who was being very easy to deal with all of a sudden. "What do you know that I don't?" I asked, eyes narrowing in on her. "Hey," Carrie said. "What's that?" I didn't fall for the trick. "Mom." She bit her lip. "Mom," I repeated, this time stomping my foot for emphasis. She looked over at me, lip caught between her teeth, and sighed. "Your dad found someone living in your attic." I blinked. "What?" "Your dad found someone living in your attic," she repeated, this time much slower. I blinked, then blinked some more. "What? How?" I paused. "I've never been able to get that attic door open." The thought of someone living in my attic was preposterous, totally and utterly preposterous. I narrowed my eyes on the man across the small alleyway where the Thanksgiving bazaar was taking place, and saw Z pinch the back of his neck with 2 fingers and looked rather pissed off at what it was that he was hearing. "Is that why we're here?" I asked carefully. "No, baby, a little bit." My mother paused, looking helplessly at Carrie. She was a shit liar and always had been. Then again, so was I. "Mommy," I said. She looked away. "Mom?" Nothing. "Mama!" Her shoulder twitched. "Mommy!" My mother dropped her head. "Mother!" Still fucking nothing. "Don't make me cause a scene, woman," I called out. My mother looked at me over her shoulder. "I'm not telling you. Daddy said he would beat my butt if I told you." I rolled my eyes. "Daddy wouldn't hurt you, and you know it," I told her. "The worst he'll ever do is tell you that you can only have 12 trees in the house, not 13. My mother snickered. "That's true." "Tell me," I ordered. She sighed. "Walk over there and listen to whatever your man is saying." She paused. "He offered to let me put up the Christmas tree this weekend if I got you here and kept you here, please." I rolled my eyes. "You're a Christmas hussy." Her grin was unrepentant. "I'll go buy your cookie. You go around the back of that building and come up from the other side," she ordered, pointing her long finger in the direction of the building that Z was standing next to. I did as she ordered, slipping in through the open doors of Sally's saloon and going out the back door that led to the patio that they did live concerts at during the summer. I paused at the bar that separated the alley from the back deck and listened carefully, not liking what I was hearing. "Can't do that. She's going to figure it out. I would love to take her to my house, but it's not something we're to keep secret for long. She's not dumb," Z was saying. No, I wasn't dumb. And he was right. I'd want to go home, at least to gather some clothes. "Yes," he growled. "What kinds of cameras? Remote? They require camera cards? Good." He sighed. "She agreed to stay until Sunday, but come Sunday evening, she wants to have her ass back in Bare Bottom." That was true. I did. Actually, I'd rather it be back in Bare Bottom by tonight, but I was sure that was due to the fact that I'd seen Rain just a few minutes ago buying a shirt that I'd been admiring enough to buy one for myself not 5 minutes before. Now I would have to throw the damn thing away, and damn it, I really liked it too. It was a cute little vest that was red and black plaid on the outside, and a soft faux fur on the inside and would definitely be able to keep me warm. But then she'd held it up to her chest and swished around so the woman she was standing next to could see the movement, causing me to want to set my vest on fire. "Need to go. I've left her alone too long. I've lost her," Z sighed. "Yes, she's with our mothers. No, she's not anywhere that she's unsafe. Do you really think the 4 backers you have watching over her rather indiscreetly would let anything happen to the club's president's son's woman? No? What about the club's vice president?" His laughter started anew as something else was said on the other end of the line. "What are you doing here?" I looked over my shoulder to see the very last person that I wanted to talk to standing there. "I'm leaning against a table enjoying the break," I lied. "May I help you?" I pretended like I didn't know her, even though the scowl of hers would forever be burned upon my brain. Then again, she'd put on quite a bit of weight over the years, and she had some frown lines from hell. She had deep bags under her eyes and a hard look on her face that definitely hadn't been there when I'd first met her. "You know exactly who I am," Rain returned, her sneer taking on familiar lines on her face. "Where's my ex-husband?" I shrugged. "Around." I had no doubt that Z could hear us. He was literally just around the corner. There was also no hiding Rain's acidic tone, nor was she trying even a little bit to keep her tone to a semi-normal decibel. "Why are y'all here?" she asked. "And why are y'all together? I thought y'all hated each other." I shrugged. "Sometimes hate sex is the best kind of sex." She narrowed her eyes. "I always knew he had a thing for you. That's why I decided to leave him after all." I would have punched her in the face had I thought I could get away with it. However, I never kept my dislike of the woman to myself. I'd made it abundantly loud and clear exactly how I felt about her, when Z was with her and when he wasn't. There might have been one time that I accidentally, maybe on kind of purpose, tripped her because of how she was talking about Carrie behind her back. Then there was another time that I heard her talk about my sister who was long dead and gone, and why can't he just get over it already? That time, I'd lost my shit a little harder than all the others. Needless to say, I might or might not have punched the bitch in the face. My sister wasn't something that you could just get over already. My sister was a beautiful person, and she would forever be a fresh wound inside mine and Z's hearts. Just like his brother. "You didn't know shit then," I said. "Z and I are new. We just got together, as you say. And there's never been a time when what we have wasn't completely, 100% platonic until lately." She scoffed in derision. "Yeah, right. You expect me to believe that?" I shrugged. "You can believe whatever the fuck you want." I didn't care if she believed me. I also didn't care if she fell off the curb and was run over by a bus. She was completely inconsequential to me. "You knew that I had a baby with Z, right?" she asked carefully. I tilted my head. Yes. Or would have, had she not miscarried it. "I'm being punished now for misdeeds of my past." Her lips thinned. "I didn't want that baby. Even after I married Z, I didn't want it. When I lost the baby, I didn't care, but now that I'm trying to actively have one with my new husband, I can't stay pregnant. Do you know what that feels like?" "You mean, do I know what it feels like to want kids and not be able to have them?" I asked. Yes. Yes, I do." She curled her lip up at me. "And how would you know that?" I lifted my hand up to show her the weapon of scars that ran up the length of my arm. "Because of this right here. When I was struck by lightning, this scar wasn't the only thing that was left behind. The inability to have kids was also left with me, so yes, I understand what it feels like not to be able to have kids. What I don't understand is why you wouldn't have wanted the one that you were carrying of Z's. We haven't been together long, but Jesus Christ, if I had the chance to carry his baby, I would do it in a heartbeat. Faster than a heartbeat." "Well,
I guess I can't say that I'm upset about it all. She shrugged. I guess it's fitting. You don't need kids anyway. And that's when I punched her. Z was laughing as I was hauled away in handcuffs. At first I thought that I'd get out of being arrested. The arresting officer, Lead, was one of my father's men. He was the sergeant-at-arms for the Dixie Wardens MC Arkansas chapter. He also had his hands tied. Had I not been the one to throw the first punch, had I not been the one to keep pummeling her even when he told me to stop, had I not done it all in front of a damn camera that had captured the whole thing, needless to say, I deserved it. What I didn't deserve was Z's laughter. What are you looking at? I snarled at the nearest person, a girl I graduated with. She'd been a bitch to me my entire life, so I was unsure what anyone expected me to do. Nothing, the girl lied. I couldn't even remember the girl's name, only that she'd been one of the ones to give me shit when I hadn't wanted shit to be given to me. Be good, killer, Z ordered, laughing his ass off as he walked next to me. I'll meet you downtown. I flipped him off from behind my back. I would have waved that finger loud and proud had my wrist not been cuffed behind my back. Surely you could have cuffed her hands in front of her. My mother trotted next to us. She's not going to run away. You know who her parents are. Listen, darling, Lead said. The one and only time I underestimated this kid, she got out of her room, stole the keys to my Harley, and drove off with it when she was 12. I will not be underestimating her again. Not to mention she and Rain had to be dragged apart. That was true. Well, both things. We had to be dragged apart. I also might have stolen Lead's motorcycle, but it had been when I had just turned 15, not when I was 12. There was a little bit of difference in years, not to mention maturity levels. Do you want to ride with us, Carrie? Bertha? My mother and Carrie shook their heads. No, we'll go home. Zeke can take care of her. I rolled my eyes. Fucking wonderful. Z pinched my ass. See you in a few. He was right. He did see me in a few. But not before Lead gave me a string of lectures.
Chapter 18. Find a man that'll start your car for you on cold days. That, or remote start. Who needs a man anyhow? Text from Jubilee to Z. Z. I walked in with a big bag of tacos in one hand and a couple of sweet teas in the other. My intention had been to come straight to the police station, but then I'd seen my favorite taco guy ever on the side of the road selling tacos and swear to God I knew Jubilee wouldn't mind since they were her favorite tacos too. I'd just topped the top step when I'd heard the screaming. Frowning, I walked into the front office of the police station, a place I'd been a million times before, it seemed like, and came to a sudden halt. The office was in chaos. From the corner of the room I could see Jubilee looking on wild-eyed as a man struggled to get free from his chair that he'd been handcuffed to. Lead was sitting in his chair, watching the festivities with disinterested eyes. He glanced at me when I walked in, took one look at the bag in my hands, and shook his head. You know, I thought for sure she was going to claw her way out of that cage and kill me for putting her in there, but I think you might have just saved the day. He laughed. But this kid's high off his ass on meth, and I don't want her out here while he's in here. I would have put him in the cage, but last time I did that, he beat his head against the wall so much that he split it open straight to his skull, then kept on going, and going, and going. I had to stop him because he started to break the brick. I walked farther into the room, then skirted around the man that was flailing against the ground, arms and legs straining to get free, and up to the bars. You okay? I asked softly. She looked at the bag of tacos in my hand. If that's Miguel's tacos, then yes, I'm fine. I grinned and handed the bag through the bars. Take what you want and hand me back the rest. She did, setting the bag on the table as she painstakingly chose 4 tacos, all different kinds, and handed me the bag back. "Is that sweet tea?" she asked hopefully. I grinned. "It is." She wiggled her fingers in the air excitedly. "Sweet!" I grunted out a laugh and handed that through the bars, too. "Don't step back," Lead said. "You might trip on him." I looked down to see the man still struggling, inching his way toward me. I kicked him back by placing my foot on the wooden frame of the chair. I gave him a little bit harder of a push than I'd intended to, causing him to slide across the floor underneath the desk. "Whoops," I said. Lead chuckled. "Why don't you just let her out and take her home? Eat that there." I turned around and caught the keys he'd already lobbed at my head. "Thanks for watching her for a while," I said to Lead as I fit the key into the lock and turned it. Jubilee didn't stop eating her taco that she'd already unwrapped. Instead, she gestured toward the table. "You had him take me away because you saw something," she muttered through bites of taco. "What's going on? Why was this girl so damn smart?" "I got a call from your dad," I sighed. "There's been someone living in your attic." She frowned. "I got that part. But just saying, I think I would have known if that was happening." I pulled out my phone and swiped it open, keying up the text messages that had been passing back and forth between me and her dad. "Look," I showed her the first picture. "That's of your attic. That bed in the corner was slept in. There's milk that goes bad in the fridge in 3 days' time. Oh, and let's not forget the fresh cum rags that dot the floor." She gagged and looked at the taco she was eating. "Let's talk about this after tacos," she instructed. I shrugged and gestured for her to continue, neither one of us talking until we'd devoured the entire lot. "You know how awful y'all are?" Lead asked from the other side of his room. I looked over at him and licked the cheese off my fingers. "You back on your diet?" I asked. Lead rolled his eyes. "I have diabetes, bitch. It's not a fucking diet." I grinned, loving giving him shit. Lead and I had grown up with each other. He'd been that nerdy guy in the bunch of kids that had grown up with us and had never really grown into being more social as he aged. I liked him, but he'd always been a sickly kid and never really part of the group despite us trying to get him there. "Sorry," I lied. "I have some more in here if you want them." I'd purposely bought too many just so I could reheat them later. "No," he shook his head. "It's easier to abstain than to taste what I can't have." He said it so oddly that I would have questioned him on that comment had Liner not come in looking pissed as hell. "What's wrong?" I wondered. "Just talk to her dad." He gestured his head in Jubilee's direction. The vehicle that the suspect is driving in was seen on a tollway headed in our direction. He was also spotted at a gas station about 2 hours from here, still headed in our direction. Jubilee stiffened at my side. "Well, maybe instead of staying here and giving him a direction to head, we should head out, too," I said softly. "How about y'all go ahead and break it all down for me?" Jubilee pushed her way out of the jail cell, paused to glare at the man that almost tripped her when he lunged in her direction, then continued to the nearest chair. Lead moved his feet from the chair and allowed her to take it graciously. Lead was always a ladies' man, even when he didn't intend to be. There was one time in junior high that we'd all been on a canned food drive with our fathers. Lead and I had been in the van driving with my mother, waiting for her to stop at the next house that had cans for us to collect, when Lead had shouted to stop. When my mother had stopped, Lead bailed out of the van and ran toward a house that looked unkempt. While we'd watched, Lead had run to the front door of the place and helped the mother carry 2 babies to her car. "Please sit down." Lead rushed to make more room on the table. "Not to mention everyone who ever hurt or offended Jubilee in any way in the last couple of weeks has also met their demise between when he confirmed Jubilee left and about 2 hours ago," Liner continued. "That landed between us all like a bomb." "Well, Castile got to digging," Liner said. "He was investigating that death of the governor's kid. Then a dead body was called in with the same type of death, and another, until the last one that was called in was a limo driver. Jubilee's face lost all color. "How did he know about them?" she asked softly. "Listening devices were found in your house. If it was ever mentioned there, then he probably knows from that," Liner said. "Castile thinks that he went on this killing spree because he was afraid one of them hurt or took you, since you hadn't been back to your place in a while. He started to get worried, then killed them when he didn't find them with you." Jubilee closed her eyes. "So how many deaths in total?" 5, including your neighbor," Liner said. "We're not sure if it was your leaving that caused him to flip his switch or his hidey hole being uncovered. Either way it goes, you're in deep shit, girl." I carefully walked the trash over to the trash can, tossed it inside, then promptly kicked it halfway across the station. It hit the meth guy in the forehead, knocking him out cold. Lee said. "That was perfect, but just saying we should probably not do that again." "Z couldn't do that again even if he tried," Jubilee said softly. My eyes went to her. "We need to go home." Chapter 19. What is your first language? Talking shit. Z. Needless to say, nobody was happy when we finally arrived back in Bear Bottom at 2 o'clock in the morning. Our mothers weren't happy because they didn't get enough time with us. Our fathers were pissed because we were home. Then there was Jubilee, who wanted to go home to see her house and all the shit that had been put there without her knowledge, but I wouldn't allow her to. So yes, I was in a bad mood right along with everyone else. "Thanks, Liner," I waved to him. "See you tomorrow at church." We had a meeting planned with the entire group of Bear Bottom Guardians and would be discussing what had happened over the last few days and what we could do to fix it. Jubilee stomped right past Castile, who'd been there for the last hour watching my house and making sure it was clean of any intruders, and headed straight inside. "She looks happy," Castile muttered. I snorted. "Happy? Yeah, that's exactly the vibe I got off of her for the last 2 hours of our trip. You're very astute." Castile grinned. That grin died just as suddenly as it had arrived. "I'm floundering here," he admitted. "I had techs at her house for the last 24 hours trying to find everything they can get. I even got some woman in the house about an hour ago. Her name is Janie. She's apparently a fucking genius with computers. Phoebe recommended her." Phoebe was Bayou, our president's wife. "Then hopefully she finds something," I admitted, "because I'm ready for this to be over and it hasn't really even started yet." 5 bodies means it's very started," Castile disagreed. "One of which happened weeks ago now." That was very true. Very, very fucking true. "I don't know what to do," I admitted. "Do I let her go back to work?" "Slowing things down might make him a little more rational," Castile admitted. "If he sees her going back to normal routine, then maybe he'll lose the vengeance act and simmer the fuck down, giving us time to figure things out." He paused. "Or when we slow it down, things will change and he'll think that now that he has her back, he might as well take her." "What makes you think that he's going to try to take her?" I asked carefully. "Well, I don't think it was ever his plan before," he admitted. "But now that he's gone about a week without knowing where she was, I think that he's not going to ever let that happen again." I felt sick to my stomach. "How long do you think that this has been going on?" I asked, not wanting to hear the words but knowing I needed the answer. "Since I was 16, Jubilee said softly, coming up beside us. "I told you before that it felt like someone had been watching me since my accident." "What do you mean, since your accident?" I said softly. "Well, it started when I no longer had Anne-Marie there. Like the feeling that someone was there watching, but I couldn't see them. Fast forward to that week that you got skunked. That Monday, I'd gone to the grocery store. I felt like someone's eyes were following me all the way through the grocery store." Then, when I got out to my car, there was nobody in sight, yet it still felt like they were there. She shook her head. I don't really know how to explain it, just the presence, I guess. I closed my eyes, hating to think that she was right, but knowing in my heart that it was true. It must have been going on for a very long time. I had every confidence that Jubilee knew exactly what she was talking about. My eyes met Castile's. He has pictures of her on his desktop, he admitted. Some of them come from years and years ago. The night that she went to prom, the night that she graduated high school, the night that she went to your basic training graduation, the night that she went to your wedding, etc. Fuck. That was what I was afraid of. Son of a bitch. I scrubbed my hands over my face. You were in them too, he said. Basic training, graduation, everything y'all ever did together is documented. That's when the pictures get weird. What kind of weird? I asked curiously. The kind of weird where he started to superimpose himself over you into your pictures when y'all were together. A woman's voice came up from behind me. We both turned to look at the blonde standing behind us. I stared at her with confusion. How had I not heard her walk up or drive up? Then I realized she'd been sitting at the curb since we'd arrived because I noticed the only other vehicle was the one that was currently parked a house down from mine. Lovely, I admitted. What now? Now we continue to dig. I'm Janie, by the way, she said. Anyway, saying that, out of all those pictures he took you out of and put himself in, I still haven't gotten a clear view of his face. And he signs all his stuff, emails that I've been able to find, as well as a few financial documents, after someone that we know isn't him. Who is it? I wondered. Some random doctor off of television. Gregory House.
Chapter 20. You gonna cry or act like a boss? First of all, I'm going to do both. Text from Jubilee to Z. Jubilee. I could tell he was pissed, and not at me. I contemplated getting rid of my own pissed-off attitude long enough to tell him I was sorry, but I couldn't find it in me to be the bigger person right now. One of the reasons was because I had a stalker that had been stalking me since I was 16. Secondly, because I wanted my fucking food at my fucking house, and he wouldn't let me get it. I was hormonal. So sue me. And finally, because I was just goddamn pissed at the world. I tugged on a pair of sweatpants that I'd luckily thought to pack when we'd originally left Bare Bottom, and sat down on the couch to gather up my socks and slip them onto my feet. What are you doing? Z asked. I'm gonna go run, I told him. I haven't gotten my long run in, and I need it. And before you say anything, no, I'm not going to allow you to stop me from going. His lips turned down into a fierce scowl. You're not going to run. He immediately disagreed. In fact, you're not leaving this house until we figure out just what in the hell is going on here. I rolled my eyes. What the fuck ever, you're not the boss of me. However, after I slipped my shoes on and started to head toward the door, Z's big body blocked my way. Move, I said, crossing my arms over my chest and glaring at him for good measure. If he didn't know that I was pissed at this point, he never would. Negative, he said. I pushed him on the chest with one hand. Move. I'm not moving. He laughed in my face. And it's honestly quite cute how you think that you can force me to. I can force you to. I pushed him again. He didn't even rock back, and I'd put quite a bit of effort into the push. Then he continued to laugh at me, and I got mad. Why are you such an asshole? I screeched. He bent over and picked me up around the waist, tossing me easily over his shoulder and carrying me bodily away from the door. I glared at the gold knob, wishing that I had powers to control inanimate objects. If I had, I would rip that doorknob straight off the door and shove it up his ass. I'm not being an asshole, Z said as he took me deeper into his house. He stepped over his dog,
a golden retriever named Bronco, and kept walking. Bronco didn't even flinch at Z's movement. His ears did quirk up a bit, though. "You're the one being irrational. There's a guy out there murdering people, all because of some suggested slight on their part against you, and you want to go out and run without any protection?" Now that he laid it out all bluntly like that, it wasn't hard for me to understand why I hadn't at least asked him to go with me. I was blaming my lack of rationale on my lack of food. That, or maybe not working out, had really tanked my good sense. But now that he was tossing me through the air onto the bed like a child, I was thinking maybe I wasn't over my attitude just yet, even though he made valid points. As he glared down at me, hands on his hips, I thought about what I'd do next. Kicking him in the thigh hadn't really been in my plans, but when I suddenly rolled over to make a mad dash toward the bedroom door, I caught his leg with my foot. Hard. However, despite my kicking him in the thigh, he was able to catch me around the ankle before I even made it all the way off the bed. He dragged me back kicking and screaming, and then practically flattened me to the bed by allowing his entire body weight to smush me into the mattress. "Listen, Wednesday Addams," he groaned into my face. "You're not leaving." I narrowed my eyes. "I'm not goth. I'm me." "Whatever, you're a pain in my goddamn ass," he growled. I contemplated punching him, but I settled for grabbing a handful of his beard and yanking his face down to mine. "Get off me," I growled. He didn't get off of me. He kissed me. Solidly. So solidly, in fact, that I stopped struggling for a few long seconds. Though those few seconds were all that he needed, because the next thing I knew, I had my pants off, and he was forcing himself between my thighs. I was dazed and confused as he suddenly turned me over onto my knees and forced my thighs open with his. "Up on your knees," he ordered. "Fuck you." I finally came back online and started struggling. "Get off me, you big bastard." He growled and bent down, sinking his teeth into my neck, causing me to still. He didn't hurt me per se, but he did shock me enough that I once again went still, allowing him to yank me up onto my knees. Slightly coming back to my senses, I rolled and tried to sit up, but before I could make it so much as into a half-crouch, he was once again following me down and pinning me to the bed. I could feel his erection against my now bare pussy, and I wondered if this was how it was going to be for us from now on. All I had to do was feel his cock, and I was hot and wet for him. Then again, I was already hot and wet for him because riding back to town on his back of his motorcycle, including all the vibrating, well, let's just say that had been part of why I was so pissed off. With myself. My body had zero control when it came to that man. It was like a moth to a flame for me. He only had to look at me, flick his finger in my direction, and I'd come running. Well, not exactly, but I'd definitely turn my attention toward him. "You're thinking too much," he growled against my mouth. Then his tongue licked between my lips, and I started to gyrate my hips against his. His cock was pressed bare against the lips of my sex, and he was rubbing himself back and forth between my legs at a steady pace. Each time he'd drag himself all the way down, it made my belly clench. "Just put it inside of me already, Jesus Christ, Z," I hissed, pulling his face down to mine, once again using only his beard. "What is with you and manhandling me via my beard?" he asked. I reached between us and grasped his cock. It was slick with my juices, and I gave it a few pumps with my closed fist before guiding him toward my entrance. My annoyance from earlier was gone, and what was left in its place was need. Need only he could sate. "Hurry up already," I growled when he started to slowly push inside. He laughed and pressed a kiss to the corner of my lips, then my nose, followed shortly by my ear. All the while he filled me slowly, reverently. "You're gonna take this slow as fuck, aren't you?" I wondered. "Yes," he answered. "That a problem?"
I wanted to say that yes, it was, but the way he was filling me up was making me want to scream. That, and despite his slowness, it felt really, really good. So good, in fact, that I considered telling him so. But I didn't want him to think he could do this any time he damn well pleased. On the other hand, having him between my legs, filling me up, well, there wasn't another feeling in the world quite like it. It didn't matter if we were spitting mad. Something this good, this perfect, was never wrong. He looked into my eyes as he made sweet love to me, filling me in slow, unhurried thrusts. My body was slowly built into something beautiful when he stopped and stared straight into my eyes as he said, "There's not a single thing in this world that I wouldn't do for you." I felt my heart swell. "Like run a marathon with me?" He paused mid-thrust. "No." He paused. "Not even do that. I'd run myself ragged for you. I'd sell my soul to the devil, and I'd move heaven and earth to make sure that you were safe." I felt tears prick my eyes. "I wasn't thinking straight," I told him. "I just thought I'd like to go for a run and didn't think any more about it. I should have, I know, but shit, this feeling sucks." He pressed a kiss to my forehead and left it there as he continued to fill me, over and over and over again. My legs were weak, and at one point he had to grasp one of them and hike it up higher, making his invasion go just that much deeper. We were both panting, sweaty messes by the time my orgasm hit me. By the time his hit him, I was a boneless, quivering mess. I was also lying there limp as he pulled out of me and tugged me with him to his shower. That was where I fell in love with a shower head. "What are you doing?" "Caressing your faucets," I admitted. "What does this do?" I pressed a button only for shower heads about shin level to turn on. I gasped. "You have shin shower heads?" He snorted and pressed a few more buttons, turning on other shower heads, as well as what looked to be a steam feature, not to mention the rain head that was directly over the top of the shower. All in all, there were 8 places where water came out to spray. "I need one of these in my life," I told him as I stepped under the spray. "Preferably forever." "I can make that happen." I blinked and turned, swiping water out of my eye. "What?" "I said I can make that happen," he repeated. "Make what happen?" I asked. I mean, I knew what I thought he meant, but I was fairly sure he hadn't meant for it to sound the way it had. "I can make it happen," he repeated. "You staying with the shower forever?" I frowned. "How?" "By you moving in," he said. "And later by you marrying me." "Are you asking me to marry you?" I felt my heart skip a beat. He grinned. "Not yet, no. But I'm not saying that it won't happen. I want more. For once, I'm happy that I was wrong because we're happening. Eventually, you will be mine for real." That's when I threw a bar of soap at him. "Bastard!" He laughed his way through his shower, and I tried not to let on that I was happy, too. It wouldn't do for him to know he didn't annoy me as much as he used to. Chapter 21. You curse so much that I'm not sure if my name is Fuck or not. Text from Z to Jubilee. Jubilee. "I'm going to be fine," I insisted, pointing at the camera on the wall. "I'm working on a dead body who has no ability to hurt me any longer. I'm also locked inside this room where there are no windows or doors. The only way in and out is with a passcode that only a handful know. Trust me when I say that I'll be okay. Go to work." I didn't want to work. I wanted to snuggle with him in bed. But Z had been off for over a week, and the sheriff's department he worked for wasn't doing great. The flu had hit them hard, and they had over 10 officers down with it. Likely the only thing that had saved Z was due in part to him not being there.
"I'm going," he grumbled. "You gonna stay here all day?"
I nodded. I am.
"You won't leave, not even for lunch."
He pushed. I shook my head. Not even for lunch. I'll have a pizza delivered here and I'll have them leave it at the front desk. I won't come out until he's gone. He blew out a steadying breath.
"Even if Turner calls you and she's lying in a ditch on the side of the road," Z pushed.
"I'm right here," Turner pointed out as she curled the hair of the dead woman that she was working on. "And I don't plan on going out either. Therefore, there won't be a ditch for my body to find."
"I'm going to check in on them," Castile pointed out. "Plus, I'll spend my lunch break over here."
"Perfect," Turner drawled. "We get to see Castile the Contemptible for lunch." Castile ignored her, as did I, as we looked at Z, who still seemed half convinced. "You know," I pointed out, "your area is still within driving distance of me. There's no one saying you can't come check on me." Z's shoulders seemed to loosen the slightest of bits.
"Yeah, you're right."
"That way we can share some pizza," I teased. Z winced.
"I don't do pineapple on my pizza."
"Some people don't like butt stuff either," Turner said, startling us all. "But butt stuff might be liked by other people. You can't judge." There was a long pause as we all soaked in her words. Then Z shook his head.
"On that note, I'll leave you," he said softly, his hand coming up to curl around my chin. "You need me. You call. No hesitation."
I looked him in the eyes. "It's going to be okay." He frowned.
"I just have a really bad feeling."
He looked down at the dead person we were standing next to.
"You can fix this?"
The man on my table was definitely fucked up. He'd been one of the ones that had gotten hurt because of me. And it just fucking figured that they'd bring him to my funeral home to make pretty again. "I'm going to do my best," I admitted. "They want me to try. If I can't fix it up enough for them to do open casket, they're just going to close it." Z poked the man's arm.
"He almost looks fake."
"The embalming preserves them," I said, "and Turner has already started doing a little fixing on her own. I'm just making it perfect." He shrugged.
"I guess so."
I shooed him away. "Go. I'll make sure to get the pizza you like."
"Not any butt stuff, right?"
He teased before he let me go, placing a chaste kiss onto my lips. I rolled my eyes. "Pineapple? No. Butt stuff? That's never off the table for me." His jaw clenched as he shook his head and walked away, taking Castile with him.
"Jesus Christ, woman."
Laughing, I went to work on the man, doing my best with the massive wound that was in the middle of the man's throat. Apparently, keeping up with the same axe motive, my stalker had decided to go and axe everybody that seemingly hurt me in some way. I actually had 2 of them in my fucking coolers right now. Way to make a girl feel guilty. Luckily, the only person that had fallen victim, a guy that I'd once had a spat with outside of the supermarket over him not putting a cart away about 2 months ago, wasn't interested in being viewed. He'd wanted to be cremated according to his ex-wife, so after he was released by the police, I'd be sending him in to be cremated. "This guy probably died with one blow of his axe," Turner surmised. "I asked Castile to give me the details, but he wouldn't." "That's because I'm fairly sure that Castile hates you," I told her honestly. "What the hell did you do to him while I was away?" She sneered at me. "He was such an ass." She rolled her eyes. "He went to your house and started to go through some things. Then he brought me here and asked me to walk him through our day. Then he found out that I walked alone to and from work sometimes, and it just degraded from there. Now he's insisting he bring me to and from work if I ever don't feel like driving." I sighed. Hey, what's that? Turner asked, pointing to something. I frowned and looked at the gaping hole in the neck of the man I was working on. They'd done an autopsy on him. I'd fixed him up and was in the process of fixing the wound up on his throat with wire mesh. I don't know, I admitted when I looked at the little black mechanical-looking thing that was sticking out of the bag partially. That looks weird. Why is it even here in the first place? Open it and find out, she suggested. When autopsies were done, their internal organs were placed into a bag and returned to their abdomens once they were done, meaning seeing bags wasn't a new thing for me. I shook my head. I normally just dispose of them. If I open these, it means that I have to smell them. Turner walked over to the bag and started to work the device-like thing out of the bag, stopping when it finally popped free. It looks like a pen, she said. I shrugged. I don't know. She pulled it apart and blinked when the cap separated from the shaft of the pen, revealing a flash drive. Shit, she said, looking at it. You know we have to look at this, right? I shook my head. We're not putting that in my computer. Not only is it gross, but I'm not sure why it's in there in the first place. It's not happening on any computer of mine. Isn't that computer chick upstairs working? She asked. I shrugged. She was earlier. I don't know if she's still there. She tucked the pen into her lab coat. I have a few more curls to do on this dead chick, and I'll go up there and see if she can help me. I went back to work and didn't notice when she left. In fact, I was so entranced with my work that it took me a second to realize that someone was once again in the room with me. What? I asked without turning around. It's nice that they finally left you alone. I felt everything inside of me start to seize with fear. That voice. Where had I heard that voice before? God. I turned around slowly, not recognizing the man that was standing there. My hand closed around the phone at my table side, and uncaring of the body fluids and other gunk on my hand, I wrapped it around the device and pulled it into my side. He smiled. I have a jammer on anyway. No signal will leave this room as long as I'm within 20 feet of you. You may have your phone. I felt sick to my stomach. God, that voice, why was his voice so scary to me? He wasn't tall, not short, not anything, just basic. Nothing scary about him at all, really, just that goddamn voice. It's good to finally see you again, he said gently. I swallowed hard. I'm sorry, but I don't know who you are. He grinned. You don't remember me because you were in a lot of pain the day that we first met. And then it hit me. The day that I was released from the hospital. He'd been the one to give me the news that I would never again bear children. He'd been the doctor that had saved my life. He'd been there when everything that could go wrong with me did go wrong. What the hell? How did you get in? I asked, licking my lips. A body bag. He grinned widely. Funny how y'all don't check that stuff when they're delivered. Though saying that, I nearly died on the way in here because you employed dumbasses who don't know how to drive. He was right. I really should, and I would. From now fucking on. I fisted my hand on the only thing that could possibly help defend me, a scalpel, and prepared to defend my life. Because I had a feeling I was going to need to kick some ass. What are you doing with that? He smiled, looking at the metal object in my hand. I squeezed it even tighter. You need to leave, I ordered, trying to sound authoritative. He laughed. You're so funny. He grinned. You actually think that after all the work I had to put into this that I'm just gonna leave? Do you know how long I was in that body bag for? He asked. And look what happened to my elbow when they dropped me off that gurney. When he looked down, I struck. Taking a quick swipe with my outstretched arm, I sliced him across the face, or tried to. His arm came up seconds before I made contact, and all I was able to do was cut him from elbow to hand. Luckily, it was on the inside of his wrist. If I was lucky, he'd bleed out. "You son of a bitch, that hurts!" he cried out, looking at his arm in horror. I should have stabbed him in the heart. That would have been better, wouldn't it have? I wasn't sure that he wouldn't have blocked it, though. "You really turned me on, you know that." That's when I really started fighting in earnest. There was no way in hell I was going down without a fight.
Chapter 22. I'd wish you the best, but you've already had it. Jubilee to Z's ex-wife. Z. I looked at the sheriff and shook my head. I have to go. There's something wrong, something that I'm missing. He looked at his watch. I can cover the office for 2 hours by myself, go eat lunch with your girl, get this feeling fixed up, and then get back here. I'm dying a slow death over here. The sheriff was the first one to come down with the flu, and the first one back. He was likely still needing his bed, but he'd come in since we were literally down to 3 sheriff's deputies and 1 secretary to keep this place running. I'll come back after lunch, I promised. Do you want me to bring you anything? Some chicken soup, if you happen to find any, he said. If you don't mind. Thank you. I gave him a thumbs up and sidled out of the office and to my cruiser. When I got into the cruiser, I drove straight to the funeral home, which took me less than 5 minutes. When I arrived, it was to see Castile staring out the front door strangely. What's wrong? I asked. The light's blinking, my father, who was at the edge of the building, said. But every 3 seconds or so. It goes out and then starts blinking again. It shouldn't be blinking at all. It should be a solid red light. Did you check on the girls? I asked. I did, Dad confirmed. Turner and Janie are in Jubilee's office. Jubilee is still with the dead man that's got the axe throat wound. I frowned. Is the feed on? Yes, Jubilee's father turned his phone to show me. And it's showing us, too. Not a loop. I frowned harder. I can go look. I paused. But I'm not good enough with these. It'd be easier if you... Dad started nodding his head almost immediately. I'd feel better if that was what we did. I pushed past them all. Is the pizza here? It was delivered about 5 minutes ago, Castile said. The pizza guy delivered it into my hands and then walked to the car and left. He grinned then. And then the pizza guy almost ran over a dead body that was being delivered. It was epic. The body fell to the ground and everything. I rolled my eyes at his use of epic. I'll go get her and we can eat out here on the steps. As I moved through the hallways, I studied each and every room we passed. It wasn't until I got to the part of the hallway that led to the basement that my heart started to race, because I could hear raised voices, and that's about when the truth slammed into me. I was running before I had the conscious urge to do more than take a step, and I found myself standing in front of the room Jubilee used to fix her clientele before I drew more than 2 breaths. But common sense crashed into me before I so much as barreled inside, and I had my phone out in my hand just as the door opened and someone started out. I processed it all at once. The door opened. The nondescript man with the dark brown hair, hazel eyes, and honey gold skin was holding on to Jubilee's wrist. Jubilee, on the other hand, looked downright pissed, but there was a gun pointed at her and she was moving despite not wanting to. She had a cut on her lip as if she was punched or slapped, and her clothes were disheveled as if she fought him. My left hand went to the gun as my right one curled into a fist. I had a split second of inaction as if I was trying to decide whether I was going to react or not. Then I barreled forward. Jubilee, seeing my move, wrenched her arm backward. She didn't get it away from the man, but she succeeded in diverting his attention for long enough that I could punch him, straight in the goddamn jaw. My fist hit him so hard that he was knocked off his feet. 1 second he was standing, and the next he was on the ground, staring blankly at the ceiling. It was the few seconds that I took to get Jubilee up and off the floor that he recovered enough to go for his gun. That was when Jubilee kicked him in the face. He rolled and kept rolling until he was a few feet away from us, closer to the gun. I reacted before I could stop myself. I was straddling him with my thighs, hand fisted in his shirt for optimal distance. I punched the man over and over again in the face, relishing the way my knuckles cracked hard against his cheekbone. The audible crunch of his nose breaking wasn't any less satisfying now as it was when I'd broken it 5 minutes ago. It was a while later, when the man stopped struggling, that I finally got my shit under control enough to ask questions instead of just beat the shit out of him. "Why?" I growled, teeth gleaming white and bright in the sunlight. I could see myself in the mirror, and I saw with clarity that I looked just as much the lunatic as the man I was currently beating to a pulp. "Why not?" The man laughed through the blood that was quickly filling his mouth. His teeth were stained dark red and his eyes were watering. I wasn't sure if they were watering due to the fact that his pain had hit a level that he couldn't deal with or because he found this entire situation humorous. I was going with the latter over the former. I picked him up by the stupid tie, then slammed him back down so hard that his head cracked against the stained concrete floor. "Answer me or I'll make it really start to hurt," I growled. "Z, you're starting to get blood on your uniform shirt," Jubilee whispered. I ignored her, but apparently hearing her voice was enough to get the man talking, so I wouldn't complain. Yet. "Had to watch over her. Protect her," the man informed me. "The best way to do that was to stay with her. Make sure nothing happened to her." I sat back on my haunches and stared at the man in disgust. "You're telling me that for over 10 years now you've watched over her like a sick fuck?" I asked. "Do I have that right?" The man grinned, and I hit him again just to wipe that smile off his face. "That's enough." I was hauled to my feet by 2 strong hands, one belonging to Castile and another to my future father-in-law. "Step back so we can bring him in." I pulled free of both of their holds. "You're not bringing this sick fuck in. You're going to let me get more information out of him." Castile stepped in front of me, keeping his back to the sick little fucker who was still on the floor, and stared me straight in the eyes when he said, "Trust me when I say that I'm going to get every piece of information that he has out of him before the day is through." Staring into his eyes, I believed him. 100%. "Okay," I growled. "But I get to be there." Castile grinned. "Wouldn't have it any other way." "Crest de Low," I said to my father, but keeping my eyes on Pete as I ascertained whether he was about to lose his shit or not. "That's the man that's been living in her house since she moved in." Pete's eyes narrowed. "There's more." This was the part that I knew he wasn't going to like. Not at all. "Yeah," I admitted. "There's a lot more." "How much more?" he pushed. I pulled out a stack of photos that I'd been able to pilfer from the hotel room that Crest had been using since his unexpected eviction from Jubilee's attic. Pete took one look at the first one and blanched. By the second one, he was looking green around the gills. By the last, the worst one, he bent over the nearest trash can and lost his lunch. "These are of her and Anne-Marie. When they were 15. He gasped, looking once again at the photo. I nodded once. "That was the night before junior prom. I remember because Jubilee and Anne-Marie bought the same dress. That had been such a big fight over that stupid fucking dress. When Anne-Marie's had ended up shredded into a million tiny pieces, everyone had blamed Jubilee for the mess. But seeing that photo, I had no doubt in my mind that it had been Crest having made the move. That dress had been so revealing that I'd been happy that the dress had been destroyed and I could tell Jubilee that she wasn't allowed to wear hers, he said, devastation clear in his voice. Crest didn't like them in the dresses either, I confirmed. Here's the playback. Pete had chosen to stay with his daughter, something I should have probably done myself when the questioning had gone on. I was now giving him a play-by-play of everything that had gone down. Why did he confess? Pete shook his head. Jubilee asked him to. I ground through gritted teeth. As we were leaving, she stopped Castile and looked at Crest, told him he needed to confess his sins. So he did. What else? Pete croaked. Crest DeLoe was the doctor that the two girls saw for an emergency flu situation when they were both 15. From then on, he was there when he could be. Whether it was by chance or purposefulness that DeLoe was Jubilee's and my doctor when we were struck by lightning, we don't know. He doesn't remember. But from that point on, DeLoe took it upon himself to always watch over her, and by doing that, he was there every step of the way. He owns the house beside y'all's. When Jubilee moved, DeLoe did too. Pete scrubbed his face. And he moved into her attic, he said, sounding sick again. I could concur with his feelings. I hadn't gotten rid of the stomach ache since I'd started listening to his explanations. What about the murders? Pete asked quietly. Confessed to all of those too. Castile stepped out of the interrogation room, closing the door hard as he moved past the doorway. The first one, the governor's kid, saw Crest coming out of Jubilee's house. Plus, he hadn't really liked him because of the way he treated her. That was his first murder. The next 4 were spur of the moment, he said. People he saw on his way out of town that had pissed her off or hurt her in some way. I pinched the bridge of my nose. That bastard. I looked over to find Jubilee standing there, looking so mutinous that I would have feared for Crest's safety had he not been in a locked room. Come here, baby, I ordered, holding out my hand. She came, zero hesitation, and buried her face into my pecs. I hate him, she murmured. Why would he do this? Because he's a sick motherfucker, I said, no answer other than that. I don't know why. Hell, we might never know why. He's just not wired right. Which'll give him a good insanity game, Castile murmured. If this doesn't end in that, I'll be surprised. Do you think that he'll get let off? She asked worriedly. He won't be let off, I told her. But he'll probably spend the rest of his years in a very cushy prison that's disguised as a psychiatric hospital. He has the money. She sighed and buried her face into my chest. My hand came up automatically and started to sift through her hair, which caused her to snuggle in deeper. Do you think that we could go for a ride tomorrow? She whispered. I know we just got back, but I want to get away. She paused. And I want to move. I can't live there anymore. I'll have to go look for another rental. I shook my head. You're moving in here. She sighed. I wasn't looking for a handout. It's not a handout, I informed her. It's a you're staying here because I fucking want you here thing. She snickered. Whatever. Chapter 23. You need to brush your hair. Things Z never thought he'd have to say to his woman. Z. 6 months later. Castile was right. The insanity plea was the first thing out of the lawyer's mouth the moment that we got to trial 6 months later. All in all, we were prepared for this. We knew that it was coming. The lawyers all around hadn't been secretive in how they were going to play this. In fact, they'd tried to settle it out of court, but Crest DeLoe had refused any and all plea bargains and deals because he needed it to go to court. My guess was that he just wanted to see Jubilee again, which pissed me off. But unfortunately, since she was a large part of the case, she didn't have the option of not being there. She was subpoenaed in everything. Even if we wanted to bury our heads in the sand, we couldn't. Not that she would have, though I might have wanted her to. "If all evidence has been presented, we shall let the jury go to deliberation." The judge picked up his gavel and slammed it down hard. The sound was so final that I flinched. Jubilee's hand came to mine, and I looked over at the woman that had become such a big part of my heart. "You okay?" she asked, concern filling her face. I winced. I was thinking that I should be asking you the same thing. Her grin was small, but it was there. "I'm ready for it to all be over." She paused. "And I'm thinking that I need to take a nap when this is all over. A long, drawn-out, sleep-way-too-late nap." I pulled her into my chest, my chin going to the top of her head. My beard mingled with her long hairs, and she snorted as she batted it away. I rubbed it more, causing her to break away with a giggle. "Stop," she whispered harshly. "You're messing up my hair." I inspected said messed-up hair and rolled my eyes. "Your hair is a mess anyway, darling. How would you ever know?" I teased. She pinched me, glaring at me with a death stare as she did. I flinched away from her, laughing now. "I'm going to punch you in the junk," she threatened. "You wouldn't dare. You like it too much," I countered. And she did. She loved it, in fact. Over the last 6 months, there were many times for me to find out just how much she liked it. I'd miss it while it was gone. "Children!" We both looked over our shoulders at our parents that were sitting in the row behind us. "What?" we both asked at the same time. "Is there ever a time that y'all are going to behave and act like decent human beings?" my mother asked. "Yes," I said. "At our funerals." My mom rolled her eyes. "When are y'all going to get married?" my dad asked. I glared at him. "When I ask her." "Which he's never going to do," Jubilee said. "He likes that we're living in sin." I snorted and looked away, a movement catching my eye. I narrowed my eyes at the man that was staring at us with an intense expression on his face. I bared my teeth when he didn't look away. "Stop," Jubilee whispered. I growled and looked away, hating the fact that that man was going to get a light sentence due to his mental state. I didn't have to be in that chamber where the jury was deliberating. I knew what was going to happen. And I had my suspicions confirmed moments later when they came out and handed the judge the verdict. "We find the defendant guilty." She paused. "But we also find him mentally unstable enough that we feel that he would be better off in a mental facility." Though the mental facility was for life, it still felt like a loss. "That sucks," Jubilee muttered as we got up to leave the courtroom 5 minutes later. We were just passing the first row that would lead us out of this fucked-up place when a voice stopped us both in our tracks. "I lied about something else." I turned and looked at Crest, feeling my hand tighten into a fist. "What?" Jubilee said, sounding tired. "You're not really infertile. I just told you that because you were kind of wild." With that, he walked away, leaving both Jubilee and me stunned silent. "That's a bitch thing to do," she finally said. "But I think he was right." I looked down at her. "Why?" "Because we haven't gotten pregnant in 6 months of unprotected sex," she answered. "Not to mention my periods have been wonky since it happened." "Then we'll go get tested."
Chapter 24. Quick grammar lesson. Doesn't equals does not. There equals they are. Your equals you are. My fire equals the one desire. Believe equals when I say. I want it equals that way. Text from Jubilee to Turner. Jubilee. 6 weeks later.
Jubilee. Z ran up and lifted me up off my feet. Sorry I'm late, I got stopped by a wreck. I patted his head and said, It's okay. I just got here myself. Good. He looked at the innocuous brick building. I'm nervous. Me too, I said as I stared at the building right along with him. What if they say I'm infertile and I'm never having kids? What if they say you're not? He countered. I pursed my lips. I guess it's not really going to change how we live our lives, I admitted. I'm just sick to my stomach, worried that this is going to be the confirmation that it really is as bad as I think it is. I drew in a deep breath and let it out. But he stopped me before I could take a step toward the front door. Baby, wait, he said. I took another deep breath and turned back to him, blinking rapidly when he wasn't on his feet at my side, but on his knee with a black box in his hand. What are you doing? I asked. His grin was devilish. What does it look like I'm doing, sweet cheeks? He asked. It looks like you're finally growing a pair and asking me to marry you, I teased. His grin was bright and magical, at least to me. Then you'd be right, he countered. I was going to ask you yesterday, but then I got that call that took me back out before I'd even gotten home. Then you were gone this morning to work on that dead guy, and I never got my chance to do it. I wanted you to know that no matter what that doctor says in there, that my choice is you. Kids or no kids. I swallowed hard. Okay, I whispered. Okay, you'll marry me, or okay, that's okay. I snatched up the ring box and practically ripped the ring from the velvet pouch. Seconds later, the ring was on my finger where it belonged for always, and I was throwing myself into his arms. You sure do know how to make a girl happy, I whispered fiercely into his ear. We walked into the doctor's office, hand in hand with smiles on our face. 3 hours later, we walked out frowning. I don't know whether that was a good thing or a bad, I admitted. I was right about my ability to conceive naturally. True, Z said, squeezing my hand lightly. But you also found out that in vitro fertilization was possible, that you could successfully carry a child to term. That's better than never at all. I frowned down at the white sheet in my hand. It's expensive. It is, he agreed. But I think it'll be worth it. He was not wrong about that. I want to marry first, I told him. I want to do this. I shook the paper at him. But I want to get married. I want to make sure he or she is legitimate before we go any further with this. He winked at me. I know a judge. I shook my head. You're not getting off the hook that easily, I informed him. I want a big wedding. I want a hall that holds 300. I want a 5-tiered wedding cake and goddamn doves. He looked at me like I'd said something he couldn't comprehend. Doves? He asked. I shrugged. I want it all. I want the big wedding. I want to spend 20 grand. I want to have my daddy walk me down the aisle. I want my mother to help pick out my wedding dress. He frowned. Why? He asked. That's not you. At least I didn't think it was you. I reached Z's bike and turned on my heels, leaning my butt against the seat but not straddling it. It's not necessarily my idea of a good time, I explained, but Anne-Marie wanted that. Anne-Marie was going to give that to my mom and dad. And I want to do that. I want them to have the memories. This wedding is about you, not them. He sounded like he was getting pissed now. The smile that lit my lips was warm. I know. I also know that I want it. I may not have wanted it then, but I want it now. I didn't know how to explain it either, only that this was what I wanted. And hopefully it would be what I'd get. 5 months later. It was exactly like I'd envisioned it, down to the 5-tiered cake and the huge poofy wedding dress. The train could seriously rival Princess Kate's. "This is utterly ridiculous,"
my father grumbled as he held me tight. I kind of agreed. Somewhat. What he said was true. The train of my gown really was long, heavy, and awkward, also known as utterly ridiculous. My thighs were literally burning due to all the weight I was having to pull with me in my spiked 4-inch heels. "Do I look bad?" I asked nervously as the door started to swing open.
"Don't be dumb,"
my father said.
"You're goddamn beautiful."
My heart throbbed in my chest as I looked up at my father, who was looking down at me with such adoration in his eyes that it was almost hard to look back at him. "I love you, Daddy." He winked.
"Love you too, baby girl. Now, go knock him dead."
I snickered and turned to see that the doors were now all the way open, and Ezekiel was standing at the end of the aisle, dressed up in a goddamn tux that was made for him. I waved at him, causing him to chuckle. "I think he likes my dress," I told my dad. And then we started walking. I made it about 3 feet before I realized that there was just no way that I was going to be able to make it without some sort of help. I looked over at the first man I saw, a liner, and said, "Do you think you can pick my train up and help me walk?" Liner, who was dressed in a dark pair of blue jeans, a button-down black shirt, and a ball cap, stood up and immediately grabbed my train. The moment that the weight was lifted, I picked up speed. And when I finally made it to my husband, it was to see him smiling so wide I could see almost every single tooth on the top row. "You're trying not to laugh at me, aren't you?" I accused, mock glaring at him. He shook his head, the smile dimming down to a more manageable level.
"No,"
he said.
"I'm just glad that you finally made it."
6 months later. "That's it?" I asked carefully. The doctor smiled.
"That's it. Now we have to wait and see if the procedure took."
That is, if I was actually pregnant. I looked over at Z, who was busy reading a stack of reports. There'd been a slew of murders that the Sheriff's Department, Bare Bottom Police Department, and a few other law enforcement agencies had been working on that had almost kept him from coming today. Though Z would never allow me to go through anything on my own, not if he could help it. He looked up right then from his report and smiled. I may not have had his full attention throughout the entire thing, but I had enough that I could tell he was excited. I was too. I just hoped it worked. If there was one thing on this earth that I wanted more than my husband, it was to carry his babies. Epilogue. If repeating the same sentence 12 times and having your husband say, "You never said that," sounds like fun, then marriage is for you. Text from Jubilee to Turner. Jubilee. 5 years later. "Mom, can you open this?" my daughter Aggie asked. Aggie wasn't her real name. Her real name was Agnes, after Z's grandmother. However, a little over a month ago, she'd requested to be called Aggie, and not seeing the harm in it for just our role-playing game where she forced me to drink fake tea, I'd messed up. Because now, she was going by Aggie or she wasn't answering at all, and I was forced to do her bidding, or she'd refuse to do what I asked. "Your father is literally in his chair doing nothing. Take it to him," I said as I folded a towel that was still warm from the laundry. Aggie looked at her father, who was indeed sitting in his chair, doing nothing, then gave me a pointed look that clearly said, "Daddy isn't good enough to open this juice box." I sighed and held out my hand. She placed her juice box into it, and I ripped off the straw and jabbed it into the foil-covered hole. "There," I said, handing it back. She took it and started to leave, but Z's deep voice stopped her.
"What do you say?"
he rumbled menacingly. "Thank you?" Aggie asked it like it was a question. My lips twitched in laughter.
"Yes,"
Z grumbled. I turned back to the laundry, and Z, who'd gotten out of his chair to fetch a beer, went back out to the living room where I could no longer see him. I heard the chair squeak as he sat, though,
then the clunk-clunk of the ottoman being pulled closer so he could get comfortable once again. Aggie cleared her throat, and I glanced down at her.
"Do you have anything you'd like to say?" she pushed.
I folded the next towel before I answered her. "You're welcome, I guessed."
"Yes."
She turned up her nose and walked back into the kitchen, drinking the stupid juice box before she'd even gotten 4 steps in. Honestly, I was confused as to why Z had bought her the thing since she had 0 chance of making those things last for longer than 3 seconds flat, but whatever. That was also why he was the favorite. He got them whatever they wanted and didn't care how much it cost in the process, or whether it caused diabetes. Ultimately, Z had been a really good father. So good, in fact, that the kids preferred him way more than they loved me. Not that I was bothered by that. Z had a way of making my heart seek him, and I knew that was the same for our kids. That had been the way it was since day one. I'd actually started back to work early, taking the babies with me when I went. Sure, they loved their mama, but when Daddy stopped by on his lunch break, it was like his entire world lit up, along with theirs, too.
"Mama, open?"
I turned to find our youngest, Eitan, staring at me expectantly, holding out a juice box of his own. Eitan looked like his daddy. Tall for the age of 3, he was lean, mean, and in charge. His fiery red hair and constant scowl was seriously so much like his father that it hurt sometimes to look at. I took the juice box just as Anne-Marie, my oldest at the age of 4.5, walked into the kitchen with a massive cupcake in one hand and a bottle of chocolate milk in the other. Now that girl, she was all me. She was introverted, stayed to herself, and loved her daddy something fierce. Her long jet-black hair and pale skin were only a few of the traits that she shared with me.
"Mom, I'm gonna eat this outside."
Then she was gone. Anne-Marie and Aggie were twins. After our first in vitro fertilization, the 2 of them were the result. Our first try, we got the babies that we wanted. Eitan happened naturally, though they said that once you got pregnant and had a successful pregnancy, it was easier to get pregnant for the second time. And it was, which had been our mistake. We'd expected to need in vitro fertilization with our next one, so we hadn't been careful, going about our normal sexual routine as it had been for the years before that. No condom in sight. And when I'd gotten pregnant 6 months after the girls were born, I hadn't even realized it until I was well over 4 months along.
"Open!"
Eitan bellowed. I narrowed my eyes at my young son, but it was his father from the other room that had me wincing at him in sympathy. "Get in here now, little boy," came Z's annoyed growl. "Better go, baby," I suggested, shooing him with his now open juice box. Eitan took it and drug his feet as he walked away, looking for all he was worth as if he was headed to the gallows. The kids respected their father, unlike me. But that was also due in part to the fact that he was a police officer and their father, and I was just their mother who gave them everything they could ever want within reason. One day, my kids wouldn't be there to ask me to open a juice box because they'd be adults and capable of doing it themselves. One day, I wouldn't wake up in the middle of the night to a baby crying and my eyes so tired that I could literally join my baby with tears, too. One day, the computer paper that I'd bought for my office wouldn't be scattered all over the floor, cut into tiny, impossible-to-pick-up-with-your-fingers pieces. There wouldn't be any more poop-stained underwear. There wouldn't be any more shoes in the middle of the kitchen floor for me to trip on. No completely untouched Pop-Tarts thrown into the trash because they were the wrong flavor. No half-full sippy cups found 2 weeks later smelling of rotten milk. No more sloppy kisses and peanut butter stains on my shirt because a messy baby wanted a kiss in the middle of dinner. I sniffled somewhat loudly and went back to my laundry. But I couldn't help it. I started to cry. I'd never thought that I'd get babies,
Hell, at one point I never thought I'd have Z. "Daddy, Mommy is crying again!" I heard Aggie cry out in alarm. I heard the ottoman go back so fast that I knew it had flown halfway across the living room in his haste to get up. I used the towel that was in my hand to dry my eyes, but it was useless. I was well and truly worked up at this point. Z filled the doorway, and out of watery eyes, I looked up to find him staring at me with love in his, not amusement. "What set you off this time?" he asked. I swiped away my tears. Today was Anne-Marie and Aggie's first day of kindergarten. I'd seen them off on the bus, a bus they'd begged to go on despite both me and Z being able to take them into school. When they'd gotten off the bus about an hour ago, neither one of them seemed to miss us in the slightest. It also didn't help that I was already an emotional mess because I was 6 months pregnant with our fourth. My mood swings were all over the freaking place. "You didn't open Aggie's drink for her," I muttered. He grinned. "She didn't bring it to me, or I would have." He paused. "But why are you still calling her Aggie?" I shrugged. Her red hair paired with her soft white skin and her obsession with mermaids. It doesn't bother me to call her that. "You'll just do anything not to call her Agnes, won't you?" he teased. That was true. "It just doesn't fit her," I admitted. "She doesn't feel like an Agnes to me. She feels like an Aggie." Which was true. Aggie fit her. Agnes was just old. Not to mention the original Agnes was alive and kicking, and she hated me. The day that I married Z, she told me that I would never be good enough for her grandson, and she wouldn't forget that there was a better version before me, which had hurt. But like always, I'd sucked it up and chosen to let it go, even if she didn't. When Z had asked to name her Agnes, I'd agreed, only because he seemed so excited about using that name. But then, at the twins' birth, the elder Agnes had taken one look at her namesake and proclaimed her ugly. Sure, she'd said it teasingly, seeing as Aggie had a conehead to end all coneheads, but you didn't tell anyone that their child was ugly, not even jokingly. They may be ugly, but saying it and thinking it are two different things. Aggie doesn't like that name anyway, I jokingly said. Whatever. Z laughed and pulled me into his arms. What are you going to name this one? I shrugged. I figured that I'd leave it up to you. You've done a pretty good job at it the last 3 times you've chosen. He winked. That's because you've agreed with me for the most part, Agnes excluded. I'll have to brainstorm and let you know what I come up with. I still have a few more months. I squeezed him tight around the waist, and then stepped back, my tears drying on my face. I have 2 more loads to get done today before I can leave, I told him. Aggie and Anne-Marie have gymnastics at 4, tutoring at 5:30, and soccer practice at 7. You can handle the boy? Z gave me a droll look. I was born to handle that kid. I snorted and reached for another towel, not bothering to hand Z one. If there was one thing I'd learned over the last 5 years, it was that Z sucked at doing laundry. So unless I wanted all my clothes to be wadded up and wrinkled, seeing as he thought that was considered folding, I had to do it myself. Not that I minded. Where I did the laundry, he always did the dishes. Where I vacuumed the floor, he always mowed the lawn. We had a give-and-take relationship, and for the most part, we got along famously. Most of the time. We still had our moments. And when those moments came, neither of us was worried about scaring the other off with our anger. We fought, we made up. We fought again, we made up again. There was never a dull moment in the McGrew household. You're not wearing your ring, he accused, jolting me out of my thoughts. I held up my hands for him to inspect more closely. They're swollen again, I told him. I couldn't get any of them on today. And there were a lot. As each year passed that we were married, Z would buy me a ring. Since 2 of those years I was pregnant, some of them were even on the larger side so they would fit me. But this pregnancy, it was definitely worse than all the rest. I was tired more often. I was irritable all the time, and Z had to be a saint or something because I hadn't had sex with him in 6 months. Not because I hadn't wanted to, but because I was too nauseous all the damn time. Any time he started to get on top of me, or I started to make my move on him, the nausea would hit. At this point, he'd stop trying. I missed him. Missed the way he felt inside of me. Just thinking about it made me want to jump him. I dropped the towel back into the dryer and walked to the laundry room door. Once I looked both ways, I closed it quietly and then locked it. But just as I walked over to Z and started to take off my shirt, the doorknob jiggled and a whining voice said, "Mom, Dad, you should come see what your son is doing." Aggie's voice stopped us both cold, and I sighed. "Next time," he growled. "We make sure they're all otherwise occupied." I laughed, throwing my arms around him and holding him tight. "I love you, Ezekiel McGrew." He placed a kiss on my cheek. "I love you more, Jubilee McGrew." I looked down at our hands wrapped around each other, and I spotted the tattoo that he'd not only drawn for me, but also tattooed permanently onto my body. It was a cover-up of our scars, so to speak. Well, not really, more like an enhancement. He'd lined the scars with beautiful colors, starting at a dark, vivid blue at the top, and dimming into an almost icy blue at the bottom. Then he'd had a good friend of his tattoo the same design on his, starting with the vivid blue on top, fading into the light, icy blue at the bottom. When we held hands, it looked like mine connected with his and vice versa, though technically it did. And around my tattoo on my hand was a name. Anne-Marie. On his hand was also a name. Eitan. It was by far my most favorite tattoo that he'd ever done for me. I had many tattoos. There was another one on the top curve of my ass, and another on the inside of one thigh. Pretty much when he needed a human canvas, I was it for him, and I always would be. Because despite our differences, we were made for each other. "Mommy, I'm serious." "Better go, baby," I whispered. "I've some laundry to do." He growled into my neck. "I love when you talk dirty to me." This